Yeah. All right. We're almost back. Hit the record and stream button again. Yep, we're good. We're back. And see if we can drag that second screen over. All right. Let's see who has won the roll off. All right. They're still doing their objective placements here. Where'd my pen go? Oh, could you grab my pen? Grab my pen.
Oh, yeah. Where is it?
Yeah, we're good. All right, I've unmuted myself, so are we back? We're back live.
Are
All
we
right,
back
could
live?
you you could put that on the second screen for me? Put it on the second screen. There we go. Beautiful. All right. Okay, so we're having deployment happening real soon. Got some blue Death Guard here. Now tell us about a little bit about Beast of Nurgle, Chris.
Beast and Nurgle. Beast and Nurgle are a very interesting unit to include into this force. I love the idea of them. They're a very slow moving unit, as all things in
Yeah,
Nurgle are.
they're giant slugs. Yes.
Exactly,
Yeah.
yes, literally so.
Yeah.
But the cool thing about it, I think, is the way he's going to use them for the objective play.
Yeah.
He has two big blobs on them, which means they're going to be incredibly hard to shift. I
Mhm.
think a lot of people get very surprised as how hard it is to actually move Nurgle demons
Mhm.
once they decide they want to be somewhere.
Mhm.
So I'm really interested to see what actually happens with these guys on table.
Yep.
I'm expecting on the back objectives is where they're going to be sitting most of the game,
Yep. That
and
makes sense.
slowly just chucking their way forward, probably behind a plague burst or two.
Yeah, that makes
But
sense. Like
yeah,
they have the bodies. They also screen a little bit with their big bases as well.
exactly
So
that. Yeah,
screening for that deep strike. Although and you gotta watch out for the good old Necron once per battle teleport relic, which I do think he's running here.
very
So
true. Yep.
all right, let's have a look at some of those stats
Yeah.
of those Nurgle demons. Uh, Yeah, so you're looking at 5 wounds apiece with a 6 up save, but it does have the demonic save
Yes.
and disgusting resilient, which is surprisingly the old one.
Yeah.
So with if those at home who didn't know, with Death Guard within their new codex, disgusting resilient has been changed to reduce damage by 1, but these guys still have the 5 up
Feel no pain.
Fear no pain.
Yeah.
Yeah, so pretty cool. You got to be a bit more consistency with the -1 damage, but if you roll hot on those 5 ups, pretty big.
Exactly. Yep. Combo that with the Nurgle, with the demon saves as well. It
Mm.
makes it very hard to move unit.
hmm Now let's have a look at those Furies. So Furies here, they fly 12. They've just got a Pee-wee melee attack, so I don't suspect they're going to be doing much fighting. But they are infantry, so they can do those objectives there, especially on those primaries.
Yeah.
Speaking of primaries, we have a quick look at what mission we're playing. And the mission is Surround and Destroy. Let's have a look at that, guys. Okay, surround and destroy. We've got a classic deployment here with what is it, six objective markers as well. And it's as usual with a lot of the ninth, it's control one or more objectives, and you've got the 5 victory points, two or more, you get another five, and then more than your opponent. So one, two or more, which is very interesting.
Yeah. I like the idea of having it like this, especially on
Yep.
a board that's going to be full of all your big nasty things.
hmm
I'm super excited to see how this double Catan list goes into the Morty.
Yeah. Well, you've got a demon Primarch with all his demony spells, and
Yeah.
then you've got the Catan with all their Catani spells. I don't know how to describe that, but
I think that you described it perfectly just then,
yeah,
so yeah.
that's right.
Mm,
So we've got two, one demon Primarch versus some Star Gods.
yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite for the game so far?
Look, I'm gonna look. Being a big Death Guard fan myself, I'm gonna put it on a Death Guard. I like the idea of the triple Plague Burst crawlers. I think they're gonna cut through a lot of guys, especially those. If he doesn't hide those Catan, one volley I think is gonna turbo a couple of those.
Well, he won't be able to pop down the Nightbringer in one volley,
No,
but
but
the
maybe
Void
the other one.
Dragon might take some unfortunate amount of
Yeah.
burst damage, hey?
Yeah, that's right. Well, not just what I mean by one volley is a good consistent Death Guardy sort of volley.
Yeah.
Um, and yeah, what's your pick for the game here?
I think I'm actually leaning against you here.
All
I'm
right.
really interested to see how this Necron list works.
Yep. Yep.
I think if all the pieces move in the right ways, we're going to see a very close game between these two gentlemen.
Mhm.
But I would probably lean a little bit more towards the Necron's favour. I think the
Mhm.
flexibility
Mhm.
that can be offered through the units being brought through,
Mhm.
especially that double Catan, I think that's going to be such a big threat.
Mm.
And it's going to be that big decision. Do I focus down those guys or do I focus down the vehicles?
Mhm.
Or do I focus down the OPSEC?
Yep.
And I think that's going to be the decision that'll make or break the game for the Nurgle player.
Yeah, definitely. All right, we're looking at some cheeky deploys here happening. He's contemplating the Doomsday Arc.
Yeah. So right now it seems like we have a bunch of units down on both home objectives. Unfortunately, the Death Guard models are being hidden behind a little building. But we have
Mhm.
Epidemus and Furies on the top left.
Mhm.
And on the top right, it would seem we have more Furies and another Plague Burst hiding in the building there.
Nice.
And it looks like the first unit of beasts are dropping down. Okay, so they're going to be driving straight for that middle objective.
Mhm.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yep. I mean, in they are better in combat. So I mean, if they get stuck in with a couple of Necron
That's
warriors, a couple
true,
of
that's true.
immortals,
Yep.
they will be a-okay.
Mm.
Oh, is that looks like the second Doomsday Arc
Doomsday Arc
coming
straight
in.
down the middle. Yeah.
And I must say, isn't it lovely seeing some really well painted armies?
It's fantastic seeing
Yeah.
well painted armies, isn't it? Yeah.
Mhm.
I think, especially after the last year and a bit that most people have had,
Yeah, we're
being able
gonna.
to see fully painted armies is a luxury that's happening more and more.
Yeah,
So
that's right.
I'm all for this change.
Yep. Okay. All right, he's gone for the extreme flank. Very cool.
I love it.
All right, second unit of beasts coming down on the line. Very cool.
It's going to be very interesting to see how the Mortari decides to play this game.
Yeah. Well, the obvious thing is it's either going to be the first drop or it's going to go into outflank.
Yeah.
Sorry. Oh, Nightbringer is on the
Oh, here
table.
we go. Straight down the middle. I love it. Nice and aggressive.
Yep. He's got the obscuring terrain there, so
That
that's
is
should
true. He
yeah
is relatively safe for
yeah,
now.
and
Yep.
he can probably just sit in there and start casting spells right in the center of the board.
Yeah.
Oh, big boys. Very cool. You know what? I had no idea how big those Doomsday Arcs were. That is way bigger than I thought.
The Doomsday Arcs.
Yeah.
They're very
They
large
are
models,
huge.
surprisingly so.
Holy
Yeah.
moly, I thought they were peewee, but there you go.
No, when I first saw the
Yeah.
box firm, I assumed
Mm.
they'd be like Lehman Russ size, but
Yeah.
they're quite substantially bigger, isn't it?
Yes. No. Maybe later. Hmm. Okay. All right, we're gonna switch angles here. Yeah, there we go. That's what you like to see. Two armies facing off.
Yeah.
All right, Canoptic Wraiths going in the center as well. Very cool.
Yep.
Right behind the Nightbringer.
Two very stark armies. I love it.
Hmm.
I tell you what, the more I see the blues and purples, especially in Nurgle forces, the
Hmm.
more I like it.
Yeah.
It's just such a nice color, isn't
Hmm. Oh yeah, we've got the mini map. All right, we
it?
the technology is happening, guys.
Yep, it feels just like Dawn of War now. It's
Yeah,
great.
that's right. We're just missing the grenade button.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah,
Yep.
yep, the frag grenade
That
button.
and the weird voice lines, hey?
Yep. All right, those in the chat, if you're in the chat, please say hi. Oh, more raids coming in. Okay, blow drones
Yeah.
coming down.
I like how elite these armies are at the moment.
Yep.
Yeah. The big debate of where the last of raids go down.
I sent. No, I sent it to Josh. I don't know if Yeah, yeah, I know, but I don't have his phone.
Awesome. So it seems like we have a couple of units of Nurglings hiding up the middle of the board, and we've just rolled in priority. It would seem that we've got a 5 on the Nurgle and a 6 on the Necrons. So the players have just shaken hands, and we're going to commence turn 1.
All right, as we go into turn one, let's give a shout out to Ben, who's the lovely host and owner of the game center in Narrellan. It's a brand new center here. Let's bring up some of those of details of the store. The the address and all that in the chat. Um, and yeah, really lovely venue here. No, that is the wrong camera there, Scott.
We have our technician here
Just
doing the classic blunder. That's okay.
Yeah. Looks like he's gone for that infiltrate deploy, putting it
Yeah,
Nurglings straight in front. Look, it's a classic. This is how you use Nurglings, right?
I agree.
They're just
Look,
in the way, doing the move blocks. He's deployed them exactly just 2 inches apart from each other, giving the maximum
yeah,
sort of coverage there in that
just
little
slow
choke
down
point.
enemy units as they try to close that gap.
Yeah,
And it's
and
very frustrating for
yeah,
the Necrons player because if
yeah,
you try to charge and hunt down that unit quickly,
mm,
you're gonna just get blasted apart by all the big choppy things on the other side of
yes,
the board.
yes, that's
But if
right.
you leave them where they are, or you focus firepower to them, it feels like wasted shots and that
Yep.
sort of stuff. It's a
All right,
very annoying strategy.
we've got an advanced roll rolled for
Beast
the
of Nurgle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
here you go. Not quite making it to the objective
Objective.
there, but look, to be honest, I didn't really think they would.
With a movement of 4 base, I believe. I don't
Yeah,
think they're moving far
yeah,
at all, hey?
yeah, exactly. And you know what? It's the first battle round, so
Exactly.
they won't be able to score those primary
Objectives
objectives
anyway.
anyway.
Yep, but they're
So,
there to just screen up the board, slow down that firepower, and
mhm,
force decisions onto this Necron player.
mhm,
The question will now be, do you bring the rates out early, or do you leave them in reserve for late game?
mm. All right, well, Tyrant is on the board as well in that little building there.
Yep.
Oh, here out come the tanks. One of the great things about Ninth Edition is the tanks have the big guns never tire. I played a
Mm.
lot of Death Guard in eighth, And one of the most annoying things is moving your tank and shooting on fives. It was the worst thing ever. But they now shoot on fours, which is awesome. They've got the Mortarian rerolls as well.
Yes, that's very true.
Oh,
Yeah.
but he's moving up.
Yeah,
Ooh, I
the
like
big
this.
Mortine is just screaming up that right side, isn't he?
Mm. All right, couple of other maneuvers here as well. It's just checking some range. Oh, yeah. He's going to secure that right flank. So
Yeah.
it's a classic hammer and anvil, I reckon. Right, what we're seeing here. You've got the triple tanks. You got Moltarian with as the sword or
Yeah.
the hammer or the scythe rather. Um, and let's just, I guess the big thing to watch out for is where are those canoptic rates are going to go.
Yeah. I think if those rates make it in where they want to go, followed up by a Void Dragon,
Hmm.
they're just going to mulch everything on
Yeah,
that side of the board.
yeah.
If
Well,
that Void Dragon can reach the back line and just start ripping apart those vehicles, it's going to be a
hmm.
bad day to be a Nurgle player.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I guess that's what those flesh mowers are sitting there for, right?
Yes, exactly that,
All
isn't
right.
it? They're
He's
playing, yeah.
yeah. He's he's shuffling around, shuff, shuffling his playcaster as well. So I think he's going to go for some psychic here very soon.
Yep.
Okay, we got a run roll. Flesh mower moving up.
Yep, straight into the
Or
Forster turn.
right, so he's going for the double flank here, threatening, threatening those flanks,
Mm.
controlling the board. Very cool.
Question will be, is he overexposing himself with some of those movements, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, you know, Death Guard is quite slow, but Necrons are also really
Quite
slow.
slow,
Yes,
yes.
that's right. So he's put all his fast units in the center.
Yep,
So even if they want to go for one flank, it's going to take them a turn or two.
that's exactly it, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yep. It's like watching two grandmas joust, isn't it?
yeah, on wheelchairs,
On wheelchairs,
on
exactly that.
or mobility scooters.
Oh, yes, even
Yeah,
better.
ramp it up, boys. All right, all right. Looks like psychic is happening.
Yep.
He's all right. So he's put. I think it is the -1 a hit on Mortarion. So if he does get a flank on him, luckily it'll be still pretty good, ignoring the terrain.
Mm.
All right, going for a smite here. Very nice. D3, nice. So doing a little bit of damage to the front right there.
Nothing quite like a bit of chip damage, eh?
Yep. Oh, he's going to put it on some of the back guys. Pretty nice. Good idea. Okay, contemplating the next psychic ability. All right, it looks like we're going into the shooting phase here. All right, entropy cannons coming in. All right, 2 wounds. There we go. So let's see if those Doomsday Arcs manage to stay alive this turn. Ooh. All right, one entropy cannon has slipped through. He's going to CP reroll that into
Into
nothing.
another fail.
Yeah. Whoa, that
Oh.
is a big roll there. All right, here comes the mortar. It does have no, doesn't require line of sight, so he's popping it onto the Void Dragon.
Yep.
Very good idea.
I think a very healthy choice to try and
Mhm.
bend down those wounds as early as you can, hey?
Mhm.
That two wounds popped down to that Void Dragon early.
Mhm.
And I think we have the exact same thing happening on the next one. So the mortar's going to the Void Dragon, all those shots into that Doomsday Arc.
Mhm. He's also got those cheeky stubbers.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's true.
yeah. Oh, two hits.
One
One
wound,
wound. Oh, it's got
throwing
the
a
plague
save.
reroll.
Oh, rerolling it into two
Yeah.
wounds. Oh,
Yeah.
devastating
That's.
with the double ones on that roll as well.
Hmm. All right. More damage done. Here comes the stubbers.
No wounds there. But now we
Mhm.
got the big mortar firing off.
Oh, not that many shots, just two.
One hits and it's wounding. It
Yep, there we
does,
go.
yes.
It's a
The
save.
save is another
Ooh,
one.
ouch. All right, couple of chip damage there. That
Yep, yep.
Doomsday Arc is taking a bit of damage, so I'm just going to check whether that's been bracketed for his next turn.
Ooh, that's a good question. I don't
Yeah.
know when it does back it. Yeah.
All right, he's contemplating his next bit of shooting here. On the All right, he's playing a stratagem here to do the to boost up that last plague burst coral. Here comes the entropy cannons.
Yep.
Ouch. All right, still chipping away.
Mm.
So it's got 14 wounds. So it's currently on 6 wounds remaining. So it's on its second bracket. Still hits on fours. Not bad.
Okay.
Yep.
Not too
All
bad,
right.
not too bad.
All right. No first blood so far. Not that that's a thing, but
That
but it is nice to celebrate that first kill.
is true. We've had a lot of spreading out of the wounds so far,
Hmm.
which
Yeah. Well, it's definitely to Igor's credit, he's gone for hiding a lot of those units.
in very nice spots.
Yeah.
As well as understanding this is a Nurgle player going
Mm.
into him. Like, opening turns of Nurgle is not usually that devastating.
Yeah, they're not
It's
the
coming into turn 2 and 3 that you've
yeah.
really got to start ducking for
Well,
those punches.
yes, and I think as Death Guards, as Nurgle players, you know that the longer the game goes, the better it is for you.
Exactly that,
Yeah.
yes. But it's that early damage you can pump off in turn 1
Mm.
that you can follow up in turn 2. That's going to absolutely cripple this Necron player if
Mm.
he can get ahead. But
Mhm.
it's the onus now on Igor to see if he can turn that around and
Mhm.
reverse some of that momentum that's pushing
Yeah.
forward.
Look, he hasn't taken much damage. I think it's going to be pretty good.
Exactly.
I think the big play is going to see where he's going to send those Canoptic Raids. They are very fast.
Exactly, yes.
Um, is he going to go for the Beast of Nurgle? Is he going to go for one of the flanks here? Is he going to go for Mutarian?
I think going for one time would be ambitious at
Yes,
best.
exactly. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, he's going for the center.
Yes. If I was
Very
him, I'd
cool.
be looking at trading objectives with wherever the Mortarian model goes.
Yep.
He's slowing down with the Nightbringer, holding him up for a couple of those turns.
Hmm.
The Nightbringer can go toe to toe with Mortarion. It
Oh, that's
honestly
true.
comes down to a coin flip as to
Yep.
which one actually comes out on top.
Yep.
That charge, that's going to make all the difference whether that Nightbringer makes it in, though.
Yeah. Oh,
Let's see
okay.
which
So
way he goes with it. And
he's
yeah, exactly that. Wraith's going straight for the Mortine. Let's see if he follows up with anyone else.
hmm. So it looks like he's going for either to do some chip damage or even slow Mortarion down
Yeah.
with those second unit of Canoptic Wraiths. He's gone for the center for the first unit there. I mean, the longer you can screen out those Catan as well, they're just you get more value with their
Yes,
Psychic Powers.
exactly. It's the death ball that keeps on growing, isn't it?
Hmm.
It'll be very interesting to see
Hmm.
where both of those big guys end up
Yeah.
moving through, and where those support characters like the Necron Lords and things like that end
Yeah.
up deciding to aid their firepower into as well.
Yeah, it's also a cool sort of comparison in terms of lists here. We've got Death Guard, who's kind of gone for a fairly, I would say, balanced approach. He's got the tankiness, he's got the long range, and he's got a big combat piece in terms of Mortarion. While you've got the Necrons here, yes, he's got the two heavy supports, but the rest are really sort of in your face and pretty scary from the get-go.
Yes. I think this Necron force is a very good force at fighting front to back, and I'd
Hmm.
love to see these lines meet early.
Mm-hmm.
I think those raids coming up the middle, they're
Hmm.
going to make a nice charge into either side of the Beasts of Chaos. So
Yeah.
I would probably aim for the side closer to screen at the moment,
Mm-hmm.
just to try and force that pressure onto Mortarion to make it onto their side of the board.
Mm-hmm.
That gives at least another turn or two worth of movement for that big boy, as long as he's actually being pinned down, though.
Yeah.
None of that movement's going to be in the right spaces, so I'm really interested to see what happens next.
Yeah. It looks like the Void Dragon is rotating around into the left side
Yep,
there.
yep, that's exactly what I'd love to see with the Rat Void Dragon. I'd love to see him just sweep through the back line,
Hmm.
exactly mirroring what the Mortine is looking to do with his
Yeah.
force.
We may get a bit of a melee swell.
Yep, exactly that. I think it's going to be interesting to see if these armies just trade sides halfway through the game, hey?
Yeah, that's right. Now let's have a look at the ejectors here while we to prepare for going into turn in the second battle round anyway. So it looks like they're scoring 4 victory points. Uh, sorry, no, hang on. No, that's the secondary. Never mind. All right, it's just a classic take and hold. I guess the big ones are the two in the center.
Yeah,
Yeah, because it's pretty easy to keep the back two, especially with
yes,
these types of armies.
yes. And it seems we currently have a Nurgling base on one of them.
Hmm.
That is objective 2 being held in the middle by a Nurgling base.
Hmm.
And I think we're going to see that unit hopefully get wiped out by the from the Necron ranks to
Hmm.
then reclaim those objectives ready for turn 2 and then to survive the onslaught of Beast of Chaos.
Hmm.
Or Beast of Nurgle, I should
Yeah.
say.
All right. We're looking at some of the uh, psychic powers here and abilities coming out. Just checking some line of sights and some range as well. And I think he's checking for deny range as well. All right. Couple of chip damage coming into the beasts. I believe this is the AoE one. All right.
So,
Couple
mortal
of
wound dumps have gone off.
yep.
And it seems we've done, I believe it'll be 2 wounds on one. And is it 2 wounds on the other unit as well? I believe
Yeah.
so. Yeah, 2 wounds down to both units.
Hmm. I think some of the Furies took some damage, and the Plague Berserker got lucky there.
Yeah.
Just one wound on the Plague.
See, this is why I like the Necron build so much.
Hmm.
The mortal wound output is
Hmm.
just surprisingly there.
Hmm.
And as it gets closer and as it starts crunching through you in combat, it's
Hmm.
just going to be that little cherry on top that just reaches out and kills off those characters or kills off that little unit and then lets them charge again. And
Well,
It's going
that's
to be really interesting.
yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like both of these armies excel pretty much in every phase except the movement phase. Um, so they're doing damage all the time. So
Exactly,
that's pretty
yes.
cool.
Yeah. So something important to note,
Mhm.
down on that bottom right corner, right in the front there, it looks like we have the Nightbringer sitting. So, if Morton wants to creep forward and take some lucky attacks and shots off, and even a charge into those raids, or
Hmm.
even trying to reach that backline Doomsday, they're going to have to go straight into the Nightbringer.
Mhm.
And I think the Necron players hoping that just ties them up for a couple of turns. It's a very clever move, and I'm very excited to see how this all plays out.
Yep. All right. Blood Dragon doing some AoE damage here as well. I'm just excited to see how many units the Lantern can tag with his, Motarian's super pistol.
Yep.
I want to see how many units he can draw in the next turn, but that's just me.
Yep, that's definitely fair enough. We have our first piece of cash dropping. Look at that.
Hmm. Yeah, the mortal wound's very scary.
They are, especially as a Nurgle player. That's the one thing you just
Yeah,
do not
and
want to hit often is
exactly,
mortal
and
wound
these guys
output.
have saves against it.
Yes. Yeah.
Jeez.
Well, even with saves against it,
Mm,
like you're paying the points and you're paying the like premium of very tanky units, and mortal wound just negates that hit wound process entirely.
that's
It's
right.
very uncomfortable to hit mortal wounds in general, and I think it's even worse for an army like Nurgle. Yes, they can deal with it better than some armies, but it's still not something you want to be hitting into, is it?
All right, I think it's the first couple of shots coming out from the
With the
shooting.
Doomsday Arc, yep.
Yep.
And it looks like we're going straight into some beasts here.
Right, here comes the flares. So bunch of like little shots here, I believe. Now, from memory, this is rapid fire 5. That's so many shots, dude. Anyway, I like a lot of shots. Shout out to our friend Patty there. Yeah.
Oh, we have a Rogue Dice that has come straight into the streaming
Yep.
table.
Alrighty, here we go. All right, more damage coming in into the beasts.
So it looks like those beasts are now doing exactly what they've been paid to do. Just
Hmm.
sit there and cop as many shots as they physically can. Absorb the one of those Nurgle saves and just hope that they keep rocking the boat next turn. If they can slug forward, no pun intended, with that Mortarian model,
Hmm.
I think there's going to be a lot of trouble hitting those rates next turn.
Hmm.
But we shall see where that charge goes with them, and we'll see what the combat looks like, isn't
Yeah,
it?
that's right. I mean, they've got a flash mower there that can do a little bit of damage, but just eyeballing it, there's not that much melee that can fight it straight up, fight the Void Dragon and those Canoptic Wraiths. So we'll
No.
have to see.
And I think it's only going to get worse as the game goes on for those the Nurgle player
Hmm.
dealing with those rates as they cross that board.
Yeah.
The downside of moving up the beast so aggressively, it just means that the rates have a real comfortable charge roll.
Hmm.
Hitting whatever they want so that they reach next turn if they're not dealt with is going to be the moon and back.
Yeah. One interesting thing is not a single Plague Marine.
Not a single Plague Marine. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're right.
it kind of makes me sad, but it's also, it also enables this kind of interesting list with demons as well.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe those Beast Nurgles were once Plague Marines. Who knows?
Knowing old Papa himself, that quite might be likely. Hey,
Yeah. All right, we're going into the charge phase.
love
Here
it.
we go. Here comes the
Declaration of
first.
charge, straight into the beast. Here we go. It's a 4 and a 2. That's a 6.
Yeah, that's
Believe
gonna
that
make
makes
it.
exactly what he wants there.
Yeah, that makes it.
Yep, and he's going to move straight into that middle base there. Oh,
Mhm.
that's the perfect roll, isn't it?
Mhm.
Oh,
Oh.
the Void Dragon wants a little ride. Look at that. And I think the Void Dragon's going to be the one running straight into the top of those Nurglings. Yep,
Yep.
exactly that.
There we go.
Big charge roll. Let's see. It's a
Yep.
4 and a
Easy.
4, double fours. That's an 8. That's
Yep.
more than enough to even hit the objective with that, too. I
Boom.
think the Wraiths are going to claim it,
Mhm.
but it's nice to just have that guarantee with a Void Dragon, isn't
Yeah.
it?
And if you get close, he can heroically intervene and just chop you up.
Exactly that. Yep.
Mhm.
It's a scary objective for that Nurgle player to try and reach for now.
Mhm.
However, the objective on the other side, objective number 1,
Hmm.
that's an absolutely terrifying objective for
Yeah.
the Necron player to even reach out for as well.
Exactly.
So it seems the objective player is being traded right now.
Mhm.
I think the Void Dragon and friends just want to clear out that mid board and try to push straight into the back line. I think the Mortarion wants to do the exact same thing.
Mhm.
Either swoop through that back line or even play intercept on that Void Dragon.
Mhm.
If you can get in and kill the Void Dragon, that's going to be a huge loss for the Necron player.
All right. Here we go. Canoptic Reds activating first. Now, do you think a interrupt here is reasonable? Probably not.
Probably not. Not
Mm.
unless some Nurglings can really hit like a truck, hey?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Alrighty, just a couple of dice being rolled right now. Let's see.
Yeah. Just a
Not too
couple.
many hits. I think I saw 5 misses being taken out there.
Hmm.
But the wound rolls, that's what's going to be the absolute killer here.
All right. Here we go. That's a healthy. That'll take a couple. I don't think he will wipe the unit though. What do you reckon?
No, that was 10 dice down. I
Mm.
don't think he quite has the firepower to wipe that unit. Especially with
You know.
saves coming in as clutch as they often can be, isn't
Yeah.
it?
These are 5 wounds each. So.
Yep. And it looks like
All right. Here comes the disgusting resilience. All right.
so I
There you
believe
go.
2 bases drop here.
Oh no, just one in a
No,
bit.
1 and just a bunch of wounds down. Ooh. Alrighty, now the Void Dragon swinging into some Nurglings. Let's see if he can clean house on probably the best unit in all of 40k.
Oh, more dice being dropped as usual. Our
Alrighty,
favorite.
so the Nurgling base is evaporated. How confounding.
Mm. Yeah, there's a lot of 2 damage there. Their saves are not going to help them here.
Unfortunately not. Those D6 shots just did exactly what they needed. 3 on the first dice and then together with that last 2, just mulch that final base. Alright, looks like it's time for the Beast of Chaos to swing back. God, Beast of Nurgle. Why do I keep calling them Beast of Chaos?
Maybe it's telling you something.
Yeah. Alright, it looks like it's 5 saves coming down here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and a very unfortunate roll for those rates. Failing 3 of them. But gained a... Oh... Okay, down I think to 4 wounds total. 2 rates disappear though. That's
Mm-hmm.
really unfortunate for the Necron player. Alrighty, so I believe that just about sums up the first battle round. How do you
Mm-hmm.
think it's going for both players so far?
Look, a couple of damage been done. Still no first blood. Well, actually, no. I lie. It's the
It's
Nurglings.
the Nurglings.
Oh, jeez.
I knew they'd come in
Oh,
clutch.
jeez. Very sad. But you know what? Not the worst.
Not the worst at all.
Yeah.
Both forces have done a little bit of chip damage to each other.
Mhm.
I think so far the Necrons have taken worse for wear. Losing two Wraith bodies that
Mhm.
early in the game, that stings. And I think the way that the Beast and Nurgle are going to be able to then collapse in and possibly even play cleanup on a lot of these units, that's going to be scary.
Mhm.
But again, it's that big question of where that Mortarion base wants to actually move, isn't it?
Mhm. All right, we've got some some morale being done here. Lost the
Yep,
fury there. Not the worst.
not the worst at all.
Mhm.
Some might even say not a problem.
Yeah. It's just demons. Who cares?
It's just demons.
Yeah.
They'll be back in 3 to 500 years, right?
Yeah. Yep. All right, here comes the advance rolls. Death Guard moving up. I'm excited. I do sense a Matarian coming in hot this turn.
Yes, I think this Mortarion is just going to absolutely start bodying some fools this game, hey?
Yeah. All
And
right,
I
we got.
think this is the turn where it all starts.
Yeah. All right,
So we
so
have the Furies popping out.
the
Okay.
second unit of Furies.
Yep. Perhaps they're going to be playing Line Runner straight for that backline objective.
Yep. And if he gets lucky, he could tag a bunch of the Doomsday Arc as well. Not
Yep,
this
very
turn though,
true.
uh, unless they've got a 4d6 charge. It's not
Uh,
happening.
I'll be honest, Chief, even if they did, that's a not optimal charge roll, is it?
That's right.
Epidemus himself is swinging out from around the corner as well. Okay. The super buffing man himself, moving a million miles an hour.
All right, we've got Rix and Ray in the chat saying the training's looking good. Yeah, it looks pretty nice. Look,
It does.
from what I understand, I think they were fresh out of a pallet about 2 or 3 nights ago. So we're looking at what 20? Was it 20 tables worth of terrain?
We're looking at 20 tables that
Yeah.
have all been made in the last 5 days.
Yes, that's right. So big shout out to those
Yep.
that stayed back and did a bunch of terrain there.
Yes, I think Josh McMillan is the man of the shout out here.
Yeah.
I believe he made almost all of that terrain on his own.
Legend says.
Exactly that, hey.
Uh,
Oh, okay, look what's happening here. Mortalion.
Whoa, here we go.
Right in front of that Nightbringer.
Ooh, baby.
Yelling at the top of his lungs,
Yeah.
brother, fight me.
Yeah. Look, this is just like his fighting game. We've got round one coming in.
Yes.
Mortarion versus Nightbringer. Okay.
And we've got
Couple.
some Blight Haulers coming around as well, with
Mhm.
all of the big Plague Bursts swinging out for round cover as well.
Mhm.
Looks like this is the turn that movement is happening with Nurgle. And if
Yeah.
there's movement happening, you know that something's going on, hey?
Yeah. It looks like he's staying in combat with the Canoptic Wraith, so that's good.
Yeah, I think he
Um,
likes his chances so far. Only
yeah.
losing, what was it?
Look, he's gunning for that back objective, so I think he may be just yielding that objective two, or what? I think that's objective two. Yeah. The other
Yep.
one, the other center objective anyway.
I like it. I like it. We have one of those guys flying straight up the board here, going straight for those backline scav swarms. I think
All
if he
right.
can tie them up and start playing annoyance in the backline there, maybe even tying up a Doomsday up in combat,
Mhm.
that's going to be a huge issue for the Necron player.
Yep. Switch. All right. We've got some more advanced. Oh, he's doing the psychic phase already. He's
Yeah.
popped
Nice,
defensive.
quick, efficient turns. That's how we
Yes.
want to see it, hey?
Yeah. Looks like he's popped a defensive buff on himself, probably pre-trust and vitality,
Yep, that would be my best
or
guess.
a miasma.
Miasma, oh, okay, yep.
Yeah. All
Don't
right.
worry, guys, as well. At the end of this turn, we'll touch base with objectives where we're all at with it,
Yeah.
and we'll update those as the round two and onwards progresses.
Mhm. All right. Couple of mortal wounds coming out. Takes out a
Yep.
wraith. Very good.
I think this Nurgleus is really starting to make this guy sweat, I think, a little bit.
Mhm.
All these wounds coming out early and followed up by a really, really efficient movement phase this turn.
Mhm.
I think this could be the turn that a lot of things hit the fan.
All right. Just measuring that range there. Now this is where I said the lantern. How many units is he going to hit? I'm
The
going to say,
answer, all of them.
yeah. The
At
answer
least
is
80.
at least X. All right, here we go. Can he pop the arc this turn? All right, here we go. Here's the first couple of rolls. All right, cutting through into the second unit. Nope, didn't go through. That's a failed save there. Gonna take some damage.
The great debate is command points being used?
All
Yep,
right.
we have a CP coming down. Into a pass save. That was a roll of a 5 for those who didn't see it.
Mhm. No, you're good. You're good.
Awesome. So it looks like what we have here is some shots coming straight down, and okay, it looks like it's 2 saves for the Necron player. Passing both. Ooh. The volume of shots from Nurgle is quite low, but the damage on it is really quite high, which I think is the optimal matchup for playing into this many of the raids. Hey,
Yeah, that's right. They've got the plague weapons, so they still got the nice reroll, so nice and tight there with the variants.
exactly that. Yep. And having more talent as well adds a lot of consistency to the damage of this list goal thing.
Mhm. He is the Demon Primarch after all.
He is a powerhouse of a man.
Mark 2.
Mark 2,
Yeah.
yes. Demon Primarch Mark 2, you heard it first.
Mhm. Alrighty. More shooting coming in from the Plague Burst.
Alrighty, another play burst is firing off again. Here we go.
Mhm. Alright, those are the stubbers. The mortar unfortunately didn't do much.
No,
Alright, here comes the entropies. Here's just the big one. One hit, one wound, and a save.
it's a 2, I believe.
Oh, we have a destruction node
I
explode.
believe yeah, there it
Alright,
is.
that's
First one
first.
has popped.
Mhm. First Doomsday Arc is down, so that's a big blow to the anti-tank. But to be honest, Catan's an anti-tank too.
That is true. I mean, between the Nightbringer and Catan, that's an anti-everything, isn't it?
That's right.
Or not the Catan, sorry, the Nightbringer and the Void Dragon, I should
Mhm.
say.
Oh, so for those who missed it there, that cheeky little blow drone is actually in the center now.
Yeah.
The one that was sneaking up from the center. Oh, shooting so far, just plinking away. A lot of units here. That's the Stubbers. Oh, big roll on the mortar here. Six
Here
shots.
we go.
Very nice. Oh, bit average. That's okay.
Followed up
Nice.
by 3 wound rolls, though.
All
That's
right,
exactly what you want to see as the Nurgle
here we
player.
go.
With
That's
2 saves, though. That's not bad.
yeah, not bad, not bad, not bad at all. Doing some nice damage
Yep.
here.
Second,
Right, Void Dragon taking some damage.
7 wounds so far.
Yeah, the perfect number apparently, according to Nurgle.
Evidently. That means he's getting 1 shot now.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's a critical strike coming up,
Exactly.
but that's not that game.
No.
This is not Final Fantasy. Um,
Alrighty. Looks like we're getting close to my favorite phase of the game.
mhm.
Charge phase.
Charge phase, your
Yep.
favorite.
Alright, first roll coming down. Let's see what we're doing with it.
Right, for those just
Oh,
joined us
the
in the
drone
chat,
goes straight into the fight
welcome.
there. Yep, that's perfect. So we have a drone tagging that backline objective.
Mhm. Yeah, that's pretty huge.
Yep, right there, slapping straight in. Getting stuck into combat with scarabs, which hopefully that thing will be able to mop up in a heartbeat.
Yeah, look,
But
the flash mower is pretty good. It's gonna eat up those scarabs pretty easily, in my opinion. Um, but that's just my opinion.
we'll see which way the dice rolls on it.
Yes,
Hey,
that's right.
oh, and we have tap into the back of the void dragon, another one,
Very nice.
and we have what's charging down on this side next.
Yeah, every bit of
Oh,
damage on
come
that.
on, just show me one more time, goes.
Yeah, Mortarian, Mortarian. It's not like he's got Overwatch to deal with.
That's true. That's
Yeah,
true.
he's just gonna check what's happening behind that building there. But you know what? Mortarian doesn't matter if it's Scarabs or Canoptic He's got the perfect profile. He's got the sweep attacks, 21 attacks. Off the top of my head, I think it's 7 attacks with his big scythe attack
Yep.
as well. And he's got a bunch of mortal wounds and stuff like that as
Built
well.
into the kit, yeah.
Yeah.
He has a
So
surprisingly high amount
he's
of
he's
damage.
he's gonna do work, guys. He's gonna do work.
Alrighty, it looks like the Beast of Chaos failed so far.
Ooh, okay.
Beast of Nurgle even. How about
Yeah. Yeah.
that?
Yes, it failed from across the room.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah.
At least I'm catching myself on it, hey?
Yeah. Alrighty. All right. Molcharan is not charging in. We're going straight into combat phase. All right. Oh, Nightbringer only takes 1 wound from the flash mower.
Yeah,
Okay, very nice, very nice. I mean, again, any wounds is a good wound.
that is true. That's very true.
That's right. Okay,
I
Nightbringer
think
may
both
be
of these
swinging back
forces are the
in.
death by a thousand cut style, hey?
Yep. Oh, it's death by like 1 cut at a time, really slowly, over thousands of years. That's what we're looking at right now.
Potentially worse, hey?
Yeah. All right, here comes a bunch of attacks.
Believe these are the beasts striking,
Mhm.
if I'm not mistaken, in the middle here.
Mhm.
No, that was the scout swarms getting
Oh, okay.
pulped from the back.
Mhm.
Ooh, okay.
Yep, that's from the other flesh mower. There you go.
Yeah, not bad at
Really
all.
mowing that metal flesh.
Yeah.
That's right. Sorry,
Three
guys.
entire bases just disappear.
Uh, okay, here comes the swingbacks.
Yep.
Void Dragon coming in hot.
Rates first, rates
Oh,
first.
Reds
I
first.
think the
Okay.
Void Dragon's going to pop that
Flesh mower.
flesh flower, thank
Yeah.
you.
So the flesh mower, like, it's going to be interesting because he can, off the top of my head, auto explode that for a
True.
couple of mortal wounds as well.
I think
So
auto exploding is not the play when he's that close to it with only his units though. But
yes, that's right.
look, I mean, if you're
Hey,
chaotic enough, why
yeah,
not?
that's right. I do think it may ignore no-ghoul units. It's been a while since I played Death
Yeah.
Guard, but might be the case. Either way, I think it's a small radius. I think it's 3 inches. All right, here it comes the beast's swing back. All right, couple of saves coming in. Looks like not much damage being dealt into the beast,
No, not
and
at all.
and for 2 wins in return.
Yeah, these beasts are chaos, man. Nurgle, even.
Hmm.
They've been paying their points back tenfold so far.
Hmm. 35 points each.
Hmm?
35. Pretty
Yeah.
nice.
Alrighty, looks like the Catan is swinging currently. He swung with a tail and rolled a 1. I think that's definitely going to be a miss.
Hmm. I think that's number of attacks. He's
Oh, it's
contemplating.
D6 attack. It's
Yeah.
deciding what he wants to. Ah.
All right. All right. Bit of damage coming in into. Whoa. All right. Not that much. Not that much
No,
on the
not
flesh
at
mower.
all.
All right. It's combat. Look, fairly uneventful. I think the biggest play is the flesh mower into the back line there with the scarabs.
Yeah, it's going to be the question of what he
Um,
turns on to deal with that thing.
yeah, that's right. Well, he's tagged the Doomsday Arc as well, so that's the
That's
shooting.
the real killer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the shooting kind of shut down.
Yep.
But there is a big standoff. Mortarion versus
The Nightbringer. Yeah.
Nightbringer himself. Brings the night, apparently.
It's a game of chicken. Who wants to make the first move?
Yeah.
Evidently, no one.
All right. All right. Looks like he's falling back out of combat and going for the tanks.
Straight over the top. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Hmm. Alrighty. He's straight up the guts there.
Yep. I think he's just trying to force some movement out of this Nurgle
Hmm.
player.
Now he does have Epidemius.
Yeah.
What's his profile like?
Epidemus is the super buffer of the game. I love it.
How's his fight? Can he fight those spiders? The canoptic raids?
Look, I wouldn't do it. He's very much there as a support backline character.
Yeah,
Yeah.
fair enough.
He's going to be the guy that hovers behind all the tanks, tagging all the objectives, that everything slowly grinds its way forward, essentially.
Hmm. All right, so we've got some re-maneuvering here with the Scarabs on the right flank. Oh, here we go. The Wraith's
The
going
big
right
play
past,
coming in,
yeah,
hey.
right past Mortarion.
Yep, I'm still very interested to see what this Nightbringer slides into as well.
Yep.
You might get a score update after his turn.
Alrighty, so it looks like they are going all in on the commitment towards that objective there, hoping to clear it out nice and early and
Hmm.
force those models off it, hopefully reversing some of that momentum that he's been hit so hard by.
Yeah, look, if he can clear the Beast Nurgle off there, Mortarion's just one model, so he's
Yeah.
going to take that objective
Yep, and it
off of.
might take a couple of turns for Motan to take it back, and by that point, that might be all he needs, isn't
Hmm.
it?
He still has the Furies in the back pocket.
He does, very much
Yeah,
so. Yep.
so he can reinforce, but Furies are no spiders. Oh, sorry, Wraith.
No.
Sorry.
I mean, Fury's basically wear t-shirt saves. They're not that resilient. They're going to
That's
die
right.
in an absolute heartbeat as soon as they get focused out. It'll just be the question of when and where they decide to get focused, isn't it?
Mhm.
Because any shots dedicated to them are very important shots being dedicated to other things. Well, that aren't being dedicated to other things, I should say, sorry. But
Mhm.
then on the reverse side, challenging them won't get them much other than distance if they absolutely need it.
Mhm.
It's a lose-lose situation, isn't it?
Mhm. Mhm.
Alrighty. So some shots are coming down at the moment. Straight into those beasts of Nurgle, I think with a Doomsday Arc
Mhm.
firing still.
All right.
Gaze
More.
of Death Mortarion. I
Yep.
love it. Nice
More.
and audacious.
Yeah. More psychic coming in. All right. Couple of mortal wounds coming in onto Morty.
Yeah.
Ooh. Void Dragon is selected for activation. All right. Goodbye, Flashblower.
Yeah. Just got melted.
Mhm.
But I guess that is exactly what a Void Dragon is there for, isn't it?
Yeah. I
Dealing with the
mean,
big things.
I mean, if he can do like 5 mortal wounds in one hit, goodness me. It's SPC. Shout out to
Exactly.
SPC, by the way.
Awesome. Alrighty, Doomsay's having some shots straight into the uh, Plague Burst right next to him.
Mm-hmm. All right. There you go.
One wound, one singular wound drops down on that Plague Burst. Not Plague Burst.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Flash ball.
Thank you.
Plague drone with
Plague
flash.
Drone, yes.
Yes. Fetid bloat drone, to be exact. Plague drone's a different unit. Now I remember. That's a
Very
Nurgle
good.
unit. Yeah.
Love it.
All right. All right. Immortals getting to shoot.
Yep.
These are the exploding ones.
He's hoping the high roll, hey.
Yep. Here we go. Oh, just one.
Got
Just
one
one explode.
ticks. Yep. One additional shot straight in the bank. Don't mind that. For very unfortunate roll. I think
Mm-hmm.
just two saves there to make.
Yeah.
And he makes one of them, and he passes the other on death saves, does he?
Oh no.
No, cops a wound. Just
Yeah.
one wound down.
Look. It's just a couple of mortals. Beast Nurgle. That's okay. Take what
I
you
mean,
can
that
get.
is true.
Yeah. Ooh. Okay. That's a miss on something.
Attempting to heal the Catan
Yeah.
fails as well. Okay. Alrighty, we're moving straight into the charge phase
Right.
now.
Where are these raids gonna go? Ooh, into the Furies. He's going for a really long charge here. Very nice.
Yep, the votes have gone
Right.
straight into the
Tagging
Plague
that
Burst
up.
and the Furies. I don't mind that. Yep.
All right. Still in coherency. Very nice.
The Void Dragon's going to be swinging straight into the Beast.
Yep. Void
Yep,
Dragon
yep, yep.
slaps.
Nice clear move. Don't mind that.
Slaps.
Staying on that objective, importantly.
Hmm.
Straight into the back of the other unit. Beast goes the other unit of Wraiths as well.
Hmm. He's trying to seize the center here,
Yeah,
which I think he will if he just focuses on
the
the
Beasts
beast.
themselves.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's right. Now the question is, they are in range for. Okay, he's going to tie up Morty. That's good for preventing that heroic intervention.
Yep.
Very nice.
So the
Ooh, it's a
Knight's
big
going to go
showdown.
straight in. Don't mind that.
All right. Okay, we got a fight last effect coming in
Yeah.
onto
The great
Mortarion.
debate. Where's
Good.
the interrupt going? Is there one happening? What's going to happen?
Look, I
That's the big
think I
question.
think this turn is the big interrupt. Oh, that is a
Ooh.
big charge there.
Yeah, we have a Lord jumping straight into the back corner there.
Yeah.
Don't mind that. Oh, not a Lord, sorry. Uh,
Just careful.
So we have a Cryptek that's tagged the
Mhm.
Plague Burst Crawler on the
Yeah.
back, on the top right objective. I
Yeah.
don't mind that.
He's managed to
Very,
sneak it
very,
in.
very cheeky 11-inch charge. It's exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, that's right. Ouch. Thanks for the follow, guys. If you're in the chat, feel free to chat. Say hi. Any questions? Please put it in the chat as well. Whoa, here we go. Big damage. That is the unit.
Yeah.
That is the power of the Void Dragon. My gosh. Brought a
When
big
he
roll
gets to
on.
swing big, he swings big.
Yeah.
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 But with the Void Dragon swinging first,
Mhm.
ooh, there's no
All
interrupt
right.
coming out at the moment.
Yeah, no
Interesting.
interrupts so far. Look, he's put the fight last on the Mortarion, so interrupting with the Beast and Nurgle is not, it's not really going to do much.
That's true. That's
Hmm.
true. Could be thinning down one or two of those fights though, but
Yeah,
I think he's okay to just cop that damage, isn't he?
yeah, save the CP for later.
Yeah.
All right, Rix and Ray says money is on Death Guard to win.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, it's 2-1 now, Chris. What do you reckon?
Look, I I can see why. That
Yeah,
might be the
yeah,
opinion.
okay.
I still hold faith. I
Yeah,
think there is definitely room for that swing around to come
yep,
through.
yep,
It's entirely based on what happens this turn
yeah.
and how hard he gets hits back by that Nurgle Force in the bottom of turn two.
That's right.
If he can survive relatively unscathed compared to what he
Mhm,
dishes out in coming into top of three, I
mhm,
think this Nurgle player is going to really be in the
mhm.
quite an uncomfortable place. But we shall see.
That's right. All right, just a couple of swing backs.
Alrighty, so looks like some Furies are dropping now.
Mhm.
I believe three of them just got popped. Yep, three Fury bases disappearing off the board.
Yeah, they might lose a lot more in the morale
Morale phase,
phase. Yeah,
yeah.
and unfortunately, they don't have an icon. Imagine if they did.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it would be very cool, wouldn't it?
yeah. I think that would be broken.
But importantly, the Plague Burst is tagged up as well.
Yeah, look, not much shooting is going to be happening for the Death Guard next
No,
turn. We've got two Plague Burst Crawlers tanks being caught up.
yep.
Yeah,
And I think that's exactly what the Necron player needs.
yeah.
It's just that movement slowed down.
All right, here we go. Swinging into Mortarion.
Yeah.
Is this Mortarion? I think so. Okay. Bunch of wounds being dealt here.
Yeah.
Mortarion does reduce each one by one. Pretty nice. All right. Some swing
Alrighty.
backs here.
Yeah, I think it's time for the Nurgle to start swinging
Hmm.
back. So it looks like Mortarian's taken 8 wounds, if I believe
Hmm.
correctly. Not too bad at all.
Yeah, now one thing to point out is the Death Guard do have the inexorable advance. So what that means is these vehicles are shooting on top profile while in combat.
That
So
is
they can
true.
shoot themselves out of it.
That is very
Yeah.
true, yeah.
So they're still going to do some damage next turn, just not on the perfect targets, obviously. So
Yep.
the mortars aren't going to be hitting what they need. In fact, I do think the mortar has a mid-range, so the mortars probably won't be shooting out unless he declares the target outside and the entropy cannons manage to clear out
Mm.
what's touching them.
It will be very interesting to see what happens with this next shooting phase, I think.
All right, here comes a bunch of attacks
Yeah,
onto. Oh, that's a pretty good roll. That's an excellent roll.
that is. Why don't I roll like that more? Alrighty. So, that was straight into the
Hmm.
arc out the back corner.
Mhm.
5 wounds down straight onto it.
Mhm.
But this might be more time swinging back now.
Mhm. That's a plague reroll.
Very
Nice.
hot roll there. I like it.
Whoa, here comes the saves. Taking a bit of damage, just a bit.
Yeah. Some nice chip damage. I don't mind it.
All
Don't
right.
mind it.
Now he's got his little flies. No, sorry, the beasts. These are the beast attacks.
Yep.
All right. More damage done. This is a truly big slugfest right now.
It really is, isn't
Yeah,
it?
a lot of.
A
I would
thousand
describe.
cuts.
It's not wiffle bats. It's if wiffle bats had about a ton of bricks inside. Right. It's a lot of heavy, big swings,
Mm, just
but a little bit soft.
yeah.
Just
Why not?
the
It's
initial.
playful, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's playful.
So this middle board is getting dangerously quiet now. I think
Hmm.
as this little combat starts to finish up, there's not going to be much left to play around with.
Hmm.
I'm expecting bottom of 3, one of these two players to be definitively on top. And we're going to go from
Yeah,
there.
we're gonna get a quick score check.
Secondaries and score.
Okay. Do you guys want to contact that?
All right, we're gonna get a quick score check here. Yeah, just
Alrighty, we're just getting our scores in now, and
hmm.
then we'll be able to pump into the bottom of this turn.
All right, gonna get a score update here. So it looks like both players are sitting on 10 on the primary objectives.
Yep.
It's battle round 2. We're going to battle round 3.
Mate, are these supposed to end of turn one?
No, that,
Alrighty.
Turn one, end of turn two. August turn one's
So, we have the Nurgle player moving up again. His Furies are making a mad dash for that backline objective.
You can't score primaries in the first.
And then I think it's going to be Epidemus probably joining the fray. Probably against what I would do as better judgment, but that's A-okay. And we have some Plague Burst still in combat with the two rates. It will be shooting at top profile, like mentioned earlier, so I think it should be okay to try and clear itself out of that combat.
All
We
right, we're going to
then
get a
have,
score update here.
on the other side, the great debate. Do I risk the battle against the Cryptek?
Hmm.
Do I think I can shoot a Cryptek out? We'll
Yeah,
see. We never know.
yeah, we've got
The
a
viewers are ditching though. They're like, ah, no, you got this, bro.
yeah, got a quick
Alrighty.
score update here, 15 to 18 on the second round here. We will get an update on what those secondaries are from the first battle round in a moment. All right, Death Guard moving up.
Yep.
Tank is getting ever so close.
It is inching its way forward. See, I like to think of it
Oh,
as like,
Void Dragon is down.
ooh, that's a big play right there, popping
Hmm.
that Void Dragon.
Hmm. He still has a model on that objective.
Alrighty, so it seems like we have a little sorcerer sitting on objective number 2. I love it,
Yeah,
hiding under the thumb of the Void Dragon himself
yeah.
as he just gets absolutely pulped.
All right, we got a big smite here.
Yeah, super smite
Barrels.
just powered himself,
Yep.
but that's okay. He took some mortal wounds, but he's sitting pretty on that objective still. That's the important thing for him.
All right, more mortal wounds being
Just
pumped out.
being pumped into this guy. Yep.
Hmm. Again, Waffle Bat with a ton of bricks inside. Boom.
Exactly. Yeah.
Next time they talk the scores again, just ask them and then write it down. And ask them the first battle round as well. And the secondary. And
Alrighty, I think we're up to the great debate of where shots get allocated now.
Hmm.
What
So
shoots into who and where and why and how.
yeah, well two of the tanks only have that one target because they're
That's true.
locked
Yep.
up. But this big tank has full impunity. All right, entropies popping off into the Cryptek.
Yeah, they are.
I think he's declared his mortar as well, so if he dies, the mortar gets the fire. Boom, he's gone.
Huge. Yeah, Cryptek just shot off.
Hmm.
That's a big
Yeah,
statement play.
look, man, point blank shot, no negative to fire. Very nice.
There's not much you can do against that, is there?
All right, the other tank is trying to shoot the wraiths here.
Yep.
Stubbs coming out.
So one model dies straight up.
Hmm.
Not bad at all.
Hmm. All right, here comes the other save for the Wraith,
And
and
he
he's gone.
pops as well.
All right, tanks are free.
Huge reversal for the Nurgle right
All
there.
right, there's not many Wraiths on the board.
No.
Look, I
It's
think,
getting dangerously thin now for those rates.
look,
Yeah.
Necrons are in the lead from last count, but My boy Death Guard, looking good.
He's
Yeah,
just
looking
trucking
good.
his way through the whole game, isn't he?
Yeah, that's right.
Tell you what, the more I see this way the Nurgle plays, the more I like it.
Mhm.
I'm warming up to it more and more. At first, I wasn't sure that the Beast and Nurgle would be able to hold their damage.
Yeah, they were the whiffle part of the bat.
They were,
Yeah, that's right.
very much so. But I think these Beast of Chaos are just coming up clutch more and more and more as the game continues. Just their lack of willingness to step down out of the battlefield and just keep grinding away against
Mhm.
these rates. That's what's really turned this game from a close game
Mhm.
into what's going to slowly edge its way into a harder and harder and harder victory for that Nurgle player.
That's right.
Because the longer this game goes, exactly what you said earlier, Eric, the longer this game goes, the more comfortable Nurgle feels. The
Mhm.
more powerful those units get, the stronger that resistances stack up. It's just going to slowly grind its way through those forces.
Mhm. All right. More scarabs dead. All right, that was the mortar there. Very nice. Slowly chipping away.
Yeah, very slowly, but
Mhm.
hey, when you're playing Nurgle against Necrons, what
It
do you
is
expect, hey?
slow. All right, Dom FA is coming in hot. Mortaran is fighting last again. All right, here we go. Wraiths are going to activate.
Let's see what happens in this combat, eh?
All right, bunch of wounds going through.
I believe so. Alright, it seems there's a little bit of confusion between players, but they're back on track now, straight
Mhm.
back into the thick of the gaming.
All right, saves are taken. Beasts are still up and running. Firing all sluggy cylinders.
Yep,
You think those are cylinders on the side?
of the Beast of Chaos. No,
Uh,
my beautiful little friends there.
the beasts of chaos that are
The
not on the
Beasts of
board.
Chaos that aren't on the board, that aren't
Yeah,
real.
yeah,
Yep, those ones. On a different note, Beasts of Nurgle. Let me tell you about those,
yeah,
okay?
yeah. That's right.
They are a disturbingly grotesque yet surprisingly chirpy unit.
Hmm. All right, here comes the swingbacks from.
Just how hard can these claps clap back, isn't it?
Yep.
Oh, that's a hot
Slappy
blow to open.
boys. Here we
Yeah.
go. Couple saves. Good roll. Not bad.
Yeah. And this second arc drops. That's a huge power swing
Mhm.
right there.
Yeah,
We
okay,
have
so
a
that.
big concentrated pocket of Necrons around Mortarion still, which
Mhm.
I think is the only big point of resistance left on the board.
Mhm.
So it's going to be the question of can he just grind that all the way down?
Look, I'm really impressed with the performance of the flash mowers. To be honest, you know, he took on the Void Dragon. Who would win, Void Dragon or one lawnmower from space?
Turns out that the grass is greener. After he mows through a Void Dragon, isn't it?
Yeah, and it looks like that other flesh mower just ran through a Doomsday Ark.
Doomsday Arc
Yeah,
and some Scarabs, and he's about to kill off the rest of the Scarabs and backline in the next couple of turns.
that's right.
Things are truly looking grim for these Necrons.
All right, here we go. Slappy
I
boys.
saw a 6 and a 5. Don't know what it's for, but that can't be good for the Nurgle player.
Mhm. All right. The base.
Alright,
Will he
base of
lose?
Nurgle. Yep.
Nope.
Yep. I said it right that time, but they still lose a base.
Yep. Oh, okay. So
Perhaps if I
that
just call
object.
them Beasts of Chaos, they won't lose models.
Yeah, that's
Maybe
right.
that's the trick. Yeah.
That's right. Look, that objective is looking not great for Death Guard, but
No.
Mortarion's about to swing in very soon.
Exactly. The great equalizer himself, isn't it?
That's right.
Alrighty. Looks like we got 3 saves coming down.
Okay, Mortarion
Ooh.
still hanging in there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
He's taking a lot of hits though.
I believe he is down to 1 wound left.
One win
One
remaining.
single bloody wound left on the big man himself.
Oof.
You know what they say though, that's not even close.
Yeah. It's just enough.
It's just enough.
Yeah.
More than I needed.
As many people say, health is a resource.
Health is truly a resource.
Yep,
I
that's
think
right.
Pels on his next cast is exactly the resource he wants to spend, isn't it?
Oh yeah. All right,
Alrighty.
here we go. Swing back, coming in hot.
The big swing-a-ling-a-ling coming
Douche.
straight in.
All right, big hits. Let's see how much damage he can swing into.
The question will be is what he wants to actually try to clean up here.
Mhm.
Does he want to try and get that Nightwing off the board early, or does he want to actually try and clear off the rest of those units?
All right, we got an explosion.
Yeah,
I think the Nightbringer just went down.
I believe he might have, yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh.
Mortarion is down. And Nightbringer's
And the
down.
Nightbringer. That's the
Team.
best one for one of.
Wow. What an epic battle right there.
Exactly. You know what they call
Ouch.
that? They call that a stalemate.
Ooh, this is a big swing.
That
Losing
was.
Mortarion is not ideal here.
However, with 3 Plague Bursts still rocking the boat relatively unharmed.
Yeah, I mean, they can just drive onto the objectives and
Yeah.
use their bases.
I mean,
But,
he's even set up. He has the big old sweeper where you just push all those bodies out of the way.
yep.
Just claim that turf for him. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Right, here we go. Finishing up the attacks here. Or wrapping up the combat phase here. All right, another Wraith goes down. This is really, really big here.
I think the game is starting to really show itself in its true
Mm-hmm.
nature now. As the game's just swaying closer and closer into a
Mm-hmm.
Death Guard decisive victory, I think.
Yeah. The worry is, Death Guard, they've got the tanks, right? But they don't really have many melee threats left besides that one Flesh Mower at the backline there.
That's true, that's true. But they have the Beast of Chaos, that's all you need, right?
That's right.
One Beast of Chaos.
Start summoning things.
Exactly. Beast of Nurgle. They really have shown their own this game.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't convinced when I first saw them. I have been thoroughly converted though.
Mm-hmm. Figures. Skull.
What was round 1 secondary?
What's that?
Round
All right,
one,
we're just going to
the
get a
second is
quick score update
Round one.
yeah.
going into the Necron's turn. All right. Igor is moving the Scarabs up. He's going to intercept that little squad of Furies on the edge there. All right. Leaving that character on that objective, facing down the Flash Mower. All right, Scarabs also moving out from the right flank there. All right, we've got a score update.
Round three. Round one, secondaries on the bottom. That's round three right now. You're looking at round three? Yeah.
So,
Alrighty, we're just sorting out some points for the round one secondaries that we missed, and then we'll give you the update of that alongside this battle round's objectives points.
all right.
So, yeah.
So while we were getting the scores, just a quick update there. The Scarabs moved up away from the Flash Mower to intercept those Furies there,
Yep,
slow it down.
very true, very true.
Really
Yep.
cool move. He's already scored it for the round, so he doesn't really need
Need
to.
them there much
Yeah,
longer at all.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's right. He still
totally
holds
right.
the center objective there. In fact, he holds both center objectives, so he still has that board dominance.
It's going to be very interesting to see what the Necron player does with what is left of his blades. Because I think if they can clap back hard this time, they'll be in a very good spot to try and wreak havoc along that backline with the double plague claws.
Hmm.
But if they get tied down again, if they can't clear out that last beast, if they don't get a good movement off,
Hmm. All right, we've got a cheeky little squad of demons
yeah,
dropping in.
it's no beast of Nurgle. But
No,
hey,
it is Demon E.
sometimes all you need is a couple of little Furies diving on into backlines. Alrighty, so let's see what's happening on the movement.
All right, we've got a
Ooh,
quick score update. Okay, we've got 39 for Igor, and that looks like to 30. Yep. All right, Igor leads by 11 points. All right.
yeah. So despite the grinding going against him, he's still holding his own on the objective play. It'll
Hmm.
be very interesting to see what actually happens over the next two turns of closure towards this
All right.
objective play.
Looks
Can
like.
his lead hold? Or is he going to get slowly pushed down and have his momentum reverse entirely against him?
All right, shooting phase. Now that the katana are all dead, no more psychic for
No.
Igor. All right, we've got a bunch of hits here. Couple of. All right, Furies are down.
That they are, my friend.
All right, Destroyer Lord coming in.
Alrighty. So,
All right, Flesh Moa's taking a couple of more
another
hits here.
wound. Yep, 2 wounds total taken on that model so far. Not too bad at all.
Hmm. All right, coming into charge phase.
Oh, best phase of the game. Let's see what happens.
Yep.
Alrighty. So we have some flayed ones who have arrived. We're going to try and charge onto that middle objective. Objective number 2, that's on left of the center. They do not make their charge though. They need an 11 and they, I believe, rolled only a 6.
Fine.
Alrighty. Oh, that's a very low roll there, but the Scabs, all they needed apparently was the 2. They make it into the Furies.
All right, looks like we got a comment here. Loving the multicam, thank you. Says you're a bit quiet, Chris.
I'm a bit quiet. Oh,
Oh,
apologies. I will try to speak a little bit louder.
there you go. Thank you, Ragni, for that.
I can definitely speak louder. That's okay with me. I usually have to be a little bit quieter when I'm on stream.
All right.
But, okay. Alright. Mr.
Okay.
Scott himself, our tech man, has said he will play around with it a little bit. Meanwhile, we're going to keep going with the commentation.
Hmm.
So, we have some Furies that have been charged. We have some flayed ones who have failed their charge. And we have the middle grind still going on as per the usual.
Mhm.
I believe down on the bottom objective as well, there was a little bit of a scuffle that happened.
All right, combat going off. Will he survive?
It's a beast of Nurgle. He'll never die. No, come on, come on.
We
Keep him
got
there. Keep him
a
there,
comment
please.
from Marky Mark. Championship is taking place at the Game Center, Narrellan, formerly all game traders at MacArthur Square. It's a new venue, looking really awesome, and we're just gonna get a quick check on the address. And let's just pop that. There we go. Beautiful. Look at that.
Oh, how good. How high quality.
High quality, crispy, and we shouldn't limit it to
Exactly
that
that.
much. All right, check out the Game Center. Lovely hosts. And now the autofocus is all messed up.
Look, we don't talk about that, okay? You had to bring it up. We were doing so well. That was so seamless. I didn't even see the fingers in screen.
Yeah.
And then you went and brought it up. Wow. I'm so disappointed in you.
All right, there we go.
Alrighty, let's
More
distract ourselves with.
more combat.
No! My beast of Nurgle! Oh
Yeah,
no!
it's gone, man.
Oh,
And now they've piled into the tank, and
this was all a great ruse. You guys baited me.
yeah.
You wanted to just blindside me while that model got removed.
All right, it looks like these scarabs have wiped out those intercepting furies as
Yeah.
well.
And I've done a very cheeky little jump back over the wall just to get
Very
out of
nice.
line of sight as
Well,
well.
he has to. He's got to pile into the closest model. So there
Not a
you go.
pile in, it is in fact actually a
Legal move, as
again a
as they say.
consolidation even.
That's right. Yes, that's right. Not
Yes.
pilot, consolidation. I mean, consolidation is very much a pilot.
Quite likely, yes. Alrighty, we've just been tagged with the 1 hour left in game, boys and girls.
Okay, so we've got a bunch of flash mode attacks. He's gone for the multi-attack.
Yep.
All right, bunch of saves.
And there he
And
disappears.
all right, Flash Mower has taken
Huge moment.
that back objective. Very nice.
Yep.
Man, I'm really impressed with these feather blow drones.
Yeah?
You know, they traditionally they've been run with the flamers, but ever since they lost the fall back and shoot, they've
The
gone for
combat
the
versions.
yeah,
Yeah.
the combat versions are
It's where
pretty
it's
nice.
at, man. I mean, if you're gonna play Nurgle, surely you gotta eventually get
Yeah,
into
you get the
combat,
get the
right?
lawnmower, man. Get the
And
lawnmower.
those moments they swing with Death Shroud, with Mortalion, with these guys,
Hmm.
it absolutely hits like a truck.
I'm actually really surprised and very cool. All right. Well, it looks like we've got Death Guard controlling 1, 2, 3 objectives.
Yep. So it looks like both of our top objectives are Death Guard controlled. We have the middle one on left that's controlled as
Oh
well
yes,
by the
I forgot.
Sorcerer,
That's
with the
actually a
failed charge by the Flayed ones.
That's
And then
right.
finally, what just happened in that bottom left corner
I
is
keep
that we have a fourth objective claimed.
yes, I keep thinking that middle sorcerer is actually a Necron.
Ah, I mean,
It is the smallest. I thought Death Guard is big and chunky, man. But
Well,
we'll play.
that's a little bit rude to assume they're all big and chunky, isn't
Look,
it?
you know,
Have you seen the flies on Typhus's back? They're actually pretty fat for those flies as
yeah,
well. Okay, I'll be honest, look.
yeah,
But hey, it's the little things, okay?
yeah. All right.
Alrighty, so it seems like what is happening is there's some movement to try and finish off those scab swarms, and those models in the middle have tied up one of the tanks, and the other two tanks, and the sorcerer as well,
Mhm.
need to make some momentum happen towards actually capturing that fourth, or objective number two, the one on the right of the dead center ones.
Mhm.
If that can happen, I think the momentum will properly be reversed. Oh, that was the best U-turn I've ever seen a tank do in my entire life.
Yep.
How does this pilot do it?
Yep. Okay. Tanks are going to stay in combat as you should. That back tank is still going to tag that objective there.
Yep,
Now I just realized those aren't actually demons, but they are flare. Rix and Ray says no body shaming. Nurgles comes in all shapes and sizes. That's true.
that is very
That's
true.
true. All right.
Yep,
All right.
yep, yep.
Fair enough.
They usually come in the American Macca's large, but
Yeah.
hey, that is very true to see.
Look, it's about trends.
Yep, yep, yep.
Yeah. All right. We've got a couple of charge rolls happening here. No, sorry, shooting.
No, shooting shots first, shooting
Yes.
first.
All right, we've got entropy cannons coming in hot. Oh no, sorry, psychic. They've slapped a debuff on those flayed ones there.
Yep.
All right, so nothing too big happening here with the psychic. I mean,
No.
he's only got the malignant playcaster left.
I believe so, yes. So I think it's quite a slow phase for him, but I think this is the phase that's warming up into quite an exciting one. It's all the charge rolls.
Yep. Charge rolls coming in hot. Oh, sorry, shooting. Sorry.
Shooting phase first,
Yep.
actually, I think. What is he shooting with, though? That's the question. Oh, he's shooting off the immortals on the backboard.
Mhm. Yeah, those were
Very
left over
clever.
from
Yes.
the cryptek there with the
Yes.
teleport.
I forgot that they were even there.
Well, that's the idea, right?
Exactly, yep. You remind your opponent about it every turn until it matters.
Mhm. All right.
Oh.
More flayed ones going down to stubble fire.
Yep.
Here comes the entropies, I think. And he's dead. All right, charge rolls coming in.
Yeah, coming in hot on those charges.
He
So
is.
Blight Drone slaps into those scab swarms.
Mhm.
Quite likely going to clean them up this turn.
Mhm.
If not, bring them very close to the edge of being cleaned entirely.
Mhm.
And I believe that's the only charge roll they're doing. So we're
Mhm.
jumping straight into the combat phase.
Yep.
And we're going to start with my
Here
favorite little
comes
drone
the
with a
multi-attack.
million and a half attacks.
That is a Scarab Blender.
I agree.
And that's the unit gone.
That was a very efficient and quick unit wipe, isn't it?
That's right.
I guess when they're
I
just
mean,
scav
it's
swarms,
the perfect weapon
it is,
to
isn't
clean
it?
up some scarabs. I'd take a lawnmower.
Yes. I would take a lawnmower any day of the week to clean
Yeah.
up some scabs lurking out in my backyard, hey?
Mm.
Alrighty, let's see what happens with the rest of this phase. So I believe the Wraiths are about to have a swing in.
All right. Death Guard still maintains objective dominance.
Very healthy dominance so far.
It's going to score big here. All right. Jumping straight in to Necron's turn.
Yep.
He- Now we've got a contest on the objective in the center there.
Yep, so there are two flayed ones currently contesting that objective.
All right. Wraiths are jumping.
The Wraiths are making the big hop, skip, and elite.
All right.
But where are they going? That's the
They're
big
trying to
question.
seize that back
Back
objective.
line
I mean,
objective,
there's only
yeah.
one tank there.
Yep, so three of them just hovering. They don't even need to risk the combat if they really don't want to. They'd
That's
be
right.
completely fine to fight.
Yeah.
But yeah, this might actually keep the Necron player in the lead enough to actually claim that big dub.
Yeah. Well, he's got to stay alive
Exactly.
on those objectives there for the next turn.
If he can hover around and live long enough, I think he'll be in a very healthy spot. Trying to figure out what to do with that Destroyer Lord. It's always a tough spot when you're in front of a Plague Blast Caller what to do, isn't it?
Hmm. All right. The Wraiths have gone for the charge.
They have gone for the big charge coming in here as well. And they've happily made it.
Okay. Let's see if he can wipe that tank.
Yeah. I think this game is absolutely going to come down to the wire.
Hmm.
Although Death Guard seems to be in control board control wise,
Hmm.
the points are actually still Necron favoured currently. Alrighty, it seems like there is not much movement left to happen in this game.
Hmm.
I think all the pieces are pretty set where they are.
Yeah.
It'll just be the question of can that last minute bit of damage be clutch enough to pull a lead out for one player or the other.
Yeah. Look, the flayed ones are, pretty weak. They,
They are. Oh, and we have a very big boy that just marched his way towards
yeah, it's
them.
like, have that, take that. Oh, and he's
And we have
gonna,
the second one. Oh, with the cheekiest little swing and tag I've seen in a
yeah.
while.
So Tokyo Drift.
Yep, I love it. Dude, I wish I could drive tanks like this. In fact, I wish I could drive tanks at all.
Yeah, that would be very cool.
It would be cool. I think it'd be quite an experience. I'd love to try it once. Just once.
That's right. All right, here comes the shooting. Gonna
And
hose
pop a
those.
pop pop goes the flayed ones.
Okay,
More like dead ones, am I right, guys? Or
got him.
I'm so
Haha.
sorry.
Sorry, Chad.
Alrighty. And the rest of those shots are being dedicated where is the big question.
I think it's gonna go into the Destroy Lord there. Ooh, okay. Managed to inbound some of those shots there. Very
Yes, I
nice.
believe he got the cheeky 4+ inbound on that Destroyer Lord.
Yep. All
That
right.
was
Second
very
tank
close.
coming in.
Ooh, a Wraith is popped. Okay.
Okay. All right. Lord is
Alrighty, so the
about to take.
mortars are shooting the back pocket, I believe, and everything else is hitting that Destroyer Lord.
Yep.
Let's see what happens here.
Entropies. One round. Ooh. Ooh.
That
Makes it.
is
Stubbers.
a healthy amount of shots coming down.
That's enough wins. All right. Here
Oh.
comes the mortar.
Yep, straight into the back line there. And it is going to possibly pop all 3 bases there.
Hmm.
Ooh, I think my Scab friends are about to disappear very
Mm-hmm.
quickly here.
All right. Scarab is down to the last model here. He's gonna do the reanimation protocol. See if he can get some
Yep.
back. I don't think
And
that's enough.
I think he just gets enough there, yeah.
All right. More shots coming into the Destroy Lord.
Yep, okay, here we go.
Oh boy.
How many
That's a
shots can a destroyer get
that's a big
shot
roll.
by? That's a terrifying amount of, oh, okay. Bye bye, Mr. Scarab friend. There we go. Didn't even bother letting the wound walls go through proper.
Hmm.
Alrighty. This Destroyer Lord is taking the world and back in damage. I love it.
Hmm. That is surprisingly tanky.
Yeah. I mean, it Necron character.
Yeah, that's right.
Does he pop? No, he doesn't. No. I believe that was a wound kind of going down for him. So Destroyer Lord is going to heroically intervene into that vehicle, it looks like.
Hmm.
He's going to try and get some distance down, I believe, just to help buff up some troops later.
Hmm.
Moving towards those Necron Immortals we can see currently in the top section of the board,
Yeah,
just behind that middle building.
yeah. Well, if he can get those immortals where he needs to go. Yep, there we go. Obsec slapping the button there.
Yep. I'll get scores sorted for you guys in just a moment here. We're just going to get them updated online and then we'll send it straight through into us.
Right, getting a quick score update.
Uh, awesome.
All
Alrighty.
right, I think game is called.
Yeah, so we're just tallying up scores for them right now.
It was a nail biter. All right, we're updating the scores here. It's pretty close. From what I understand, it may be a tie.
Yeah, I think
Uh,
they were chatting just then. It might be looking like it's a tie currently.
yep.
We're just doing our final calculation on it all, and then we will let you know.
All right, I think we've got some final scores happening here. It looks
Yeah,
like Feud has scored 75 points and Igor has scored 71.
71 points. Yeah,
Wow,
which
nail biter, which
it absolutely
translates
was.
into a draw.
Yes, under this current rules pack, we're doing that game as a draw.
Yeah, look, two big titans slapping about.
Exactly that.
Right,
Yeah.
we had the Nightbringer, we had the Void Dragon,
Yep.
we had Mortarion. Right,
I think the highlight of
all
the game for
died.
me was seeing Mortalion and the
Yeah,
Nightbringer just splat each other all in one
yes,
go.
that's right.
Yeah. Were any big highlights from you?
Look, I was really a big fan of the flash mower. The
Yep.
fact that that single flash mower managed to move up the entire flank and kill everything in its path,
Yep,
awesome.
exactly that. Have you ever heard of the phrase one man army before?
Look, one drone army.
One lawn mower man army. How does this machine keep on ticking? Hey?
Yeah. All right. Richland Ray says, good game, awesome effort. Yeah, it was a really close game. Looks like both had a lot of fun there. A lot of
Yes.
tricks on both sides.
Very,
So,
very tension-filled game. I
yeah, that's right.
absolutely loved watching that one.
Hmm.
I think it was really interesting to see just how much those Necrons could actually maintain their lead with, and how hard it was for that Death Guard player to actually pull the lead out from under him. Despite seeing those Death Guard models slowly crunch through everything, like we
Hmm.
expect them to do as that game went on, I think the fact that those Necrons could get ahead early was
Hmm.
absolutely pivotal in them actually claiming that win.
That's right. All right, what we're going to do is we're going to cut to some player cam shots while we go on a bit of a break while we wait for the next
Round
pairings.
to start, yeah.
Yeah. All right, don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Alrighty.
Yep, got some handshakes there. Very
So it's muted.
It's all minus.
All right, players are starting to trickle in. We're going into round two. Hope you guys keep. Hopefully, you guys in the chat um, didn't keep you guys waiting too long. Lots of laughs here. All right, we're gonna do the pairings into the second round. Could we get a team name on those? All right, Aussie Battlers versing. Hey, it's the stream team. Hello. All right, I'm looking into the camera. Look at you, looking at the camera. Hey, we're sitting in the corner. Um, do we? All right, we got Aussie Battlers coming up versing Sweep the Leg. They're going to be doing their pairings really soon. Mm-hmm.
Might be overseas. We did change over table. Oh, we have. Oh.
Yeah, yeah. So those in the chat, it is a. We're going to be rolling some mysterious dice.
Yeah, we have a very unique dice there on the roll in. I
Yep.
love it. Yep. Symbol better be on the one though, right? Yeah, perfect. All right, I'm being attacked by the players, so
All
I
right,
think
here
this
we
team's
are
going to
at
forfeit by default.
the game center
Oh, here
in
we are. Yes.
Narrellan. Check it out, guys. Great
it's
venue.
it's actually a really nice venue. We're going to be back here in a couple of weeks, streaming.
Streaming Middle Earth Strategy Battle Game
Exactly that.
Masters.
Yeah, the Masters event. You'll see
Yeah.
me on top table, game 5. How exciting is that?
I'm gonna get 5 games. Oh
Why
yeah,
not? Why not?
no, you're gonna
Let's
be on
have
top table.
6.
Yeah, you're gonna be
I'll
on
put in game
game.
6 so I can have the remake of game 5 when I'm not
Yes,
there. You
the
know? Yep.
sequel,
Exact. The
the
sequel.
sequel that we never
The
wanted.
Reckoning. Yep.
Um, and yeah, so that Masters event is actually uh, the premier event.
It
Got
is.
Victorians coming in.
Yes, we do.
You know,
I believe there's a small group of, I believe 6 people in total from Victoria coming up.
yeah,
Oh, we
they
have the
won
shout out. Has Victoria ever won a
20.
Masters? Probably not.
Oh
I just
no.
think, yeah, New South Wales is number 1. I
Yeah,
completely
fair enough.
agree. You know, the only thing Victoria's ever done is come second, and that's yeah, and get COVID. I agree, that too. But that might be a hot topic, you know. Yep, but
That's
you
right.
know, it's fine. To any of our Victorian viewers out there, bad luck.
All right, we've got a question here. What's your
Yeah,
matchup?
sorry, not sorry.
What matchup do we have? Look, we're still waiting on both teams to decide which pairing they want to go into the stream table here. Do you want to talk a little bit about how this team format works, Chris?
Yeah, so it's actually quite exciting the way this works. So both teams roll off. The team that loses the roll off gets declared the defender. What the defender gets to do is essentially the attackers will put forward a list. It'll be any of these three lists because it is a three-player teams event.
Hmm.
The team that's so team one, let's say, puts forward list A. Team two then gets to pick any of their three lists to
Hmm.
fight list A, and that team who then picks which list fights. So
Hmm.
team two in this case
Yep.
gets put onto the table of team one's choice.
Oh,
So team
okay.
one shows a list,
Hmm.
team two picks the opponent,
Hmm.
team one picks the board. And
Yep.
then you swap. So team two will put the list forward, team one will be able to counter pick their list, and then team two will
Hmm.
again pick board, which will leave exactly one list for each team and
Hmm.
one board left per round matchup. And that has to be the third list on both teams.
All right. Looks like they are going to roll off and do the
Yeah.
first pairing. It's Team Sweep the Leg and Aussie Battlers.
Yes.
All right. That's the shot of the table that we'll be playing on. A lot of open space in the middle there. Both teams are making their decisions.
Alrighty, so the first game is gonna be Admech versus Tau.
Mhm.
And with the table picking, uh, they have taken the middle table, so that's not going to be the stream game today.
All right. So Tau versus Admech
Tau
on
versus
table two.
Admech. We've been promised a good-looking army, so I'm excited. Is it the man himself, or is it the army that's good-looking? That's the real question, isn't it?
All right. So to answer your question is not Tau and not AdMech. All right. We got Custodes, got Death Guard, we've got an Eldari list. All right, we've got Death Guard again on the list on the stream team, the stream board, versus a mixed Eldari list. All right. All right, we're working out the secondaries here. All right, let's go through that Death Guard list first. It looks like pretty much a very similar list from last time. Another beautifully painted Mortarion here. Let's have a look at the list.
Yeah, let's have a look at that Eldar list coming
All right,
in.
it is also Play Company the Inexorable. You've got a Chaos Lord. You've got two Flesh Mowers. Triple Plague Burst Crawlers. Very similar to the previous one. You've got Epidemius. You've got that uh, Beast of Chaos combo here. Again, it's pretty much identical to the previous list.
I like it. The
look,
classic rinse
look, it
and
did real.
repeat. Here
Yeah,
we go.
look, it did really well last time.
It
It
did.
probably will do really well this time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'd love to see the deployment differences.
yeah,
I think that'll really show what makes or breaks
mm,
a list like this. How well it's deployed and how well it's executed.
that's right. Now let's have a look at this Craft Worlds list if we can find it. All right, we're just figuring out what objective mats to use for the stream. It's a little bit hard to see for you guys at home if we're using the see-through ones. Oh, we've got ones that can be seen. All right, now we've got the Craft Worlds Eldari and Drukari mix list. We've got a Craft Worlds detachment here. Expert crafters, masterful shots, as expected. Farsi Sky Runner, Wall Sky Runner. The Farsi has a Doom and Executioner, so
Yeah.
dishing out the damage, and we've got the debuffs. We've got Wall Sky Runner. It's got Quicken and Restrain. Oh, interesting. No Jinx or Protect, which is what you normally would
Yeah.
see. We've got some Storm Guardians with double fusion as expected as well.
Yep.
We've got double Shining Spears, skilled riders on both the Exarch and Laser Lance.
Yep.
Pretty common here. Triple Dark Reapers, Tempest Launcher on
Yeah.
each.
I
Uh,
don't
yeah,
mind it.
yeah,
Hey.
three units of three with the rapid shot, so getting lots of shots there.
At
We've got
least one shot, I've been told. At
Yes,
least
at
one.
least +1. Now we've got the Warwalkers, double star cannons on all of them as well.
Big
That's
surprise. Wow.
well,
Yeah.
yeah, that's a premium, optimized choice there.
Yep.
Probably in that big squad there. So that we've got a spearhead detachment. He's also got a cheeky Crimson Hunter. It's a little bit of a
Yeah.
flyer.
I don't mind that. I like that
Yeah.
a lot.
All right. In the Drukari patrol detachment, we've got a Beastmaster. We've, we've got a Beastmaster. I've got your brain, got some Cavalites, double Incubi, and some
Ooh.
Razor Wing Floss. So, a couple of troops, a couple of flyers. All right, we've got a close-up shot of Eldar in a box, looking beautiful there.
How good is that? Let's hope they stay in that box, hey?
Yes, that's right. We've also got double Venoms to transport those Cavalites as
Yeah,
well.
we do.
And then, as expected, we've got Drazar leading those Incubi. We've got
Yep, I love that.
got
Yep.
a
A nice
Succubus.
thematic, fun choice.
We've got a Succubus and also some witches as well. So a nice, really well-rounded.
Really well rounded. Lots
Yeah,
of bodies,
yeah,
lots of obsec,
yeah.
and lots of weight of dice.
Yes,
This is
weight of
going to be a
dice,
very
a lot of
interesting
damage
game.
as well. Yeah.
Yes.
Look, it's going to be pretty interesting to see how this plays into Death
Yeah.
Guard being so tanky.
Yep.
Um,
We said last game that Death Guard is like a death by one single cut that takes 1,000 years.
yeah, look,
Well, this is truly going to be 1,000 cuts against it. Hey.
it's the Whifflebat with a ton of bricks inside.
Yep.
It's going against the, I don't know, bit of
No, come
sand.
on. You got this. Come on. Tell
Oh
me.
no,
What is
look,
it?
I'm stuck,
Don't
man.
panic. Come
You
on.
got, I'm choking, man. I can't come up with another one.
Well, regardless, this is going to be a very interesting game.
Yeah.
Players are just picking which secondaries they're doing and all that sort of stuff at the moment. Once they get that sorted and start deployment, we will get started with the game proper.
All right, we're just finalizing the exchange of lists and doing a quick list check on each other. Very nice. Oh, very cool. We've got deploy scramblers, engage on all fronts, and mental interrogation for the Eldar player. That's a pretty common combo there. No, Republic of Gamer. All right. Armies are being brought out. All right. Thank you for joining us in the chat. Feel free to ask any questions. All right. Armies are being brought out.
Yeah.
Exciting times.
Alrighty.
Dice boxes out.
All the fun
Lock
stuff
and
is
loaded.
happening. Yeah.
All right. We're looking at the mission here. All right. We've got a mission here. It is vital intelligence. So again,
Alrighty.
we've got the classic 6 objectives, but it is on a oblique deployment,
Yeah.
right? Diagonals.
I love the diagonal channel deployment, actually. It's, I think, one of my favorite ways to play this game.
Hmm.
The thing that makes diagonal deployment so interesting is you get asymmetric deployment
Hmm.
based around terrain, essentially.
Yeah.
So the way that usually terrain is formatted is, as we can see on the top down right now, you have these like kind of 90 degrees channels
Hmm.
where things can fight through. Deployment shifting that 45 degrees means you have awkward angles on all of your fire arcs.
Hmm.
It's something that keeps the game really fresh and really interesting in
Hmm.
these type of scenarios.
Now, one thing to keep in mind in this vital intelligence mission is, unlike the previous game where you could control one objective to score that first primary, you actually have to control 2 objectives
Yeah.
for this to score that first primary.
Yeah, so this one's actually two or more objectives,
Hmm.
three or more objectives, and again, the same as last time, holding more than your opponent.
That's right.
So between those three, it's going to be a very interesting game because four of our objectives sit in no man's land,
Hmm.
whilst only one in each person's deployment zone sits actually within theirs.
Yeah, it looks like the secondaries that's been chosen for the Death Guard is to the last, assassinate and engage on all fronts.
Yeah,
So he's going for that board dominance as well compared to the Drukari. Look, it's going to be tricky because the Drukari or Eldar in general is incredibly fast.
they are incredibly quick, yes.
Hmm.
And so it's going to be especially interesting to watch how engage on all fronts works into a list like this. The
Hmm.
assassinate I completely understand,
Hmm.
and to the last I enjoy quite a lot as well.
Hmm.
But that engage, that's the one that I'm going to be really interested to see how it actually plays
Yep.
out.
Now the real question is mental interrogation. Is he going to interrogate Mortarion?
I certainly hope so.
Look, it's going to be a interesting conversation between Mortarion and Fas here.
Yeah, he'll be like, "Oh no, you sound just like my dad. He didn't want to help me, but then he did help me, and I hated it."
uh, all right, we're going to catch it in the chat here. Black Temprap. Can we find out what's on the towel list now? Look, off the top of my head, I believe the towel list is a Farside Enclave list with a big block of 9 Crisis battlesuits. with the airburst fragmentation grenade, projectors, so the flamers, as well as a couple of missile pods. Also a bunch of breaches and I think it's 3 devilfish. So really cool list. And then he's also got the Farsight and the Shadow Sun, so double one card, double carry on. Um, a lot of DACA.
A lot of fun tricks as well. It's a
Yeah,
list that can play both the really hard engage and the sit back and bide their time style of play, and I love the fact they can do that well.
yeah. Farsight Enclaves with those flamers, really good because he plays into
Yes.
their Sep trade, right? It's got the
Yes.
reroll wounds.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
huge.
very, very clever way to play them, I think.
I
And it
do believe.
negates one of the biggest weaknesses of Tau at the moment, which is just a 4+ army.
Yes, that's right. Look, with the FAQ, it's really cool to see Tau doing fairly well because with the
Yes.
Mon card, they do count as stationary, so they can fall back and shoot now.
Yes, I think it is one of my favorite changes that I've
Mm.
seen to Tau. As a Tau player himself, I have found that rule hugely helpful.
Yes, that's right. All right, we got those initial objectives being placed now.
Yep,
They're just going to rearrange a bit of the terrain here to make it a little bit
just to
fairer.
reformat it, yep, all that fun stuff.
Hmm.
And so
All right, objective mats have been placed.
they have been, and the first units are pretty much ready to go.
Hmm. All right, roll off. Here we go. Draw the
Here
first
we
opponent.
go. Big money.
Put it, yeah. Mm,
Yep.
mm.
Yeah, the trays can go anywhere.
Alrighty, so I have a fun fact for all of my viewers out there. We have a Drakari player using an Ad Mech dice tray.
Interesting.
How do you feel about that, Eric?
I didn't know you could get a AdMech dice tray. I kind
Yeah,
of want one.
it looks
Can you
like
get
it's
me
been
one?
3D. I could get it. I'd have to
Okay.
take it off him.
All right, we'll get
But
one
on
on
a
the way
stream, I
home.
think he might notice as well as some of our viewers.
What you're meant to say is we're not getting one. There's one at home.
Oh, okay. Let's try it again. Say again. Say
Yeah.
it again.
Can I get an AdMech dice tray?
No, Eric, I've already bought you lunch today, okay? We have one at home. You don't need
Oh
another
man.
one.
Oh look,
Alright.
I'm pretty sure it's like a paper plate at home.
It could well just be a paper plate. You
Yeah.
never know.
It might as well be. That's the nerf that they deserve.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh no, oh no. The players have heard us. It's okay. We're just talking about his nerfed armor. He knows exactly what's up.
All right. We're setting up the deployment zones here.
Yep. Very exciting to see. I think this game is going to be a very interesting one to
All right, we're
watch, and
going
it's
to
open in
take
two
some
turns.
handy shots of that beautiful Eldar army here.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Make sure to save some of the camera shots for the Death Guard, which is also beautiful.
It's sitting in reserves at the moment, though.
All
As
right,
soon
so
as it comes onto table, I
yeah.
think we'll be grabbing a plenty of close-ups.
All right, we're going through the terrain
The
rules
terrain
here.
rules, yep. It seems the crates they're using true movement for, which means that if you're flying,
Here you
no
go.
restrictions on it. Otherwise, you do have to move the movement up,
Hmm.
cross, and then back down on the other
Hmm.
side to get across them.
Yep, then we've got the ruins across scattered on the board there.
Yep,
Pretty straightforward, obscuring.
yep. And
And
then the
we've
big
also got
grates they're using as forests, I believe.
yes,
Yes.
the little great things. Very
Yeah.
cool.
Very mixed board with a lot of objective play to be had around some very pivotal terrain pieces, I think.
Hmm.
It'd be super interesting to see, especially especially those flying units coming out of the Venoms and the a lot of the Drakai elements of the list. The movement tricks that come out of that,
Hmm.
I'm really interested to see how he's able to exploit that high movement value
Hmm.
against a slow-moving Death Guard army.
Yeah, and look, I think one to watch out is when those incubi hit and what they will hit. Because the
Yes.
last game we had the canoptic rates, and that was their
Yep.
punchy component here. But this time we've got incubi.
Incubi, yeah,
Yeah,
who hit like an absolute freight train.
that's right. With
Especially,
Drazar.
yes, especially with Drazar in the mix.
Hmm.
And put on top of that, you also have the Dark Reaper shooting into
Oh
anything.
well, basically his craft world aspect is the best shooting that they have access to,
Yes.
besides things like Forge World Warp Hunters and stuff like
Yep,
that.
exactly that.
So
So it softened things up, clap them down with some Incubi. It's a wonderful
yeah,
1-2 trick, and I'm
yeah.
very
Look,
excited to see it play.
whenever that whatever is doomed, I think it's gonna die.
I think you might be right.
Yeah.
Yep,
Well, that's generally how
I mean,
Eldar plays out.
that is true
Yeah.
as well. You pick, point, slap, kill. It's
Yeah.
easy.
Put it in the box.
Exactly. Put it back into that wonderful painting box, eh? Alrighty. So it seems most games are getting underway right now with the start of their deployments as well. There's a lot of excitement in the room, lots of laughing, lots of joking.
Yeah. Now, unfortunately, not on camera. I'm just actually looking over there. That Farsight Enclave Tau list is looking pretty sexy.
It is.
Yeah. Just
I believe both lists, oh, sorry, both teams have 6 beautifully painted armies
yeah.
playing at the moment. I think any of those games would have been an absolute gem to put on table number 1.
But we are treated with another Death Guard,
Yes,
and we've got the next challenger being the Eldar.
exactly that. Another one bites the dust.
Mm.
Or so they say for now, isn't it?
Okay. Well, all right. We've got
Alright.
Death Guard placing the
Yep. We got
Plague
the
Burst Crawlers.
outflanking Plague Burst Crawler coming in hot. Yep.
Infiltrating Plague Burst Crawler there. Yep.
No, just a bit of confusion around the deployment zone. Unfortunately, sometimes with those angled deployments, it gets a
Yeah.
bit confusing exactly what's going where. Completely resolved now.
Yep. All right. Out comes the tray of Death Guard.
Exactly
All right.
that.
So the first Plague Burst Crawler has been placed. Now he's putting down the Beast of Nurgle.
Yep. In the beautiful little cheer squad.
Yep.
I think that's what they're officially called. It's like cheer squads of Beasts of Nurgle, right?
Yeah, that's
Yep.
right. All right. That's
And
as
then it'd
like
be a stampede of Beasts of Chaos. Hey.
yes,
Yeah,
yeah.
that sounds about
In
right.
on the other table.
Exactly.
In
On the
2 weeks.
HFS table.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. In a different game, in a
Yes,
different
in
time.
a different universe,
Yeah.
eh?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
All right. He's on the line. He looks like he's probably going to gun for those objectives on
Yep,
the
exactly
right
that.
side there. So very
I think
cool.
that's a very clever play. Get those obscenely resilient units
Mm.
chasing down that objective play as early as you can,
Mhm.
and just hope you can lock it out.
Mhm. All right. Second unit of
Beast of
beasts.
Chaos going down exactly in the opposite spot. It's almost like he's chasing the objective game.
Hey, points win games, right?
Exactly.
Mm.
Yeah.
You want those points? Juicy points. All right.
Yep.
Thanks for watching, guys. And if you're in the chat, say hi. Feel free to ask questions.
Exactly. Call Aoka names. He deserves it.
You can call me names if you really want to, but I'll be just slightly annoyed,
Yeah.
mildly annoyed. You know?
It's a choice.
Yeah.
It is.
I will choose to be slightly annoyed.
Oh, good. I'd be a little bit upset if you weren't annoyed, actually.
Okay.
Yeah. Alrighty. So, we have uh, a Blight Crawler coming down next as well.
Oh, we've got the lawnmower. Lawnmower 1.
Yeah, we do.
All right. You'll also
Dude,
notice we've got a chest clock in the corner there.
yep. It's interesting. I don't know why there's a lawnmower on a snowboard, but perhaps they're getting ready
All
for
right.
spring.
We've got another eye candy shot of the Crimson Hunter.
Oh,
Very beautiful.
it is. Oh, look at that. I think I.
Yep. And we're getting some of that Dark Reaper action in that building there. Very cool. If you haven't noticed already, our camera operator is a big Eldar fanboy.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting. He calls himself a dwarf on paper, but
Yeah,
can't
but
seem to keep the Eldar away. Yeah,
yeah, space elves for some reason.
exactly that. I think he's just scared of squats, and so he sticks to Eldar as his second best.
Yes, that's right. All right, he's placing the
First of the.
third flag roller
Yeah.
behind that building there. Look, you'll notice that his placement here, he's got perfect angles to just drive up and pick through those firing lanes.
Yep.
He's got the two in the middle,
And then
and
he's
he's
got the
got one on the
one
tank.
peeking out the side.
Yeah,
Yep.
that can drive backwards to take the to the extreme flank and shoot down that lane,
Yep.
or drive it forward. Right.
Alrighty, some Venoms are going down on the other side as well. That has your brain and a bunch of troops with her.
Hmm.
And then on the other side, we have.
All right, we've got the bikes dropping very
Yeah, I
soon.
think all of our bikes have dropped now.
Hmm.
So as we can see on screen close, we have some of the bikes right in front of us.
Hmm.
Then we've got more coming out on the other side, and a lot of Dark Reapers hiding up in that building at the
Yep.
moment. And
So.
the second Venom's dropping right there. That'll be the one with Drazar, if I'm not wrong.
Hmm. There we
Five
go.
Incubi and Drazar in that one right there.
Ooh, juicy. I like that one.
Yeah, a
All right.
nice little hit squad. Am I
Yep.
right?
Yep. And if we remember correctly, those things are obscuring, but if you got
Correct.
fly, you can move straight through it.
Straight through it, no penalty.
Yep. And
So
it's
it's,
within striking distance of that far objective there, so
it is.
gonna be
Oh, it's Dark
interesting.
Eldar, my friend. It's in striking range of the next board over.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah,
right. And the next game.
exactly
Yeah.
that. Yep. I think they might even be able to make it
I think
downstairs.
they were actually from the previous game.
Yeah, that's true. Hey,
Yeah.
it's just the same army, isn't it?
Yes, that's
Yeah.
right. Oh baby, we've got the Warwalkers.
Yeah.
So he's chosen not to outflank them. I think he's gonna park them
Place them
out
straight
back.
in on game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
look, get them shooting turn one. That's kind of what you want.
Yep, exactly that. Eldar chicken walkers, man. They may
Hmm.
look flimsy, but they pack a lot more punch than
Hmm.
people think.
All right, so we've got Mortarion dropping up right in the open.
The big man himself, dead center,
Ooh,
right in
okay,
the
all
open.
right, all right. He's taking a good risk here. He's banking on the
Turn one.
turn one to not, and if he loses turn one, he's banking Mortarion to not die.
I
I
think
mean,
that's not the world's worst
look,
decision.
he's got denies. He can block the doom, right? The shooting is pretty good for the craft worlds, but a lot of the damage is actually in the melee, so he's should be safe from melee this turn.
The Eldar could hit him if they really wanted to.
That's true with the
It'd be
bikes.
risking big charges,
Yeah,
but it's definitely something they could want to do if they
yeah, that's right.
really want to push for it.
But yeah, that's the other thing is if he tries and goes for the Mortarion snipe, he's going to be committing the vast majority of his army,
Correct.
and
Yep.
they're going to get hosed.
And so the question is, who's baiting who?
Mm.
Love it. Seems like the gentlemen are ready to kick straight into their game. The handshake's coming out, and here we go.
All
Roll
right,
off
turn one,
return.
roll off. We've got a four.
Four followed by a one.
All right, Death Guard has.
Taking the turn.
Yep, he has turn one.
Alrighty. So, with turn one started, it'll be interesting to see who wants to go where with what.
All right, he's gone
First
for
unit of beast
the
have tapped
advance.
the objective. Yep, that's what they needed.
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
All right, we've got a advance roll. Got the Flesh Mara moving up.
Yep.
right in the center there.
The lawnmower itself. It's not quite the heroic last stand one of the game one,
Hmm.
but we shall see what sort of name it claims for itself.
Yeah, I mean, a
Yeah.
lot of toughness 3 models there for it to munch up.
We shall see exactly what it can mow through this game. I'm
Hmm.
hoping it can mow through it some chicken walkers.
Hmm.
I'd also love to see it stomp through a Farsi if possible, maybe even a Jazar.
Hmm.
But look at that, Mortalian's coming straight up center board.
Yep, he's gone for the
No
advance.
fear at all.
Yeah. Look, I think this is the correct play. The longer the game goes, the more of the board that the Eldar is going to take over. So
Especially
he,
with engaging all fronts, you need to start building that lead early on that movement game.
yeah, that's right. And with Death Guard, they kind of need to spread their footprint a bit to
Exactly
cover
that.
this diagonal deployment.
With a triple plague burst,
Mm,
I think you need to open up that box
mm,
and then close it like a vice in the mid game. I think to really get the bang for your buck even. Exactly like we saw in game one,
mm,
where they were able to expand out,
mm,
force that movement from the other player straight into the middle board, and then just surround and clap in on those rates. That's exactly what they need to do here to some of those fast moving LR units. Get them caught in vulnerable positions,
mm.
pin them down, pick them apart.
Yeah.
If the
Looks
Death Guard can do that, they'll be in a very scary space for the rest of this game.
Look, he's already moving a lot of models onto those forward objectives here. So
Yeah.
it's really in the ball is in
He's throwing the ball
it,
straight away
yeah,
to the other player's hand. Yeah.
yeah.
He says,
To
"Here I
unhinge
am.
him.
What are you going to do about it?"
Yeah, otherwise he's going to score big in the battle round at the top of battle round 2.
But that could well be playing exactly into Eldar's playstyle. Is
Mm.
it, do I play the dancing game 1 and 2? He's going to be stuck on 4 objectives, can't reach me.
Hmm.
And then hit hard, hit fast on turn 2 to 3.
Mm.
There are plenty of options either players could be going for here,
Hmm.
especially knowing that we don't score in turn 1.
That's right.
I'd be very interested to see what happens over the next
Yeah. Now,
probably 3 turns of the game. I think will be really where we get to see the tactics of this
hmm.
Eldar list shine through.
Yep.
Some cheeky old measurements, seeing where those plague bursts are going to tap, what they
Hmm.
could be hitting. Can
Yeah.
they pop that flyer? Look at that, we're checking on
Yeah.
the base. And it seems like they do need to move up quite a little bit. Question will be, can only one of them get there, or do they both manage to shoot?
Hmm. The Plague Bursts are contemplating a move up to try and nail that flyer. Because if the flyer gets unchecked,
It's
look,
going to be a big issue for
it's going
that
to be
Death
very
Guard
tricky.
player. The earlier you bring down Eldar flyers, the better. I think that's a universal rule for all flyers.
Oh, look, I learned
But
that lesson the hard way with my repulsor dying to a
yeah,
Crimson Hunter Exarch. All right, we've got a laughing man in the background here.
yep, he's been kicked off tech.
All right, let me just double check what the Crimson Hunter has.
Alrighty, just a couple of last movements being done with models like Epidemus and last Plague Burst Crawler coming out, taking their peek for the shots. That last one might not have very good angles and range, but I guess he'll be shooting what he can with it.
Hmm. Yeah. So if the Crimson Hunter Exarch, not Exarch, just Crimson Hunter, goes unchecked, it's got the pulse lasers and the bright lances. So it's pretty much his best sort of anti-tank platform. If he takes it out, he's going to be struggling or having to commit a lot of the Star Cannons and the Dark Reapers
To killing those
anti-tank
backline
shots.
tanks,
Yeah,
yeah.
instead of trying to overwhelm the saves of Mortarion or something like that with the
Or
multi-shots.
even thin down those Beasts of Chaos unit. Oh,
Yep.
Nurgle unit. Haha, I got myself this time.
That's right.
Alrighty. With that gorgeous close up of the Dark Eldar and Eldar's positioning hanging over the top of Mortalion, we are looking at, I believe, was
That's it.
about to be the
They,
start of a psychic phase.
yep, that's right. Here you come. Now you notice that the main difference between this list and the previous list is no Furies,
Yeah,
right? But he's got instead of the Furies, he's got a bunch of these
plague
drones.
drones.
Yeah,
Yeah,
plague drones.
it's gonna be interesting to see where he places this drone unit
Hmm.
down, and what he's trying to get out of it.
Hmm.
They're not sitting on an objective, so I think he's playing the distraction play on them,
Yeah, he's
hoping to force out dice onto them for no reason, onto a unit
yeah.
that may not be useful or relevant for the
Hmm.
actual scoring of turn two.
Yeah.
But
I mean, if he ties up those Dark Reavers, that's huge.
I was gonna say exactly that, but that might still be something he has to shoot into
Hmm.
to tie up in the following turn.
Mm.
Plague drones, much like the base of Nurgle,
Mm.
are just a very hard to shift unit. Yeah,
Hmm. Yeah, those that they've actually come onto the table through summoning.
yeah. How interesting is
First
that?
summon of the game, of the
Yeah,
day.
of the day, I
Yeah.
believe. Yeah, alrighty. We have
Right.
miasma coming down.
All
Does
right.
not go off though.
We've got the
No,
psychic
a
phase.
CP roll is happening, and we get another fail, unfortunately.
Oof. All right. Measuring out some more psychic here.
Yep.
Oh, got a smite coming out. Try and go
Yep.
for a deny. All right. Couple of cheeky mortal wounds here. Takes out the bike.
Yeah. Oh no. Is that an incubi? Yep, that's an incubi. I fell out of that back of the transport. He was like, oh no, and jumped back in.
That's right. Oh, that was big. The snipe went off on the Warlock
Yeah.
straight out of the gate. That was a big misposition on Jake's front, leaving
Yes.
him
And it would
exposed.
seem my Death Guard player didn't even notice I was a character being killed just then.
Yes.
Thought it was
Look,
just one of the bikes.
losing the
Yeah.
Warlock is pretty big. It does have Fateful Divergence on his Psychic Power, so that's
Yeah.
a lot of options lost for Jake, but he still has a lot of tricks in the bag, right? So speaking of that, we didn't actually say who do you think
Oh,
who you're
yes.
backing this game.
Predictions. Yes.
Look, last game I backed the Death Guard. This time I'm backing the Elder,
Ooh, okay.
right?
Why are you backing Eldar over Death Guard
Look,
this time?
look, I think out of all the armies I've seen today, this one is looking really nice.
Yep.
A lot. I really enjoy Jake's company here, and look, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
I just like Elder.
That's definitely fair enough. I've had the privilege of knowing Jack for a little bit, and I definitely think he as well
Mm,
is likely to come out on top this game. I think he has a lot of tricks in the books, and I think he has a lot of experience playing armies like this.
mhm.
Yes, Eldar are fragile by comparison to Death Guard, but I think he has all the right tools in the right
Mm.
places to just help pick this list apart piece by piece,
Yep.
so they can't move quick enough to reinforce those punches being pulled.
Yeah. Let's hope losing that Warlock isn't so big blow to his plans.
Yeah.
But I'm sure he's got plenty of plans.
We'll definitely see how that psychic phase holds up and
Mm.
what actually comes out of it.
Mhm. All right. Walker going down.
Alrighty. So one of the walkers drop, I believe.
Yep. This is probably coming from the mortars.
Yep.
Ouch. That was a
Big blow coming out.
yep.
Thankfully, the mortal wounds didn't actually go off onto many things proper.
Mhm.
But yeah,
Look,
losing a chicken and a hero.
Mm.
with opening shots. That's painful. A much quicker first blood than we saw last game, though.
Hmm.
There aren't quite those safety nuggles that last almost to the bottom of turn two.
Right, here comes the next round of shots from the Plague
Yep.
versus Crawlers.
So we have the mortar going into the uh, jet bikes, and then I believe all other shots
Hmm.
are going
Into
into that
Yep.
walker.
All right, another War Walker down. This is pretty devastating right now. He still has the Dark Reapers, so he's still got some Dagger. All right, more. Here comes the mortar.
Yeah. Alrighty.
All right, Bike's taking some damage.
Yeah. Alrighty. I believe this is the second plague burst with its final shots coming through.
Hmm. All right, losing some Bikes there.
Yep. So we have one model in that unit still kicking around.
Hmm. So correction on earlier, the Warwalker is actually not in a unit. Individual models to use the Masterful
Correct.
Expert Crafters.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so we've just doing the leadership for the end of the Death Guard's turn.
Yeah.
Right, so Death Guard has scored 2 points for engage, and he's also managed to get Assassinate
For
right
that
off the
3
bat.
VP, yeah.
Yeah. All right, going into Eldari, turn one.
Alrighty, so as we enter into the Eldars turn one, we have the quick check. What's the toughness of these units? What's the toughness of that unit? What's the
Hmm.
toughness of this? All the right questions coming out.
Hmm.
Just before we get any movement going, we have a one of the jet bikes we can see just on the left of the screen
Hmm.
has actually contested off those beasts of Nurgle,
Yeah, so he
their
won't.
objective.
Yeah, he won't score that at the top of the next battle round.
Correct.
Yeah.
What a cheeky play.
Yep. It's basically the best sort of play at the moment, and probably he won't go for the charge. Just a couple of shots.
Correct.
Yeah.
There's no reason to risk charging.
Yeah. Otherwise, he'll pile in and get more, possibly get
Correct.
more models onto the objective there.
Yeah. Alrighty. There are some big measurements happening for
Hmm.
distances and range of weapons and movement across for objective play.
Hmm.
As our I can't see which unit's moving there quickly.
Yeah, I think that is the Succubus, possibly.
Quite possibly, yes. Alrighty.
All All right, checking the ranges on a couple of the fast-moving units
Yep,
here.
yep, yep. It seems like he wants to hit the lawnmower nice and early.
Hmm.
Yep. So we have the bikes coming out to join.
Yep.
Nice and wide on that movement.
Right, Shining Spears coming out.
It'll be interesting to see where those Venoms go to unload that deadly, deadly cargo.
Hmm. Right, Beastmaster activating Razorwing Flocks flying out is probably going to contest that objective as well.
Yep. And he's allowed to advance and charge them if he really wants
Yeah.
to as well.
Yeah, look, I personally think it would be not a great idea because you've got Morty and the Fleshmob.
Yeah.
Mm.
The question is, who is stronger?
Hmm.
One base of floppy birds
Hmm.
or a big man with bird-like wings?
Hmm. All right.
Alrighty, so that bird unit is actually screening Mortarian's movement forward.
Hmm.
Morty has to tap that unit if he wants to keep moving in that direction.
Yeah. Well,
Or let someone else clear them off with wasted shots, quote unquote.
yeah. Well,
We have
he's
the
got,
raise. Oh,
or he could just fly us down center and come in next turn.
correct.
Yeah.
But that's an extra movement of Mortarian
Yeah.
being turned into a point sink instead of a damage piece.
Yep. Look, the Crimson Hunter's flown right across the board.
Yeah,
So
it just said, look, I'll join you next game, bud.
yeah, look, he's moving right away from Mortarion, and that's a good idea to be honest.
The amount of
Because
firepower it's going to hose down
yeah,
into that corner of the battlefield is going to be hard to match.
yeah.
Alrighty. So it's just picking what these last few units in this corner do.
Hmm.
We have Dark Leapers still up in the building as well. They're probably going to be hosing firepower for as long as they can.
Hmm.
We
Right.
have the Venom with Drazar looking like it's about to move. It's just the great debate of which direction we want to send that bird, isn't it?
Yeah. All right. Your brain is coming out. It's going to shore up those defenses there on that center block there.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Make sure to get a
Yvrain,
shot of that one, Scott. Ibrahim is on the board.
Yvrain has come out and is ready to tango.
Ibrahim. It's right next to the War Walker there. Oh, there she is.
The big lady herself.
Yep, with the long dress.
How does that dress cover that base? We'll never know.
Yeah, almost as long as Bolgswog. Look,
Yeah, but
that's
like
that's
the
that's a
longest boy in the world.
yeah.
Who
That's
would
that.
have thought?
That's for the Middle Earth strategy
Yeah,
battle game guys
exactly
over there.
that. Exactly that. Alrighty, we have one more chicken walker ready to start wandering out.
Yep. Look, he's going to be really careful with all his shooting here because he's lost the two War Walkers. That's
Yeah,
six Star Cannons down the drain. Um,
going second hurts unfortunately with this list.
mhm,
Having the flexibility of turn one, I think would have been equally devastating against them.
that's right. Now we've got some Incubi coming out, probably going for
Yep,
those Pleek drones. Stop them in their tracks.
I think something similar to that might be exactly what they're doing. Alrighty, some cheeky banter being thrown back and forth between the players.
Yep.
I want to make more time and do this because I have options there, but then I think I just want to kill you instead. Some very interesting tactical decisions.
Yes.
I agree
Very.
with both of them though.
Yep.
Killing your opponent typically does help.
Yes. It does push you towards the game state of win.
Correct,
Mm.
yes. If opponent has no models, they know on objective.
Yes. Therefore, you get point. Therefore, equal win.
Exactly that, and with some clever choice of secondaries as well,
Mm.
killing the right units off the right spots can actually be a huge difference.
Mhm.
I'll be especially interested to see how deploy scramblers get sorted this game.
Mhm.
With the loss of a couple of units they probably was hoping would be on the table
Mhm.
for that extra punch. He might be worried about deploying those scramblers turn one,
Mhm.
like is so obviously the expected thing of so many other players.
Yeah. The other component to this is losing the warlock is that's another model that can do mental interrogation that's now off the
Yes,
board.
exactly that.
So he's going to be restricted with his casts.
Secondary choices quite heavily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's going to have to use his fast here uh, to do a couple more spells to try and do the actual secondary. And the other thing is he's lost access to the Sea Council stratagem that gives him +1 to casts.
You're
And
totally right.
yeah,
Yeah.
so again, I know I'm harping it on a lot, but losing that Warlock,
That
ouch.
warlock half an inch out of place.
Mm.
But unfortunately, that's all you need sometimes.
All right, spell's gone off.
Flat three down onto, I believe that is the drones themselves.
Hmm.
So the lawnmower next to Mortalion has taken three wounds off
Yep, from the
a
spine.
really good
All right,
cast. Yeah.
Doom coming in. Ooh, big
Doom
roll on the
cast on
Doom.
an 11.
Very nice.
All right. Mortalion says, and you can have that.
Hmm.
Alrighty. Alrighty. We have a table.
All right, mental interrogate going off. All right, we got that mental interrogate. Nice, very
Straight
nice.
down. I like that. That was good. A good old 9 on the cast,
Hmm.
just after the 11 cast on Doom,
Yeah,
of all
that's
things.
right. And he still
That's a
had the deny,
huge
so
thing. Yeah. Deny that just couldn't quite reach it. Yeah, the Death Guard deny was an 8, for those who are wondering.
hmm, so you have to beat the roll.
Exactly that.
Yeah.
Short by 2. Alrighty. So shooting phase now. We have the
All right.
flyer
Yep. Crimson Hunter coming in.
straight into the bloat drone.
All right, 2 wins on the photo bloat drone in the extreme corner
Oh,
there.
Snake Eyes on the roll as well.
Oof. Two pulses
And I
going through.
believe,
All right, 4 damage done with the disgusting
yeah,
resilience.
that puts him down to 5 wounds taken total so far.
Hmm.
Very aggressive start with that.
Hmm. All right. All right. Cannons going into the plague drones. All right, 1 damage going through. Very
Alrighty.
nice. 3 wins
3
remaining.
wounds left on the drone, I believe.
Hmm. All right, a lot of shuriken. Are they called shuriken in Drukari? Splinter.
Splinter is
Splinter
what
cannon.
they are
That's
called.
right.
Yes.
I'm still in the very craftability mindset.
No. They have splinter weaponry
Hmm.
in Jukai, designed to cause extreme amount of agony and pain, but
Hmm.
not death, ironically enough. Because death is a premium that the Jukai want
That's
to
right.
make as slow and laborious as possible.
Hmm.
It's just like filling out taxes, isn't it?
That's all right. Here come the Dark Reapers.
Alrighty.
All right.
Alrighty. So, the Dark Reapers are heading hard at the moment, doing quite a lot of damage to that lawnmower.
Okay. Loma's still
It's still kicking. I
not
believe it
done
has
yet.
2 wounds left.
All right. Big wave of Tempest shots coming in. This,
Yeah. Ooh. A very hot roll coming out just then.
mhm. Oof.
Alrighty.
Oh, there we go. Does he
Alrighty.
explode? Better.
The
Uh,
first lawn mower has been sheared.
or it
And
does
it goes
explode.
up in flames.
All right. As as we figured out earlier, explosions for Death Guard doesn't hurt Death Guard or
Correct, yeah.
Nurgle in general. A lot of juice apparently.
Yeah.
Nurgle juice.
Slip, slop, slap.
Hmm.
Old mate Morty ain't afraid of a shower, they said.
Mm. All right. Big wave of shots coming in.
Alrighty, we
All
have
right. Here we
more
go.
shots that do.
All right. Second drone going down.
Yeah, both lawnmowers have been absolutely mowed.
What's really interesting is seeing the lethality of or Eldar in general compared to the Necrons in the previous
Yeah,
game.
the slow grind of Necrons was not able to equalize the uh, Death Guard, but this game it seems they're trading punch for punch.
Hmm.
Alrighty, we have a spear being fired into the beast over there on the corner board.
Shurikens coming in. All right, cheeky shuriken. Cheeky shuriken onto the beasts. All right, shurikens again coming from those shining spears on the
Yep,
far end there.
yep. Oh, those poor beasts of Nurgle. Copping wounds left, right, and center. Both units are taking a single wound. One more wound, and it's game over for them. 3 wounds left in the first model.
All right, All right, he was thinking of fire invading, but he is not doing that.
No.
Incubi going in with the charge phase. That is definitely enough.
Yeah. They've rolled a big 10 on the charge.
All right, he's rolled a 10-inch charge, so he's using that to gain some distance away from Mortarion, but still into the drones.
It's a very clever way to do it. I like it.
Charge
Alrighty.
roll going for the succubus there.
We
She's
have a
also
big
in.
charge on the succubus. Yep. And we have a Venom tagging big old man Morty himself. Rolling a 12 on the charge. That was exactly... Oh, no, that was into the drones. Ooh.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
the Venom going in.
Why not at that point? If you're
Yeah,
committing to it, you may
yeah.
as well commit
Well,
everything.
I don't know if Mortarion is the guy to charge this turn,
No, I
because
didn't think so. I was
yeah,
very confused by it.
yeah, because you know, he's gonna kill whatever he touches, and then he gets the free consolidate.
Yes. It's just extra movement for the big guy.
That's right.
Exactly that.
All right, here we go. Big roll.
Easy. Alrighty.
Incubi coming in hot.
Incubi coming in hot. 7 saves so far to throw on those beasts. Oh, what a nice close-up of the dice there, hey?
All right, here comes the saves.
Oh, yeah. Straight into the drones.
All right, demon saves.
Yep, a little bit of confusion coming out about how the damage spills over, but it's been resolved now.
Hmm.
They're just figuring out how the drones are actually being killed off in the combat here. Alrighty.
All right, blade drones going down.
So one drops to 3 wounds left, and one more dice to be rolled, which is a flat 3 damage attack.
Yeah.
So this could well drop the drone entirely.
All right, just clarifying some of the death rules for plague drones. All right, bit of an explosion there.
Yeah. Alrighty. So,
Whoa,
oh,
big rolls.
2 sixes on the
Plague drones are
save.
standing firm. That is a
Yeah,
really good unit. Jeez.
they are. Most
Tank.
things in Nurgle are surprisingly tough to kill.
Yes. Well, the
Hence
fact
the
that it
resilience
exploded.
save.
that did a bunch of damage. In fact,
Yeah.
I think he did more wounds to the Eldar than
Nah, he took he
before.
took 8 wounds.
All right.
Like
Yeah.
he
Okay.
took enough
Well,
wounds.
they haven't swung yet.
That's true.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Speaking of the swing, no, this is a save. All right, here comes the explosions. All right, bunch of Incubi going down to
Yeah.
explosions.
Alrighty, that is a fully cleared unit of drones.
All right. Look, he's cleared a clear big threat in the center of the board, but
Yeah.
uh, at what cost? You know,
Exactly that. Well,
he's
it's as
lost.
I mentioned earlier, he had to deal with them, but they
Mhm,
weren't on our objective.
mhm. All right, that's the turn for the Eldar.
Yep. Alrighty. Hey Dave, how are you feeling so far in the game? How are you feeling so far in the game? Yeah? What's
Yeah.
been the highlight so far for you? The highlight of Dave so far is killing a Farseer character he didn't even know was there.
Yeah, the Warlock.
He just saw a unit and took a dice on it, turned out to be a character.
Yeah, that's right. All
Yeah.
right, we've got the scores coming up.
Top of
That,
turn 2 scoreline.
mhm.
Scoreline coming in.
All right, we're going into battle round number 2. Back onto the Death Guard, just checking the score here. We've got 3 to 5.
Nice
Back.
and close open, but you'd expect most opening turns to look like this.
Yeah,
So
look, this, turn, as many people say, ninth is a game of turn 2.
I definitely see that.
This is the most key
Turn
turn in the
2
game.
into turn 3, that's your setup into execution.
That's
If
right.
you can't land that properly, you're going to be in a really rough spot every single
Look,
game.
the cheeky thing is the Drazar and Incubi in the second Venom is still inside, so he's got
Yeah,
a big chunky damage threat in that top left corner
a
there.
very scary delivery system that's yet to be unveiled.
Hmm
I think the turn
Look,
they decides that's going to be the go time,
hmm
it's going to be a very scary turn.
yep,
I think turn 2 is exactly when you want to see it.
yep,
That'll be
and
clearing off, hopefully, quite a few of those beasts of Nurgle off.
yep, the Crimson Hunter is still active as well, and now
Untouched?
yeah,
Yeah.
it's untouched, and look, he's probably going to attract some Mortifier, but he's got the minuses to hit. It's going to be pretty tricky for Death Guard to knock it out.
Yeah, definitely. And
Hmm
I think that if it survives, it's going straight for that backline access.
All right.
Killing off
Oh,
those
he's moving
characters.
the beasts straight forward into
Yeah.
those Shadow
Hunting
Spears.
down those jet bikes.
Yeah.
Putting the pressure straight back onto the Eldar. I
hmm
think that's exactly what you need to do as the Nurgle player. The longer you sit still and wait, the
hmm
scarier it gets for you. You
hmm
need to be proactive, you need to be aggressive, you need to be moving. And the
hmm
more you can do that, the more you can play Eldar's best game, which is the movement,
hmm
the more you can shut them out and keep them at bay.
All right. All right. We've got some movement here from the beasts.
Yeah. Beasts
Ready?
of Chaos taking up that big old movement. In
hmm
fact, Beasts of Nurgle even get to do some cool movement as well.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. You know, it's almost a choice to get it wrong at this point, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
So for all those people who haven't really seen much Beasts of Nurgle play, the
Mhm.
reason why you see them in so many lists at the moment is the size of their units and the size of their bases means that they can just tap objectives all day long.
Mhm.
Just like we saw in turn one Beast of Nurgle got within half an inch of an objective
Mhm.
and was able to sit on it for an entire battle round,
Mhm.
and that was a 25 wound unit
Mhm.
with a 4 up, 5 up that could just sit there for eternity.
Mhm.
Dealing with that unit
Mhm.
is surprisingly harder than you think, especially with that 5 up, feel no pain save, because
Mhm.
there is the older version of
Mm.
uh, discussing resilience as a
Yeah.
demon unit.
And if you roll hard, that's it can be 0 damage.
And the amount of times you've seen D3 plus 3 lance shots or
Mm.
magma cannons and things
Mm.
like that just get converted straight into low damage.
Mm.
One shot here, one wound there.
Mhm.
May as well be firing Imperial flashlights at them at that point.
That's right. All
It
right,
is,
we're checking some line of sight here from the plague burst.
yep.
All right, moving the plague burst scrollers and trying to get that angle onto the Crimson
Yep.
Hunter.
Definitely aware that that Crimson Hunter is coming in for the dive, is making sure that that Epidemus is nice and safe. If Epidemus drops, that's a big loss to the way this list can play. The other benefit of bringing these Beasts of Nurgle is that they can get brought along with Epidemus as well. So it
Hmm.
helps fill out his little detachment
Yep.
of however you want to bring him into that list.
And the thing is, with Epidemius, he's got a tally mechanic. The more
Exactly
units
that.
they kill, it actually benefits all demon units, including the plague burst scrollers.
Exactly that. Anything with a demon keyword. So Morty, the Plague Bursts,
Hmm.
almost everything in this list is
Hmm.
designed to cumulatively
Mm.
get buffs as the game progresses when Nurgle kills units in multiples of 7.
Hmm. All right, we've got some measuring for some psychic.
Yeah, the good old psychic phase itself has returned in force.
Hmm. Hmm.
Alrighty, we have a deny on the first spell going off,
All right, all right. -1 a hit
and the
on
-1 to
Mortarion.
hit drops down though.
Hmm.
Arguably the more important one to save.
Mm.
I believe that goes down onto Mortarion, if I'm not correct.
Mortarion?
Yeah,
Yeah. Look, it is useful, but the Reapers have the perfect counter. Always hit on threes.
that is very true.
Yep.
Yeah. If only there was a unit in the LR list that would do it. Hey.
Yep, that's right. I mean, it
Alrighty.
does prevent a lot of the chip damage,
Yeah.
but all right.
Alrighty. So we have more shots coming down over there. We have a succubus on 1 wound, I believe.
Yep. Scary, scary psychic.
Yeah.
All right, here comes
Alright.
the shield.
Plague Burst is starting up.
All right, he's using the stratagem here to tag a bunch of units. He's using the Plague Burst Crawler stratagem here, seeing if we can tag the bottom ones as well. Put it where the thing.
Alrighty, so we have a
Alright,
very interesting opening with those
couple of
mortars.
saves.
Straight into Dark Reapers. He knows
Alright,
exactly what he needs to kill here. So the
alright.
Exarch takes a wound there. Very clever, because those are 2 wound models.
Mhm.
Alrighty.
Alright. Alright, Crimson Hunter taking some shots here. Alright, checking
Yep,
the line of
just a
sight
little
there.
line of sight little check here happening.
Alright, we're just making sure the Plague Burst Crawler can actually see that Crimson Hunter. Alright, we've resolved. We've agreed to switch targets.
Yeah, just a little question about line of sight there.
Mhm.
As usual with 40k, line of sight can sometimes be a bit tricky to work out.
Yeah, especially with these
But
runes.
exactly that. But both players resolved that issue phenomenally well. Just a quick conversation. Hey, I think this is how the rule should be worded based on what's happening here. Hey, this is what I understand the rule to be. Let's compromise and just try to avoid that rule
Mhm.
entirely and pick a different unit to shoot.
Yeah,
A
right.
very gentlemanly way to resolve that rule. I love it.
Right, here comes the mortars.
Exactly that. Alrighty,
Oh.
another unit of Dark Reapers dropped down to 1 model.
Mhm.
Alrighty, the
Right.
Venom has popped. Drizar and Co. are jumping out right now.
No, no, the Drizzar one is still on the far end there. That
Oh,
was
you're
actually
totally
empty.
right. That was the empty one.
Yes.
Yeah. Lovely, lovely choices.
Mhm. All right. Targeting the final unit of Dark Reapers.
Exactly
Ooh,
that.
one shot with the mortar.
Does not do it. I think if this Noga player knew how to reroll a 1 into any number but another 1, he would be doing really well right now. But
That's
unfortunately,
right.
every single reroll of 1 I've seen has been another 1.
That's right.
Alrighty, over on the next table over, it looks like there's a
Right, Slugger's
lot
coming
of
in.
tower moving across the board. Very interested to hear about how that game goes soon as well.
All right. Couple of chip damage coming on to the Crimson
Ooh,
Hunter.
first wound onto that big old flyer. Yeah, it
All
seems
right.
like there are some beasts of Nurgle getting ready for a charge into Shining Spears.
Mhm.
It'll be very interesting to see how that combat plays out.
All right. Here we go. He is in.
He is definitely in,
Yeah.
yeah.
So the beasts are going in.
It'll be a
Int-
big string back towards the objective play, I believe it's going to do
mhm.
doing here.
Look, this is pretty big considering I don't think there is a way for them to fall back in charge.
Shining Spears?
Yeah,
No, I think they're pinned down for at least the time being.
yeah. Look, they're still pretty good in combat, but they don't have their really good save. They don't have that 4-up
No.
inbound. Or 3-up inbound, sorry. The Exarch. But again, just a lot of slappy attacks, so it could just fluff.
That is
Well,
true. Weighted dice is one of the best ways to deal with the strong Nurgle list.
hmm
Is just forcing lots and lots of save rolls. Yeah, they might have lots of ways to reduce damage, but
hmm
that's why you need lots of weight of single damage dice.
hmm All right,
Alrighty, we have a very interesting little charge happening with the Beast and Nurgles on the other objective as well.
Yep, he's going into that lone shiny spear.
Yeah, as well as on the other side, who's charging the birds.
Oh, a stringed charge. I like it.
Yeah.
Tying both units up. Ouch.
Yeah. So Beast and Nurgle strung across 2 units and 2 objectives, claiming both objectives and quite likely going to kill at least one of those 2 units.
hmm
It's a very efficient way to use them.
Yep. Now the big basis
Alrighty.
is playing the biggest role here.
Really is.
Yeah.
It's one of the benefits of Beast and Nurgle.
Yeah. Even if Drazar pops out with the anchor buy, he's gonna have to split up their squads to clear them
Correct.
off
Yeah.
those objectives there.
Yes. You'd want to split them off against the 2
hmm
on the objective in the middle, but
hmm
that brings you straight into line of sight of all those Plague Burst weapons.
Yep.
And so you have to hit that bigger unit,
Yep. That's
or the
right.
bigger half of the unit. And that means you have to kill at least 4 Beasts of Nurgle
Yep.
to
To pull
actually
them
make
off.
that effective. Yeah.
Yep.
It's not going to be an easy way to do it. Yes, the Incubator will probably survive,
Mm.
but boy oh boy, they're looking at some big damage output they're needing to pull off this turn.
Yep. Here comes the slappy attacks.
Very much so. Death by a million cuts, I believe.
All right. Incubi is going down. Mortarion
Oh,
has
Mortarion has
chopped
clapped
through.
first.
All right.
Alrighty. We have, I believe, coming out next is one of the units of Beast. Probably the
hmm
unit at the back in the combat next.
hmm All right. Those in the chat can say hi. Feel free to ask questions.
Exactly that. We're always happy to take questions from the comment section if people do want to.
All right. All right. Razorwind Flog. Birds get to activate. There we go.
Alrighty, the Unai Razor Wing Birds are gonna be absolutely crunching this unit of Beasts of Nurgle. Because the unit has died in the combat phase, they get to interrupt and fight first automatically.
hmm
And we can see that the Nurgle player is absolutely shitting himself right now. He has no clue what to do. He's like,
Oh,
I've never been attacked by a bird.
yeah.
He has a monster coming out big right now.
Yeah, that's right. He's got to energize up.
Yep, he's got the caffeine hit going. He needs to keep himself calm and collected. Don't know why coffee was his drink of choice.
hmm
But hey, each to their own. Those birds probably didn't. Yep,
Yep.
we just got the confirmation. Not a single wound. But boy,
Hey.
oh boy, did we make David sweat.
Yep. And they fought first.
Exactly.
Right. It's interesting how he's chosen not to pile in.
Yeah, you
Mm.
almost don't want to pile into that, do you?
Yeah, that's right.
So I think what the Razor Wings are hoping to do is die out of combat
Mm.
so that they can then move again later and be a hindrance to someone like Mortarion in the following turn.
Yep, that's definitely the play there. All right, we're getting some live zoom action here.
Yes, thankfully we have Mortarion facing us for a beautiful, nice angle shot with the remnants of those units of the Dark Reapers just absolutely in disarray, unsure what to do.
Hmm.
I'll be very interested to see where Doom, if it can get off, will go down next turn, and who is the focal point of this Eldar list.
Hmm.
If it can keep its focus and it can keep picking this force apart,
Hmm.
killing a full unit at a time,
Hmm.
exactly like it has been, I think it's still in the game.
Yep,
It'll literally be the question though of can this army keep forcing Mortarion and his friends to move around the map at a slower pace than the models around them.
that's right. All right, Shining Spear's taking some hits.
Alrighty, yeah, so first model of the Shining Spears has dropped entirely. Alrighty, so the Exarch has taken 2 wounds out of that unit,
Hmm.
and another bike has fallen entirely.
Hmm.
Looks like they're swinging back now,
Yep.
coming
There's.
back with a vengeance. That's why they rolled so low.
Yep. Unfortunately, they didn't charge, so they don't get their charge bonus.
No, none of their fun tricks happen without the charge, unfortunately.
Hmm. All right, taking some hits there.
Yeah.
All right, Razor Ring Fault going down.
A Razorwing flock, 2 Razorwing flocks have fallen, ladies and gentlemen. I know, I was worried about the birds as well, and I'm absolutely horrified to see models falling off the table that quickly. It's just like a crapshoot.
Hmm. All right, Beast Nurgle going in into that lone Shining Spear.
Single shining spear.
There's a lot of
And it
hits.
looks like it was an awfully good roll. The question will be now, how many saves does a shining spear save?
All right, doable.
5 saves for the shining spear. Turns into 6 saves total.
Ooh, sure tricky. Will he CP? No.
Ooh, the thought about that CP was awfully tempting.
Hmm.
Alrighty. The leadership, the birds
The,
auto pass their leadership. Leadership 4 bird
yep, that's
says,
right.
nah, beast of Nurgle,
Bird
I got
hype
you,
in the
homie.
chat, guys.
I'm sticking
My
right here.
gosh.
What about you?
Rolls the 1. That bird is not going anywhere.
I think he's going to bring down Motai in this game.
Look, if
That
if
single bird.
look, I'm gonna be a bit more pessimistic and say if the bird does 1 wound, that's the real MVP right there.
Some might even say, no matter what, that bird's the MVP.
Oh, okay, yep, I'll accept that too.
Alrighty, so we have just points being calculated quickly.
Hmm.
Then we'll get the full round 2 points calculated and sent in to our wonderful team on the IT desk.
Yes.
And by team, I of course mean
The,
just the magnificent Scott Elkington.
yes.
You can tell it's Scott because it's nothing but Eldar close-ups.
Yeah. All right, we're getting a score update.
Score is being
Wow.
updated
Yep.
right now. Then we'll bring that up on the graphic.
Hmm. Now we've got Eldar's move phase coming in. Crimson Hunter coming in from the far flank and right behind the Plague Burst Scrolls.
Oh, here we go. This is going to be my favorite thing in the entire game.
Yeah,
It's
what
going to
will
be,
Drazar do?
does Drazar get out and kill some beasts of Nurgle? I hope he does. I think watching Drazar kick ass and take names is one of
Hmm.
my favorite things to see on the table.
Yep.
Him, as well as people like Gilliman as well.
Oh, yeah.
Their models I thoroughly enjoy getting into combat and just
Yep.
clapping some fools around.
That's right. All right, we're going to bring up the scores momentarily. Razor Wing Flock flapping about,
I agree.
still in the game. And we're getting a bit of t-shirt. All right, looks like it's
So far we have 15 points on the primary,
mhm.
and we got a total of 7 points coming down on secondaries for the Death Guard.
Yep,
And
so total of 22.
exactly that. As Jack moves into his turn too, he hasn't scored any of his primaries yet. He's definitely behind this game.
Hmm.
It's definitely his game to claim back.
Yep.
It's definitely Death Guard's game to lose at this point right now.
Ooh, look at that, those Incubi.
The
Very
sexy,
nice.
sexy Drazar drop is exactly what I want to see just there.
Hmm.
And oh, this is gonna be an absolutely clutch play if he can pull it off.
Hmm.
Is the transport gonna go straight in, or is it dropping back? Okay,
Oh,
it's
he's
dropping
dropping back.
back.
Okay, interesting.
I was expecting to drop to that other objective with that
Hmm.
5-man unit Beast of Nurgle
Yep.
to say, hey, if you lose any units on the other side of this objective, you're
Okay.
not claiming that either. But
Yep.
no,
Looks like
he hangs
he's
around.
changed his mind. He's moving the Venom moving forward. Actually, very cool.
Yeah, yeah, very
Just
clever.
putting more models onto the objective.
I think that's the right amount of support you need on that flank.
Hmm.
It's a side you need Mortarion not on, and it's a side you need to be avoiding at all costs.
Hmm. All right,
Alrighty,
Razor Fang
gangbusters onto the
flooding that
one
objective.
objective.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have a flyer that's about to move next, I believe.
No, it's already been moved.
Oh, it has been. It's already in that back corner,
Yep.
sitting just behind those plague bursts.
Hmm.
But unfortunately, the Death Guard player has already moved up to protect Epidemus.
Hmm.
He will not be sniped out by a flyer this game.
Hmm. All right, jet bikes flying about. All right, some contemplation happening. Where will Ukraine go? Where does the Warwalkers go? The Warwalkers go?
Yeah, it's the big question, isn't it? There's a bunch of Beast and Nurgle that are exposed out in the open right now.
Hmm.
That could be the target of some shots. We also have 5 Dark Reapers left on table.
Hmm.
That could be putting out a lot of firepower.
Hmm. All right, where's Ukraine gonna go? Oh, scooting back.
Oh, disaster. I was getting excited seeing it charge straight into Morty himself. But I think probably hitting back behind the Warwalker is a smarter choice.
Yes.
It's not as cool, but it's
Hmm.
definitely the smarter choice.
Hmm.
Alrighty.
All right, Dark Reapers repositioning.
All the Reapers are coming around towards the objective play, and they're getting in line of sight over here. Alrighty.
All right.
So, I think that's most movement for this list pretty much finished.
All right, Storm Gunners with fusion guns coming in hot.
Yeah.
All right, we got witches coming out as well.
We do,
Yeah,
yeah.
two
And I believe
points.
Scramblers are being dropped by that unit as well.
Very nice.
Alrighty. Some models are coming out of that magical case right now, and then they'll be set up effectively from there.
Alright, Storm Guardians as well, coming in.
Awesome.
Now they do have the fusion guns, so those will be able to turbo those Nurgling bases pretty easily.
Yes, exactly that.
Rolling big fat
Yep.
sixes will take them out.
So a bunch of units have dropped down. I believe there are still 5 Cabalites still in reserves. Haven't been dropped in or anything yet. So now they're being dropped in that 9 away. Lovely to see it. Exactly what we want to see it. That's perfect right there. That cheeky little 5-man unit with that absolute cluster of troops right there, isn't it? Okay, we'll see what happens next.
Alright, Psychic Powers coming in. CP roll, trying to get a bigger roll on the mental interrogation. Ooh, stops the mental interrogation. That's 3 points, not in the bank.
Yeah. I think losing that Farseer early really made a big hit to the amount
Yeah,
of damage output this list can deal
yeah,
and the amount of objective capping it can do.
yep.
I think going second with this army is such a hard thing to do. You lose so much access and burst damage that it's just really hard to maintain dominance in a game that has such resilient units on the other side of the board.
Oh, Executioner going off.
Here we go for
Ooh,
another
big
flat
roll with the
3.
Executioner. 6 mortal
Woo!
wounds taken. Very nice.
We have a little bit of excitement coming out. A glimmer of hope will turn into his eyes. I love it. Look, okay, we have Jack over here saying to me, hope is a strong word. I still see some birds on table. That means it's a winnable game.
Yep, look,
Until that bird flock
it's a
dies,
brave bird.
exactly that. Tie out worse until those birds drop. In my eyes, anyway.
That's right. All right, here we go. Fusion's coming in.
Fusions on Storm Guardians, popping in hot.
Ooh, 2 fusion
Ooh.
wins.
Double 6 on the saves.
Wow. Decent saves.
How impressive.
Incredible.
You see, some might even say it's disgustingly resilient, isn't it?
Disgustingly hard to kill.
Yeah, that was a joke from Scott, our production man himself. Hence, no one
He's
laughing.
guffawing in the background.
Yep.
All right, couple of chip damage coming in into that Nurgling base.
Slow and steady, there some might say.
Very unfortunate those fusions didn't punch through.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, some shuriken coming into the beasts.
Yep.
Not long for this world, this unit of Beast of Nurgle. This is taking
No.
the full weight of the Eldari shooting.
Of what is left of the remnants of Eldar. Yeah.
All right, beasts are taking some damage, taking some
Yeah.
hits. Whoa, blocks that last bit of damage. So one on
One
one
wound
wound.
left on one of those models. That's
Yep,
an annoying breakpoint to try and cut through.
that's right. All right, Walker shooting. Starken's going into the beast of Nurgle in the back area there. All right, let's see if they live. Wow, Star Cannons just did a single win. This is so disgusting.
It is very upsetting to watch the
Yeah,
amount of wounds just being bounced.
yeah,
I think the 5-up resilient saves have probably a 75% success rate this game.
yeah,
It has
incredible.
been horrific to watch the amount of firepower just go into the Aether against them.
All right, couple of saves here coming from the Shuriken.
Yeah. I think you might be right on your prediction on this game.
Hmm.
It looks like Death Guard has maintained a healthy control over this game from the get-go.
Hmm.
The denial of any primary points in round 2, I think is going to be a
Yeah.
huge issue coming into round 3 and 4 for this Eldar player.
Yep. All right, the Nurglings have finally fallen.
The Nurglings have fallen. That is truly a Titanic move right there.
Hmm. All right, 2 damage going through. Another beast falling. Healthy number of shots there with the Tempest Launcher. All right, that's another base gone.
It is another full base of Nurglings gone. That is the full unit of them removed entirely.
Hmm. All right, 3 damage going into the Beast of Noble.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks like there's about 3 left in the squad.
3 left and one has taken 2 wounds.
He's about to clear them off the um, the objective here.
Hopefully both of you gets lucky on those shots.
That's right.
He has Dark Reaper shooting currently as well.
Hmm. Another beast goes down.
Alrighty, a 5 damage on the second roll. Means that there are 3 wounds taken after the death saves.
All right. Cruiser
Alrighty,
turns
our
up.
Beast of Chaos unit has killed itself off the objective as well. That's a very important thing to note.
Hmm.
This could actually be part of that reversal in terms of the points priority.
All right, another one goes down.
Another Beast bites it, yep.
Hmm.
Drazar makes his charge first,
Mhm.
getting a total of a 10. That is the world and back on distance there.
Mhm.
Very big charge. Alrighty.
All right,
So,
Bird has taken a win.
Drazar himself is flying down
It's gone in to slap.
to slap a clap clap some Beast of Nurgle. And I believe the Incubi will be charging next, trying to get over for Consolidate.
Mhm.
They make it, but they charge a bit shorter than probably wanted there, but that is A-OK.
Mhm.
Getting the charge itself is probably the most important thing for him right now. Alrighty, so the Incubi swing first.
Mhm.
They will be hoping to kill off a couple of these beasts so Drazar can pile in and then consolidate through the entire unit.
Yep. He's also
It's a
slapped
very
the.
cheeky plan. I like it
Yeah.
a lot.
He's also slapped the fight last on them, so he can't activate it with an interruption. I mean, it is a free
Correct.
ability, so might as well do it.
Exactly that, hey.
All right. This unit trying to clear out those Beast of Nurgle.
Yep, I think all three of them are about to drop here.
I feel like I've said Beast of Nurgle at least 40 times today.
Well, I've said Beast of Chaos at least 100, so at least someone's winning here.
Yep. All right, we're gonna get a quick check here.
Yep. I didn't know Jazal could blow up terrain, but apparently, oh, look at that, it's gone. No,
All right.
I'm jesting, of course. We're just seeing movement range.
Yep, he's gonna do a big pile in.
Exactly that.
Consolidate, sorry. Oh, pile in. And Drazar.
Just put him on the floor above. Yeah.
All right. Drazar
All right.
is
Drazar is
currently
fighting from the top of a building right now.
phasing through the wall.
Drazar is absolutely crunching this last model right
Yep.
now, exactly as I thought he might do. Drazar is about to pulp the final model.
And it's gone.
The
There you go.
final model drops, and the Consolidate's going to get him straight onto that objective.
Mhm.
A very clutch move right there.
All right, he's controlling the two, but he's facing down the barrels of three Plague Burst Crawlers in
It's
the next turn.
Drazar, he's got this.
All right,
He will simply
he's
catch the bullets.
yeah, he's going to use his blades as lightsabers
Exactly that. And then he's
to
going to put the
reflect.
lightsabers away and just punch the bullets out of the air.
That's right.
It's going to be fantastic.
Mm.
And then he'll headbutt the last one, but forget that only his hands are bulletproof, and he'll die.
Oh no,
I look forward to it.
you've written the story already.
There you go. It's
All right.
canonical. We're just talking about how Jazar's going to die. It's only three Plague Burst Crawlers. Alright, we have from Jack himself. Don't even worry about it.
All
The
right.
man, the myth, the legend.
That's right.
And soon to be the deceased.
Mhm. Right, we're updating the points here.
Alrighty, so just
All right,
seeing what's come down to the points here.
yeah, he should be able to. He's definitely scoring engage and scrambles this turn.
Exactly that, yep.
Missed out on the mental interrogation, which is
Did miss out
unfortunate.
on mental interrogation for a turn. That is unfortunate, but still has time to get some points down on it.
All right, Beast of Mergle moving back onto those objectives. Mortarian swinging all the way back as well. It's going to be tricky here. It looks like Jack is pulling Morty back and forth. You know, this is
Yeah,
what he really wants to be doing. And this actually takes the pressure off Urain, so she can actually move across the board and maybe deal some damage to those Beasts of Nova on the far side with
exactly
the
that,
Storm
yes.
Guardians.
By giving that movement availability,
Hmm.
it actually means that those play burst crawlers aren't going to be relevant for the objective play.
Mm.
Yes, they can pump down the firepower, but they aren't going to be damaging things quick enough to get them all off objective plays.
That's right.
And actually picking where those shots fire now is going to be a big deal. If
Hmm.
I were to guess where those things are shooting, it would still be into the Dark Leapers
Hmm.
because I think there's a little bit of tunnel vision that's going to go down onto them. But if
Hmm.
I were the player of this list, I think I would almost definitely be shooting out
Hmm.
every single unit that is close to or currently on an objective.
Yep.
Motai can dice up and mince the entirety of the flank
Hmm.
with Drazar on it. I
Hmm.
don't think that's something he needs to worry about, but
Hmm.
something he definitely should be scared about is that opposite side happening right now.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky because he is down 50, like a full round of primaries from that second battle round. So
Yeah.
he's going to have to claw it back up.
The great equalizer, hey.
Hmm.
It's coming out huge this game.
All right, what is he going to do with those Plague Burst Scrolls? We also note that there is a basic Chaos Lord doing the rerolls for them.
That is very true.
Yep. It's going to be interesting to see if they stay core in the new. Oh, are they core?
Uh, oh, that's a question. I don't actually know.
Okay. I assume so. Otherwise, he wouldn't be running the Chaos Lord right next to him.
Yeah.
Or unless they're going for a different type of reroll, maybe Plague Weapons or something like that. All right, we're prepping up for some psychic.
The big psychic phase, hey.
Here come the models.
Here comes the sun.
Hmm.
Do 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 do. Alrighty, it looks like the Flyer's taken 6 mortal wounds.
Hmm.
And it's down to 5 wounds total left because of 1 wound taken the turn previously as well.
Hmm. All right, here comes the mortars with this stratagem.
Yep. Alrighty, so we have a bunch of damage coming down to the walkers at the moment from the plague burst out the backfield. Seems that that walker has only 4 wounds left currently. Even 3 wounds left, sorry, my fault.
Hmm.
Alrighty, and they are shooting out the venom as well,
Hmm.
it looks like, with the mortar shot, I believe. Alrighty, so with the -1 to hit, only 2 of them are wounding. Failing both though, so 3 wounds go down. Okay, down onto the backfield here.
Right, more mortar shots coming in.
Yeah.
The Warwalker's surprisingly still alive. Mortar misses.
Yeah.
Inch, inch. All right, Crimson Hunter taken out by
Alrighty,
the
and
entropy
the
cannon.
flyer drops. Yeah.
Ouch.
Big swing of the backboard momentum there.
Hmm.
Those shots came into him and destroying him probably takes most of that pressure off the backboard entirely.
Hmm.
Not that I think the Plague Burst cores were actually all that threatening, all that threatened, sorry,
Hmm.
by it, but I think the presence of it on table meant that he could still be anywhere he needed to be with that
Yeah, well,
flyer.
it's still rocking the Bright Lances and the Pulsars, so it's still pumping out some decent damage. But obviously now that it's gone, he's losing a lot of shooting power.
Yes, and a
Um,
lot of flexibility of where those shots land as well.
that's right.
I think those are the two biggest things that have made that a really tough spot to climb back from.
Hmm.
He can still do things like deploy scramblers and engage and things of all that sort of nature to try and climb some points back into the game.
Hmm.
But I think it's definitely his game to
Yep.
the Nurgles players to lose at this point.
Yes. Well, he still has the unit of Cabalites, so he can still
That is true.
score the
One Carblight
engage.
unit is still off table for
Yep.
those who haven't noticed or forgotten.
Yep.
So if there's an entire unit that can come on at any point, for the next turn anyway,
Hmm.
from any point is what I meant to say, I should say.
Hmm.
And they are likely going to be deploying scramblers either in the mid or in their home field.
That's right.
It'll be interesting to see where the witches go.
Hmm.
It'll be interesting to see what the rest of the
Ooh,
incubi do as
big
well.
roll on the mortar. It's straight into witches. They're probably
Yeah.
not going to survive this.
3 saves on witches. No, sorry, that was the War Walker that
Hmm.
took that. However, your brain does get a little cheeky heal coming off. Ooh. 6-up invul on the witches. Passed easy breezy.
Hmm. All right, witches taking some shots, taking some
Alrighty.
hits.
So far, the 6-up feel no pain, or the 6-up invuln on witches has a 50% success rate.
Yeah, that's
I
right.
take those odds any day of the week.
It's-
Is that supposed to be okay? The white tip? Was that hanging like at the top?
It fell.
All right. What is Death Guard gonna do? That's pretty much all he's shooting.
I think it's going to be a big combat phase that might even, depending where the Mortarion gets placed,
Yep.
could even decide the remainder of the game of how much damage it can
Well,
do
the
here.
Mortarion is going into Drazar now.
Drazar as well as
All right, just
Alrighty.
checking the tally.
Yep. Alrighty, the tally is getting really high right now. More than 7 units killed.
Hmm.
That is unfortunately the problem with running 3 individual War Walkers. Each one that drops just
Yep,
feeds the tally man.
that's right.
Alrighty.
That is so many attacks.
That is a very
That is,
hot
in
roll.
fact, 21 attacks.
21
Yeah.
attacks. I mean, if you ask me, it should have been
Look,
49
look,
attacks,
yeah,
but
look, they're minus 2 1 damage.
alrighty. Drazar barely dies, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
21 attacks. Drazar barely dies. Only saved 3, I heard.
yeah.
Barely dies.
In the cinematic universe,
Yep.
he he only failed 3.
Just ask Boromir.
Yeah.
Exactly that. Mortine, it seems, does not want to actually consolidate.
Mhm.
I would have thought he'd go straight into those incubi.
Mhm.
Alrighty, so what is happening now is we're getting right into the meat of some of these strikes happening.
All right, the rest of the bikes are gone.
Yeah,
Rest of the
Mortal
structures.
Wounds just did some really nice rolling there.
Hey, look, if you're pumping out wounds that people can't save, I mean, that's a straight dead model.
Exactly that,
One
hey.
can even predict and
Yeah.
say that that's dead.
Alrighty, we just got the flag down of 40 minutes of the game left.
Hmm.
Should be plenty of time to close out those last couple of turns.
Hmm. Right, we're going into the Eldari turn.
Correct.
Now, looks like Storm Garden's coming up into that objective. And it looks like our Eldar player is grabbing his Capitalites, and they are dropping on the board.
Yeah, they are.
Yep. Oh,
Right into the danger zone, I
yep.
think.
So they're gonna do. They're gonna get scramblers and engage on all fronts.
Correct.
Yep.
That's a really big thing to get at this point in the game, I think.
Yep.
That
Clearing.
could be something that helps claw him back into the game, especially knowing he just got 10 points off his primary.
Hmm.
So
Now
once
let.
this all gets sorted, ladies and gentlemen, we will happily update that for you and show you on the graphic.
Yep.
But while that's happening, we are just going to let them finish out their movement phase so they can
Yep.
get all their scramblers and that sorted.
I mean, they're in line of sight of the plague burst, so they could cheek at this stage of the game. Probably won't change much, to be honest. But
It will
hey,
force
man.
shots back at least, which is
Yeah.
at least something to note.
Yeah, that's
But
right.
I agree, it isn't going to be hugely relevant, unfortunately, at this point
Yeah.
in the game.
Yeah. All right. Looks like everyone is going for Mortarion at this point.
Yep.
Is
It
getting
would
in there.
seem that the birds themselves had said, Mortarion, your time has come.
That's right.
But I fear the birds might be the one getting clapped instead.
Yep.
We shall see what happens, though. You never know.
Yep.
I'm a thorough believer in the birds of power.
Yep. Bird is the word.
Exactly.
Hmm.
We have mental interrogation that could go off as well.
Hmm.
There's plenty of things that could be happening over the next little bit.
Hmm.
It'd be very interesting to see which one actually goes on where. And we have those awesome looking witches sprinting themselves straight onto that objective as well. So, whilst the army itself might be falling apart, the objective play is still very tight on Jack and his Eldari
Yes,
right now.
that's right.
It's actually much closer the game on the objective play than the actual board side game, it
Yes,
seems.
that's right. The Death Guard is still very slow, and realistically, he's only got two units that can move around the board, and one is extremely slow, and one's kind of slow.
Exactly that. The Beasts of Chaos are pretty indefinitely tied down for that objective, unfortunately.
Mhm.
Because as soon as they lift off, they're going to get pinned down by the units on either side of them and shot absolutely to bits
Yep.
by those Dark Reapers.
Yep.
In fact, in this turn, the Dark Reapers might even be looking to thin down to make a decisive charge move later
Mhm.
with some of the other units on side.
Mhm. It looks like your brain is moving out. Your brain is moving out
Yeah, exactly that.
and measuring out her psychic here. So
Alrighty.
now here comes the Yanari shenanigans.
Alrighty. So we have Dark Reapers shifting forward as well,
Mhm.
making their big advance from out behind the building,
Mhm.
whilst one of them stays on that cheeky old objective. Your brain has tapped herself in range of some of those beasts of Nurgle as
Mhm.
well, which is going to be a huge benefit for the
Yeah.
Eldari as the game progresses.
Yeah. If they can comfortably hose those Beast of Nurgles off the board, we may have a closer game.
We might have a complete turnaround
Yeah,
objectively.
that's
Yeah.
right.
Mental interrogation going off this turn
Mhm.
could be the difference
Yeah,
between a
he's
tie and a
scoring.
minor win going to one
He's
player.
scoring scramblers. He's scoring engage as well. So he's going to get a
Especially
bunch of
with the way
points.
new scramblers work as well. He's
Mhm.
played it all really well so far.
Mhm.
Alrighty, so the big question is, we have Smite coming up first
Mhm.
off Yvrain. Alright, we have a bit of actual decision making
Mhm.
of what goes where first.
Mhm. Yeah, mental interrogation. He's got one deny, so it depends. Does he want to block damage or block points?
Exactly that.
All right, Storm Guardian's getting in range of those beasts. Fusion guns also in range. Look again. I'm just going to tell you, fusion. It's going to be big here. If they roll the fat six,
Could
that's
be huge.
that's a
Exactly.
guaranteed base gone.
Yeah,
Just got to get through those saves though, demon saves.
that is true. That
Yeah,
is true. That's the scary part about Beast and Nurgle, isn't it?
yeah.
Just how likely they are to kick around, even with flat 6 damage hitting them. Alrighty, the cast of an 8 does not get
All
denied.
right, CP reroll for the deny.
CP reroll
Oh,
flips it to another fail as well.
all right, goes
Smiting
up.
down Mortalion, that's interesting on this. Alrighty, fails, so one mortal wound down on Morty,
Mhm.
who flicks a 2 on the save. Mortalion is officially wounded, ladies and gentlemen. I think we've hit the late game. Alrighty.
It's underneath the dice tray.
Under your dice tray, mate. Mental interrogation on a 6. And the denies an 11. Not even
Oh,
close.
another 3 points
Clocked him
lost.
out of the point. That's 3 points dropped. Exactly
Yeah, well,
that.
that's 6 points across the 2 turns there
That is, isn't it?
from deny.
Mental interrogation is a phenomenal one to try to go for if
Yeah.
you have the psychos to do it.
Mhm.
But boy, oh boy, it hurts when those denies come through, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
Right.
those who missed it, in turn 1, the mental interrogation rolled an 11 with the deny being a 7.
Mhm.
Turn 2 failed to cast. And then this turn, what happened was the exact opposite.
Mhm.
The psychic power was thrown down with a roll of a 7, but successfully blocked with a roll of an 11 on the Death Guard side.
Mhm. All right. Shooting coming in hot. Beast and Nurgle taking some hits.
Exactly that.
A base is taken out.
Oh,
Fusion.
but double fives on the saves. Doesn't
Oh,
even care.
fusion. Blocking those fusions again.
Laughs in
Ouch.
fusion, says, what is damage?
Yeah. All right. It's chip damage going through into the beasts.
One wound down on a beast so far.
All right. BTC here, cleaning out his closet, thinking about new army. What do you reckon? BTC. What do you reckon? Eldar. Or
We have our tech man,
That's it.
Scotty here, saying you should play dwarves
Yeah.
straight off the bat.
All
I
right.
don't know what squats look like, but hey, get around it. Alrighty, we have a fine fade going on as well.
Oh, very
That's a
cool.
big thing to note
Yep,
right there.
OBSEC going on to that objective, and he's probably going to string that out.
Oh,
Double.
the string out for the double objectives.
Very
How
cool.
brutal is that?
Look, and there's not many units in range to contest with that. It's going to come down to
No,
those mortars next turn.
it is.
Yeah. Look, he's got lightning fast, and all that
Yep,
sort of shenanigans. So he could cap those two objectives
he
comfortably.
could definitely do so. Yeah, and it's well that's forcing shots off the other side objectives.
Mhm.
It's very much a damned if you do, damned if you don't style decision the Death Guard's in right now.
Mhm. Oh, here we
And
go.
a really good roll off that set as well, coming
Yep.
on wound rolls,
Yep.
with a few rerolls coming in.
Right.
And
With the doom.
6 saves straight off the bat.
Nice. Whoa! What a save roll. Look
Why does the Nurgle man roll so many 6s?
at
Jeez.
that. My
Oh,
goodness.
but that drops the final beast of Nurgle
Yeah.
out of the 3 pile-in range.
Mm.
So for those who don't know, the beasts of Nurgle get to intervene for free.
Oh, wow.
So that's a huge thing getting them out of that 3 inches, because that's where the wounds were put down earlier. That means that strung out unit with the fire and fade is now no longer at risk of being just charged for free.
Yes, that's right.
That means that those plague bursts have to actually dedicate the shots in the right place now.
Hmm.
Big swing of momentum right there. Jack has probably kept himself in the game with that decision.
Hmm.
That fire and fade, followed by those dice rolls because he saw the wounds placed down on the wrong model.
Yep. Now,
Alrighty, and now dropping down to another 6 on the Death Guard save.
yeah,
This man just cannot do it.
it's incredible that watching these saves.
Oh, I swear.
Whoa!
The only person who rolls
Whoa.
hotter than that is me, and I don't even
Oh
roll
my
like this all the
goodness.
time.
He's blocked at least 80% of the damage coming in from this.
More
This
time
turn.
is just sitting there doing, like, tying his shoelaces, not even noticing the damage hitting him.
Yeah.
He's just rolling nothing but 6s. He may as well not be under fire right now. This is insane. Oh no!
No,
The
not
birds
the
have
bird.
fallen! No!
The bird has fallen.
Alrighty, guys. I think we're going to have to concede the entirety of the event right now.
Bird has fallen.
A bird has fallen. Blackhawk is down,
Yeah.
literally.
All right. BTC says Necrons. Look, it's never been a better time to get into Necrons with Ninth. Brand new models, very sexy. He's got the Silent King as well. Yeah, let's see it. Get amongst it.
Alrighty.
Okay.
I would just like to apologise for the Dwarf's comment. That was our tech man Scott again. Back at it with the classic jokes. Space Wolves
Space
of the other
Wolves.
one. Very good response right there, my friend. Alrighty. My advice
Right.
if you're going to play an army in 40k, would we pick the army you like the look of the most? That's always going to be the army you're motivated to paint. That's going to be the army you're motivated to play. And I think picking that is always the most important choice.
All right, we're going to get a score update here.
We are getting a score update quickly. So just give us a moment and we'll get that score printed out, or not printed
Yep,
out, sorry,
and they're
copied out
just
into our graphic.
yep, they're resolving some leadership here. Very cool. Nothing, no big changes there.
Yep. Alrighty, so here we go into the next. Oh, we have a beautiful
We
shot on
have
screen.
a butt on camera.
Can we get an even better
We get
shot
a
going? Yeah,
yep.
okay.
Oh, we got Mutarian,
Yep.
also a butt
Mortarian,
on
yeah.
camera. Yeah.
Exactly that.
Thank you. I can go home now.
My job here is done.
Yeah.
Truly, I tell you. Alrighty, let's see what's happening down on the other side of the board. We have some measurements going
All
out for
right.
where I think the plague
Yeah.
bursts want to be.
All
Yeah,
right.
the shuffle around is coming.
Ooh,
That little
okay. So we've
triangle
got
of death.
yeah, we've got an exposed Reaper there, so he can shoot them with the sluggers and the entropy cannons.
True.
Um,
Although, duly noted,
mhm.
that is actually just a single model Reaper. That's not the three-man
Hey,
unit. And they are
that's right.
spaced that 3 inches apart, so they can't take that burst damage.
Yep. All right. Let's see if these mortars will do some big damage on those Storm Guardians.
Yeah, exactly.
The other key thing to consider, there are currently, I think there are more models on that objective with Mortarion currently than
Currently, I'll
Mortarion
check.
or contested.
Currently, it is just the transport
All
on
right,
the
it is
objective right
contested,
now.
so he has denied him that point as well.
Yeah,
So
correct.
pretty
That's a
nice.
huge swing again. Mortarion will definitely kill him out of the combat. But the question will be, what's going to happen on the point side of things coming into this final turn or two? We have a Plague Burst making a big move out to the
All
side
right.
here.
Yeah, he really needs to contest those far objectives, or he's
He
in trouble.
does. I think those Plague Burst claws are moving a turn too slow, if you ask me.
Hmm.
But I think the play is actually correct to start moving them.
Yeah, I mean he could have still shot down that plane a turn earlier
That
without
is
moving.
also true. Alrighty. This game is really shaping out to be another nail biter. It seems we are getting some very good games today.
Both featuring Death Guard. I wonder if we're gonna get that triple
The
trifecta.
trifecta? Yeah. Trifecta of 3 Plague Burst Crawlers. I'd love to watch just
Yep.
9 Plague Burst Crawlers in one day.
So many beasts
You
of
know,
Nurgle.
commit to the mistake, I say. Commit
My
to the
goodness.
mistakes.
Yeah. All right, here comes the shots.
Here they
Mort-
come
yeah,
indeed.
mortar's been measured.
Oh, it's always fun watching those big tape measures being slid across that board. Alrighty, so
All
it's
right,
the entirety of a Plague Burst killing one Dark Reaper.
all right, he's going into Dark
If that's
Reapers.
not commitment to the cause, then I don't know
Yeah,
what is.
I think he's trying to do the stratagem again. I think. No, possibly. I think he is. Oh no, this is just the entropy cannon right here. Whoa.
Oh, double ones, new dice, and
You
we're gonna
guys.
see another one.
Oh!
Oh, that's not what you want to
Dark
see.
Reaper stays alive. All right, mortar's coming in. All right. All right, so Dark Reaper's going down, but Ibrahim has healed herself.
Correct. Your brain
Back
has
to
gone
full.
back to unwounded.
But Lookout Sir is no longer a thing. She can be targeted.
Very true. And unfortunately, there are still 2 Plague Bursts left to shoot. But the
Yes.
big question is, are they going to dedicate shots onto her?
Hmm.
Or are they going to try and actually be shooting things off objective play?
Yes, that's right.
Exactly. Decisions.
All right. 4 shots of mortars coming into. Right, your brain is
Alright.
pummeled by mortars.
Your brain has played a magical trick called I'm not alive anymore. How unfortunate. Alrighty. A CP was used, so your brain has.
All right, she's using a CP reroll on the saves. All right, your brain is still alive.
Your brain is still rocking the boat. Alrighty. And another mortar shot's gonna have to shoot
Oh
your
no, these
brain
are the
if he
sluggers.
wants to pump her.
These are the sluggers.
Yeah,
Mm.
correct. These are pumping off the troops off the objective
Yep.
play. Yeah.
Ooh,
Oh,
that's a lot of
but
that's a lot of
he's now
hits.
been pumped out of line of sight.
Yep.
So it has to be mortifiers into them as
Yep.
well. Now it's going back to more hard decisions.
Yep. That's right. You know, they still cap that far side objective.
Exactly
So,
that, yes.
in fact, I think they may have more objectives in the next turn.
Quite possibly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One, two. Yeah, they do. It's currently 3-2 right now.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we have a contested one with Mortarian.
Yeah.
So that's going to be another 15-point swing.
Hmm.
And depending how secondaries go, that could be a gigantic lead
Hmm.
that's being pushed out for this Elder player out
That's
of
right.
the absolute wazoo.
Oh, your brain has died a second time.
Your brain has re-died for a second time. I completely agree. Who knows? We might even see her die for a third time.
All right. Storm Guardian taking some heat. Oh no, sorry, not Storm Guardians, Cabalites.
Yep, that makes more
Yep.
sense.
So they don't have the fusions.
Only other
Exactly.
unit in line of sight, that's what they could shoot. They may
Yes.
as well.
If they get a fat advance, they can steal that objective.
They could. That could be absolutely giant doing that as
Yeah,
well.
they have
Because that
obstac.
would give a flat 0 for the objective play again.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have to say, really cool play from both players, but this is showcasing the power of Eldar. You know, sure they can't, uh, you know, punch just as hard, but when they can play in other ways and find other ways to win.
Movement, my friend. Movement is the most powerful tool in any war game you'll ever play.
Hmm.
And this Eldar player, Jack, is using his movement exquisitely.
Hmm.
That fire and fade, that deployment option, the way he then decided to also outflank units,
Hmm.
bring things on, score his secondaries.
Hmm.
Yes, he got unlucky with some of those psychic casts, but the way his list is playing right now is
Hmm.
exactly what he wants to do. Bleed the game out slow enough for his movement to reign supreme. Kill the units that are capping objectives and let the powerful stuff rock the backline for as long as it takes for him to die on those objectives.
Yep.
That is a perfect play, and I love every second of this game so far.
All right. Looks like the Venom has exploded, and the Incubi also coming back out, spilling out.
Yep, exactly
If you
so.
guys missed it earlier from the earlier turns, they actually got back in the transport.
Just to stop themselves getting shot out,
Hmm.
which was a very cheeky play. I liked it a lot.
Now we'll notice here that the Beast and Nurgle have actually left the objective and gone to try and deal some damage onto that far objective there.
Yeah. If they can get them off the objective with killing them,
Yep.
they'll drop the obsec and be 2-1 on that objective. That
Yeah.
could actually be really important
Hmm.
coming into the Eldar's turn,
Yes,
killing them
that's
out.
right. Look, Storm Guardians. I don't know what their chances are standing up against 2d6 attacks.
I mean, just roll sixes. That's my advice. I've
Hey man,
always said it.
you know that's correct.
Yep, unless it's a leadership, just roll sixes.
All right, we're getting a nice zoom in on
The big Morty man
yeah
himself
the big
in
guy.
that beautiful off-white armor.
Mm.
I have to say, as a Nurgle player himself,
Hmm.
with a very similar color scheme, I love that off-white with the rose gold.
Hmm.
It's just such a nice aesthetic.
All right, Mortarian taking some hits from the Incubi.
Correct. Alright, we're just having the score flash up quickly just to show you guys what's happened so
All
far.
right, look at how close that is right now.
1 point lead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now we haven't gotten the updated scores from the Death Guard player yet, but once we know, we can have a better idea of how close they are. But I have to say, it is extremely close.
I completely agree.
All right, Morty is swinging back. Oh no, that's the Storm Guardians. Ooh, the Storm Guardians have fallen, and Beast of Nurgle have seized that objective. This is big.
That is a big play right there.
Can he slap back into the Beasts and kill one? No,
Not quite.
not
One
quite.
wound left. Or is that one wound taken?
I believe that's just one we're taken.
Okay.
I think this is going to go down to the wire.
It really is.
Yeah, we've got less than 20 minutes left on the clock for each player.
Alrighty, so as Jack commences his turn, we're just going to grab the score sheet and we're going to give you a quick update.
We're about to get a score update.
Alrighty, so we have a bunch of measuring happening just around Mortarian and some of the things that he'll be able to do. Alrighty, so just figuring out where we're going to be moving our last few models can be into turn 5. Jack wants to make sure he can force out 0 off those primaries for the Death Guard player. That way, he gets the best possible chance of actually keeping himself in the game, and actually instead of getting a tie, maybe even getting a minor win out of this game. That I think is going to be absolutely huge. There's a beacon being deployed by the Tempest. There's an awesome amount of movement happening around that backboard as well. It's really interesting to see whether or not those the Cabalite Warriors are going to make a movement towards an advance roll to try and get onto that backboard objective, or whether or not it's going to be units flying over to try and claim the empty one with the Beast of Nurgle themselves left as well. That's
Okay.
going to be one of those things that decides how this game ends,
Yep.
as well as our understanding, like I mentioned a moment ago, that the
Ooh.
Death Guard player is not going to score any primary points in turn 5.
Yeah.
That's going to keep him quite a bit behind what could be scored in turn 5 for this Eldar
Yep.
list.
He's zoomed off the bike, the fast zero on bike, all the way to that objective there. It's going to be
Million
big.
miles away.
All right, we're going to get some. All right.
Alrighty, so I believe
Capitalize.
we've just had turn 4 scores mostly updated.
Hmm.
I might get Scott to flash that on screen again just so we can see what's happened with all that in the last couple of transactions.
Hmm. Looks like he's positioned. Ooh, okay. Jack
Jack
pulling
has
ahead.
scored ahead with
37.
37 as his
Yeah.
current
Keep
total.
keep in mind we still have one more turn to go with Battle Round 5.
Yeah.
So.
But just remember, the Death Guard player David, he cannot score his primary in this last turn.
Yep.
So it's all down on those secondary objectives to try and claim his way back to a
Yep.
minor win. And all Jack needs to do right now
Hmm.
is claim 10 points
Hmm.
off that Primo to guarantee himself this win.
All right. Note,
This is a very close game. That's going to
note
be
he's
very movement intensive.
he's also placed his capitalize just on the line for that quarter to get that engage.
Yes, exactly
So
that.
he's going to score that this turn definitely. He's got the scramblers already.
Yep. He's just keeping himself some insurance in the bank. That's
Yep. And
exactly what we need
now,
to do.
oh, he's flooding that objective completely.
Board flooding, obsec, it's all the right things. And importantly, if you can see a combat gauge being fiddled around with,
Hmm.
that's keeping Mortarion out of engagement range,
Hmm.
which means Morty has to use his turn 5 to
Hmm.
charge that unit. He
Hmm.
can't just go bug off and do something else.
Yeah.
That's a huge tax right there
Yeah.
to be stuck down on that objective.
And he's still stuck fighting incubi, I think. Is there a couple of incubi
Let's have a
still
quick
alive?
look. No, that is the incubi that got measured out just then.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, so the incubi have done a very cheeky movement path right there.
Hmm. Staying just skirting out of combat.
Exactly that. And the Farsight himself did jump back to that other
Yep.
objective. So it's an auto advance, going 22 right there.
I
That's
like it.
more than enough movement to get anywhere on the board basically from
And
here.
depending on how well Executioner goes, we might see the Beast of Nurgle being wiped out in the Psychic phase.
Yes, exactly that. And
Yeah,
that
he's
comboed with how this turn might shape out means that there could be two characters claiming two different objectives.
yep,
That could be huge in
yep.
terms of this turn 5. Can
Look,
those Plague Bursts burst out those heroes? That's
look,
the question.
yeah. Well, it's going to be big because if he does burst them down, not only do they wipe him off the objective, but also score him the assassinate.
Yes, very true as well.
Yeah.
Secondary play is how the Death Guard player keeps himself on table.
Mhm.
He needs to stop looking at those objective lists and need to start actually looking at those secondary piles.
Mhm.
If that can get done well, we're going to see a really interesting turn.
All right. Doom doesn't go off, unfortunately. All right, engage being scored, turn being called, going into the last battle round.
Alrighty, so we can see in center screen right here,
Mhm.
just above the dice tray, Mortarion on the border of that, with
Mhm.
these two objectives that Mortarion could be playing over right now. One has Incubi on it, one has a couple of Witches on it, or three Witches to be
Mhm.
exact. That's a big change to be deciding around. Alrighty, so after a little bit of bookkeeping, we're going to move into the last elements
All right.
of the turn. With
All right.
10 minutes left on the clock as well, we are
Mhm.
pushing into the final elements of this game. It's an absolute nail biter. I think this game really could flip on a dime.
All right, let's get a quick score check again. 37 to 26, but Death Guard is about to get a bunch of scores here. Yeah, that is a key point there that Jack pointed out. Um, with Death Guard, he's put the While We Stand We Fight. So all his expensive models are still on the board. So that's going to get him an auto 15.
That is a big swing that could come through.
Hmm.
It's something I didn't even think about just then.
Yeah, look, that's gonna be the seal in the deal,
Exactly
the
that.
nail in the coffin even.
These plague bursts need to be able to deal with that incubi unit,
Hmm.
as well as Mortarion with the unit of witches right there. What he's done is he's given up some of the playland characters though, so the
Hmm.
far board side is still going to get currently 2 points for
Hmm.
the Eldar. Alrighty. So what we're seeing right now is so that was
All
the
right.
first place perk, and then we got the next play burst,
Yep.
which mortars are hitting the characters, and everything else is going into the incubi right next to it. That is
Hmm.
the play burst right next to Mortarion shooting right now.
Hmm.
Yeah.
All right. Looks like Mortarion and the Plague Burst Crawler has cleared the last of the witches off that objective. I do
Correct.
think this is probably the killing blow here.
Oh, is that a triple six coming off, or is that
Oof.
no? The last one fails. Oh, that was
Unfortunate.
so close to surviving that
Yep.
unscathed.
There goes the Farseer.
Exactly that.
That's assassinate, and also not enough points. Whoa, what a roll!
That was a hot roll.
Oh my gosh. There's
Maybe
no,
I need to get myself some fluid ice.
yeah, no mercy.
No, high vis, high damage. That's the saying, isn't it?
That's
Well,
right.
it will be after this game anyway.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
All right.
Coming into the Eldari turn 5.
And the final turn of the game. All right.
Yes. Alrighty. So they're just quickly having the double check their points. They have about 5 minutes left on the clock. There is enough time for this final turn to happen. And this is going to be absolutely clutch of when, where, and how this movement goes.
All right. We're doing some quick points calc, seeing if Eldar still have a chance.
I think Eldar can tie this game. I
Mhm.
don't know if they can actually push for a win though.
Mhm.
This is going to be a very interesting game either way.
All right. It's going coming down to the wire.
It truly is, yeah. That while we stand has come in clutch so far. It's something we didn't talk about because none of us thought about it until this turn. But
Yeah.
Jack was completely
Well, they,
correct.
they to be fair, they changed the name of the damn thing.
Ah, yes. It's not Games Workshop if they don't change names 14 times, isn't it?
That's right. Well, hopefully people are enjoying the stream so far. If you are, just let us know in the chat. Let us know how you think, what you think about the stream.
Yeah.
Any questions? Please please shout us out. Let us know. Do the
Exactly
thing.
that. Alrighty.
Keep in mind that the next game that we will be streaming will be top table, so
Exactly
stick
that.
around for
Yeah.
that. I'm not sure how long the break will be. We're probably going to pick up a meat pie or something just to keep us going.
Yep.
Yeah, and then we'll see each other in the top tables. But let's see if Jack can math his way into a tie. Oh, it's actually really close.
Alrighty, 5 points on the elderly player
Yeah.
will win him the game. Any other result from this point onwards
Hmm.
will be declared a tie.
Yeah.
That's how close this game is right now, ladies and gentlemen. Although there was barely any units left on that elderly side, all those units left alive are going to be absolutely crucial to
Hmm.
making that final push in this game. So, the question is, who
Oh,
is
he's
going to
going
do
to
what?
go for the obsec.
There is a 5-inch charge on OBSEC that's going to be happening right now. So we're going to jump down to the top down. We're going
Yep.
to see that 5-inch charge happening.
Yep. All right, he's going in. He's going to get rid of that beast of Nurgle. Regardless, he's going to sneak that objective.
And if he can survive,
Hmm.
if that beast doesn't do enough damage to kill him,
Hmm.
he is going to get that offset guaranteed.
Hmm.
So 2 attacks on the Beast of Nurgle is
Yep.
not going to be what he needs to hurt. That's a double one on the wound roll as well. He lives completely. That is 3 objectives held. That is
Hmm.
15 points on the objective point, and I believe that's going to pull this game to a conclusion.
Yeah.
Alright, they're doing their final quick check of points. And as soon as we get this sorted, we're going to send it straight in so we can put up the graphic
Hmm.
with the final scoring points done.
Wow. I think we've mathed it out, and it looks like Eldar is winning by 8. I think he's done it, guys. Jack playing purely objective, beautiful movement phases, using charges, fire and fades, and wow, handshake is sent. That is a win for Jack, ladies and gentlemen. That is an incredible game too. My goodness, Chris.
Truly, that was one
Look,
of the most
I
interesting games I've seen in a very long time.
and I have to say my courage wavered a little bit, but I did bet on the Eldar, and they have done it.
What an absolutely close game.
Goodness me, that was an incredible game to be captured on camera. And we're just going to cut to a nice handshake there. Let's do a nice handshake there. Let's
Alrighty, so
let's.
both players are ready, and the official handshake's coming in for a very good game
All right,
played.
good game.
There it
A
is.
ooh
Love it.
yeah, like
How
that.
good. So,
Awesome.
uh,
Wow, that was incredible.
that was an absolute nail biter,
Look,
that one was.
that I think that battle round 3
That
where
battle round 3 was the start of that turning point,
yeah.
and it just started to pivot further and further and further and further as that game went to a more decisive kill game from the Nurgle,
Mhm.
but a much tighter game on that movement play
Yeah.
by the Eldar. And I think that movement play,
Mhm.
especially that fire and fade in turn 4,
Yeah.
is what turned a close game to a decisive game for the
Yep.
Eldar.
Look, and also having those Cabalites, having those Storm Gunners in the outflank, just cheekily, just taking those points, just exactly when he needed them. Not a
Exactly
turn
that,
too
yeah.
early, not a turn too late. If he would have put them too early, they would have just got hosed off the board.
Calm and calculated.
Yeah.
That's exactly what that play was.
And rewarded with a big deodorant
With the
pump
big
up the armpit.
deodorant armpit
I'm glad
Yep,
we got that
all
on
of
camera.
those words. You know,
Look,
are we really happy we got that on camera?
look, it's all about the hygiene here. Got
Okay.
to keep it
Yep.
fresh,
Yep. 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 I mean,
and
hygiene
it
is a
was a sweaty
virtue.
game.
I agree.
So
It's unfortunate we've had two Death Guard players,
yeah,
but who knows? Third game might be another Death Guard player
yeah,
coming in with the
yeah,
trifecta of three whole blight
yeah.
cyst. Oh, not blight cyst. Plague. I'm losing the words. What are they called? Plague burst crawlers.
Plague
Those
burst
ones.
crawlers, and
Yes.
possibly 10 beasts of Nurgle.
If 10 bits of Nurgle, 3 Plague Burst Callers, and a Mortarion,
Yeah.
well, we might just have a very interesting game 3 as well.
Yes. Well, fingers crossed. We're going to get
Exactly
a
that.
really cool matchup.
There it is, the final point score itself.
Yep, 63 to
on
46.
Jack compared to David's Death Guard scoring 46 in total. You can see just how clutch that last turn was for both players. That's where that scoring big really
Yeah.
came in.
About around 3, 4, 5. You can see the points right there. The big reverse.
Exactly that.
Masterfully played.
At the bottom of turn 2, I thought Jack was ready to concede, man.
Yeah.
I did not see how
Yeah.
he was going to pull those points back around, but just calm and calculated from
Yeah.
start to finish, just ready to just push those objective plays and say, hey man, I'm happy to trade. Bodies for points. And the Death Guard player David just could not get those points back quick enough.
Yeah, he
A
didn't
very
really have
close
those
game,
units.
followed by a very, very, very close, brutal finish to that game.
Yeah, and this is the issue with Death Guard, right? If he spent the first couple of turns doing a lot of shooting, but didn't get his Plague Burst Crawlers where they needed. And this is the issue
No.
with setting up gun lines in 9th edition, is if you stand back and shoot, you're going to lose those late game board control.
Exactly that. You might stay untouched on that back board head, but that back board head is not where enough of those objectives are.
Yeah, that's not going to...
Especially in Vital Intelligence, where you can only score one of those points. It just isn't quite enough to fully get by, is it?
And we're going to get a close-up of Mortarion here. It's looking Solomon glum, as usual, and he's probably going to warp out back into his reality and have a big cry.
Yeah. Dude, it's going to be just like when his dad saved him. Oh, Mortarion.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to wrap it up for Game 2. We're going to have a quick break.
Exactly
and
that.
then we'll let you know when we're going to go back into
Game 3.
Game 3, which is
Yeah.
going to be...
Top tables.
Top table.
Finals of this event.
Yeah, geez. All right, so we're
Awesome.
going to go on timer in about a bit, in a little bit longer, but our technician is doing something over
Our
here.
technician. Oh, we're very unhappy with all this
right,
happening right now.
Okay, all righty.
Alrighty, okay, we'll show
All
our
right,
faces.
okay.
Hello,
all right, hello,
welcome
hello everyone on the
to
stream.
our stream, internet.
Yep.
Okay, so like said earlier,
Yep.
we're about to pump up the graphic for our see you in a little bit,
Yep.
as we are going to be jumping into our break right now. So
Yep.
for all those people who have joined us so far, thank you so much for tuning in, and we will hopefully see you guys very shortly.
All
Until
right,
then,
technician, hit the button.
enjoy.
There we go. All right. We're coming back into the final round.
Yeah.
We've got two teams, the All-Rounders and Sweep the Leg, in the top table team anyway. They're about to do their pairings. As you can see, we've got some lovely players in the back as well.
Yep,
Gonna,
lots of confusion, lots of
yep,
discussion, lots of
as
understanding what
usual.
table is where. It
As
wouldn't be
usual,
a
man.
it wouldn't be a Warhammer event if that wasn't happening the whole
Yep,
time. Hey,
tubs of models,
exactly that. The
lots of
yelling
dice.
coming through, the oh no, my army, and all the rest of it. Hey,
Yes, that's right. All right, tell your family, tell your friends, tell your wife, tell your kids,
aye aye,
and your partners
those two. Yep,
uh, that the final round is about to happen.
it is
Tune
exactly
in,
that. Yeah,
guys. Tune in.
yeah. So, Mr. Eric, what have you thought of the first two games so far?
Look, very cool. I have to say, um, both very nail biter games,
Yes. Yeah, exactly that. Yeah.
and I'm really looking forward to the breakdown of this final game and seeing the final pairing as well, because
Yes.
these two teams have, you know, carefully, strategically, and tactically chosen each other's list and pairings and
Yes.
tables as well.
Yes.
So that
I've
you,
seen spreadsheets with both teams, with the yellow, green, red of the I want to play, kind of don't want to play, and really don't want to play
yeah,
of each of the lists as well, with the
yeah,
right matchups and everything
yeah,
sorted. It will be very interesting to see where the captains decide to
mhm,
place each list.
yeah. And you can see here both teams in discussion here.
Exactly
And
that.
we're
Yep.
about to take a shot at a nice looking Space Wolf army. Hello, let's
Very
get a
nice
zoom
looking
in.
Space Wolves.
Oh, yeah, look at that orange. Look, it's very rare to see Space Wolves in that orange instead of that classic yellow.
Yeah,
Um,
I think it's a very nice flavor touch though.
yeah, and he's also got some pretty cool looking suppressors there with the
Yes.
red helmets and the red
Yeah.
gun.
It truly is a stunning army, isn't it?
Mm,
But at this event, there's been so many gorgeous looking armies so far.
yeah,
It's
it's.
really no surprise that, oh, look at that leg.
Oh,
That,
we're looking at some.
here we go.
Oh,
We're on the
we're gonna.
move. Okay. Yep.
Oh,
Okay. Look, Scott, our cameraman, I don't know what he's had to drink over that
all
last
right,
break, but,
he is going to actually
oh,
bring
here
the
we
army.
go. Oh, this man. What
Yeah.
a play. Straight into the camera lights.
Okay.
Absolute genius.
All right, let's have a look at that army, baby. He's actually did a head swap on that chaplain as well. Looking
Yeah.
nice.
I really like those Space Wolf helmets.
Hmm.
They look really good. And
Oh, we
okay,
get
we're
get a
good.
bit of a butt shot.
Yep,
Okay.
yep, yep. That's what we want. It's a nice break. Yep, and now we're
Yeah.
back.
Now looking at this list as well, models aside, what a scary list, right? We've got the Contemptor, double Volkite, pretty meta right now with the mortal wound output. We've got
Yep.
the double Redemptors with the Plasmas, also very meta right now.
It's
Very
terrifying.
scary.
Yes.
I don't seem to. There's probably a Primaris Tech Marine sitting in there to give those Dreadnoughts the buffs they need.
Yep, that sounds about
You've got
right.
the Chaplain, you've got Vanguard Vets. Boy, that's problematic. Although I don't know if this is actually playing in the final on stream anyway.
Yeah,
But at least we get some eye candy.
exactly that. Hey.
Right, another bit of a butt shot there. He's also got the Phobos
The
Librarian, and
Phobos Librarian,
yeah, and a
yeah.
couple of Phobos units. I think those are incurses, so they
Yes,
can
they
do
are, correct.
they can do some cheeky forward deploys. And if he's taken the Waller trait to allow them to redeploy with the Lord of Deceit,
Yes.
that's one of
Which I
the
really hope he does. I
yeah
think that's probably one of the best things to take on any of those Phobos
yeah.
armored units.
Now, unfortunately, with the changes, you are not allowed to redeploy after priority is determined.
That is true. That is
But
true.
you can still use it to counter the moves of your opponent's deployment as
Yeah.
well.
Make it your first drop and your last drop. It's such a powerful tool to do it like
Yeah,
that.
that's right.
Yes. You're
All right.
effectively trading a free drop for nothing and you're forcing deployment options out of people.
Yeah.
Because they might think, oh, he's definitely going to move the unit and you can just keep it still that whole
Yeah.
time.
Now, the funny thing is we talked about heaps of this list, and it may not even be on stream, but at least we get a bit of a breakdown of some of the lists that are...
We see rocking the boat at this event.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's right.
I think it's been really interesting to see the caliber of lists out on stream and the ones behind. Alrighty. As the teams are getting everything sorted out
Hmm.
and their armies in the right positions for those roll-offs and to pick their actual matchups for the teams event,
Hmm.
we are almost ready to actually start streaming that process itself.
Oh, okay. Looks like that Spaceful Farming is actually on stream. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, more
All
you
right.
know.
And I think we have a pretty cool thematic matchup.
It is chaos into Space Wolves. Yeah.
Oh, yes. Classic and thematic. Now, what I really want to see is if anyone are they going to use don't most Space Marine and Chaos Space Marines have a anti each other stratagem?
Correct, they
Yeah.
do, yes.
So that's always my favorite one. So so we'll see how that goes. Now we'll
Yes.
have a look to see what kind of flavor chaos we're dealing with.
Yeah.
And my Din Tai Fung pen has gone walkabout yet again. But it is a tournament, ladies and gentlemen, so
It is expected.
it is
Some
expected
might
to
even
lose
say.
the pen. All right, we're gonna
Alright.
look at to getting some secondaries.
Yep. And with my
Um,
patented Warhammer Curse City
oh, I didn't
pen.
know they do Curse City pens, but there you
I
go.
didn't either until I picked one up.
Boom.
Alrighty. I'm gonna go get secondary sorted.
Hmm.
I'll be right back.
Yep. All right. Looks like BTC's Space Wolves win, calling it now. You know what? I'm a Imperium fanboy. I'm gonna go with you. I think Space Wolves, he's got it. Okay, we're working out some of the BTR. Sorry, my bad. BTR. All right, we're working out each other's objectives here. We're playing on the same table as well, so thank you, mate. Thank you, BTR. If you enjoy the content, please chuck us a follow as well. We do all sorts of games, 40k being one of them. We are looking to do more games, or more different games in the future as well, including Lord of the Rings, Battlefleet Gothic, that sort of thing. So check us out. All right, we're just resolving the secondaries here, and the objectives are being placed. Okay, we got a nice close-up shot of those Space Wolves. Ooh, look at that. Big blocks of Vanguard vets there. Storm Shield, Lightning Claws. Got some cheeky eliminators as well. We've got a pan here. Suppresses, turning off that Overwatch. Really nice for a combat army like Space Wolves. Panning over, we see some incursor units there. Yep, crispy shoulder pads. That's what you want with Space Marines. All right, we
Alrighty.
got the objectives being
Laid
finalized as
down?
well.
Yep.
Yeah.
And secondaries are about to be organized for us
Hmm.
now. Awesome. This is going to be an exciting game 3.
Hmm.
I'm excited to not have Death Guard rocking the boat,
Yeah.
although it is still Chaos.
Yes.
I'm
Yes, that's right.
excited for it to not be the exact Vincent and Pete style list, so
Now we
yeah.
still need to resolve what list the Chaos player is playing. All right, so we got a confirmation of the chaos list here.
Yeah, so what we have in the chaos list is a bit of a soup list. So it has the bulk of it being Emperor's Children.
Hmm.
There was a small detachment of Thousand Sons, as well as Word Bearers in the mix as well.
Oh, I like
So
that. I
yeah,
really like that. Right, we've got Emperor's Children, we've got the combat, we've got Thousand Sons with the Psychic Dominants, and Word Bearers with the cheeky demons.
exactly that. Yes.
Possess, I love it.
Yeah.
And with word bearers, they also have that one. I think it's a stratagem that allows them to always pass the psychic test to take some mortal wounds.
I
So
believe
that,
so.
yeah.
Yes.
So he's got a lot of
Tricks built
tricks
into it. Yeah.
and a lot of tricks that people can't really get rid of as well.
Exactly that.
So,
And access to a lot of flexible parts of the list
mhm,
means that he'll always be relevant in any stage of the game. Now,
yeah,
having a quick glance at his list, it looks very elite,
yeah,
very Terminator heavy. There's a
yep.
lot of possessed units rocking the boat. Not that many Thousand Suns, but I'm going to be really interested to see how he breaks that formation up
Mhm.
and what he actually does on his deployment.
Yeah, I can definitely see the way this game is going to break down is the Space Wolves are like the safe,
Yes,
and these Chaos guys are the
they got to
lockpick.
crack it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they got to crack that safe, man.
And they
Um,
better do it quick before those
hmm,
dreadnoughts start turning those tides on them. Hey,
yes. Well, good thing for the Chaos player, a lot of the units can actually be in Deep Strike.
correct. Yes.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Right.
So, I don't know if we've talked about the objectives so far yet and the actual mission.
No, we have not.
So, we have priority target going on. Alrighty. So, with priority target, we have another diagonal offset deployment. So what
Hmm.
that means is all those right angles are now 45-degree angle lines that are being pushed across the board. That's going to be really impactful for how those arcs of fire gets changed and how direct line of sight gets altered because of that deployment style.
Scott, Scott, Scott. Also the crates were angled as well.
Now we just have a
Crates,
small bit
crates are
of
angled.
housekeeping that needs to be sorted with the terrain. As soon as that gets fixed up, we'll be able to push forward with the rest of the deployment and all that sort of stuff. Now, for the priority objectives and that sort of stuff, this one's actually really interesting. So, we have a bunch of objectives that will be held throughout the course of the game. There is one that'll get you 5 points if you are able to control one or more of the objectives. You'll get two or more objectives to get you another 5 points on the primary. And then the third one will be controlling more than your opponent. So it's the same as game one. So it's the holding one, holding two, holding more again. It'll be a very interesting game to see how these forces actually line up into each other and force out the combats and force out good line of sight shooting and
Hmm.
blocking out those objective zones.
Yeah, it's gonna be tricky because the Space Marine player has, I would say, the superior shooting in this case.
It has absolute supremacy of that shooting
Hmm.
game.
Uh, it has really good combat with the Vanguard vets, but it is really just the one trick in terms
That
of
is
the
true.
Vanguard vets.
That is true, but they are Space Wolves.
Yep, that's right. They can do a lot of cheeky things with the with their. I think every unit can heroically intervene.
Correct,
Yep.
yes. I'm a little bit sad to not see any Thunderwolf rocking around,
Oh yeah, that
but
would have been cool.
that's
But
okay. I'm a
yep,
huge fan of the big six-man unit of Thunderwolf.
yeah,
That just gets to rock the
yeah.
middle board, but
Also, this is very much a the Vanguard vets are very much replacing the old school Wolfen that's usually run
it
in a lot
really
of,
is, isn't it?
yeah,
Yes.
that's run in a lot of Space Wolf lists.
Yeah. Now, okay. For our team and our players, we have Joshua, who is running the priority target as his first secondary. He has engage on all fronts as his second secondary, and he has retrieve data as his third one. Now, Jono, the other player, will be taking priority target, stranglehold, and oath of moment.
Oh, Oath of
Yeah,
Moments. That's the Space Marine specific
it
one.
is the Space Marine
Yeah, it's
specific one,
got
exactly.
multiple conditions, but one of the great things about Oath of Moment is because it has multiple conditions and a very high cap, you can kind of do all sorts of things and still get points. You
Exactly
get
that.
points
Yes.
for I think not falling back, controlling the center, and also another elements as well. But it's the flexibility of Earth to Moment that really puts it ahead of a lot of the
Yeah.
objectives. All right, we are working out
No.
positioning right now. All right, I'm just bringing up the chaos list.
So for those who didn't catch it earlier,
Mhm.
we have Joshua running the chaos, and we have Jono running the Space Wolves on the other side as well. Alrighty, it seems they're just sorting out those last little things about how the terrain and that will be working on this board and the deployment zones. And then from there, we're going to start that wonderful deployment itself. Whilst that's happening though, Eric is going to be pulling up the list for the Chaos.
All right, so Emperor's Children got Dark Apostle.
Yep.
We've got a Sorcerer.
Mhm.
Dark Apostle's running Benediction of Darkness, so the
Of
-1
course he
ahead.
is. Yes.
Blissful Devotion, which is the Slanesh specific
Ooh.
cult chaplain ability,
Yep.
or Dark Apostle ability. We've got a Sorcerer with Prescience, Warp Time, as usual, +1 a hit and extra move. We've got Terminators, one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. 2 blocks of 8
Yeah.
Terminators. Lightning Claw, Combi Bolter, so the synergy is huge here. Combi bolters with the Marcus Lanesh. You've got access to the shoot twice stratagem.
Exactly that. Yep.
You've got the Veterans of the Long War with the +1 to wound. So a lot of DACA there. And in combat, they've got the Lightning Claws. So with Marcus Lanesh in Emperor's Children anyway, they're going to be going off chops. They've got also some bikers, my favorite actually. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. Eight bikers with chainswords,
Mhm.
combi bolters. Two's running the melter gun, and the champion is also running the combi melter. No difference, no melee weapon there.
Okay.
But again, it's receiver of the classic stratagems.
Yes.
Veterans and the endless cacophony as well.
Yep.
All right.
So for those who don't know how that works, the best thing about Veterans of the Long War is units that can utilize that stratagem are +1 to wound in more than one phase. That's what makes the Terminator unit so scary. That's what will make the Biker unit so scary as well. And especially with a shoot twice stratagem on those Terminators, they will be dishing out an absolutely ludicrous amount of damage between those shots.
Hmm.
And then follow that up with a good charge and an
Hmm.
even better combat phase of those Lightning Claws,
Hmm.
they will be wrecking havoc across an otherwise a very dominant force in the
Yeah.
Space Wolves.
And the thing is that the interesting thing is lightning claws are a really good weapon going into invulnerable saves.
Exactly that,
Yeah,
yes.
re-rolling wounds, large amount of attacks, and always triggering that invuln.
Yep. It's just forcing dice onto your opponent, isn't
Hmm.
it? And that's exactly what you need to be dealing with things that have either very good armor saves
Hmm.
or a large amount of strong invulnerable saves.
Now, speaking of invulnerable saves, let's get into the word bearer's detachment.
Alright,
He's got a
yes.
sorcerer
Hmm.
with demonic whispers,
That makes
and
sense. Yep.
he's got death X. So bye bye invulnerable saves.
Yes.
So if we thought lightning claws were good,
They're about
uh,
to get even better,
yes, that's right.
especially into the Marine matchup.
Yep, delightful agony. So for the Field of Pain as well,
Yep.
awesome. And we've got some cultists. We've got a bunch of possessed, and yeah. Now going into the Thousand Suns detachment,
Yes.
another sorcerer in Terminator armor, so he can follow in from the deep strike.
Yes. I think that's very clever.
Yep. He's got Zinchian Firestorm, so for some mortal wound
Mortal
damage.
wound output. Yep.
Yep, and Weaver of
Perfect.
Fates for that free reroll.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because why not?
yeah, that's right. He's also got a couple of Rubric Marines.
He does.
Yeah.
Correct.
So 13 rubric, no, 14 rubric Marines
Yeah.
with just the bolt guns, right?
Exactly that.
Mm,
Extra wounds for those casts. I think it's a very clever list. It's a lot of bodies, and it's
mm.
going to be very interesting to see how he gets to play the objective. I mean, the amount of bodies on the table, comboed with the access to OBSEC, that's going to be what really breaks this Space Wolves back.
Now, the board is fairly center cramped, but there are a couple of big firing lanes. So it's going to come down to how clever the placement of the big shooting pieces of the Space Wolf army, or Space Wolf player, anyway.
Those three dreadnoughts, if
Yeah,
they get good firing arcs, this could be a very quick game.
yeah. And also the thing with, for example, the rubric marines running around with they're fairly defensible, but they're going to get hosed when that dreadnought with the ball kites
Exactly that,
lean into them.
yes.
The mortal wounds will just absolutely tear them apart.
In saying that, though, the Rubric Marines will be the ones sitting back on the objective
Yeah,
plot.
most likely.
Yes, they seem the obvious candidate.
Yeah, using that bolted discipline, or
Yep,
I
and
think
all
it's
his
a
dust and all
yeah
those sort of
hateful
rules.
shots or whatever it's called.
Yes.
Um, it's the same thing. He also has a rhino, so
He does, and I'd
yeah,
be very interested to see what goes in that rhino.
yeah. Now, one thing is, it's cool to see he hasn't taken any of the big shooty pieces that Chaos normally has access to. No obliterators,
No
right?
obliterators, no havocs.
Yeah. Yep. No havocs, no demon engines or anything like that.
Yeah,
So yeah, he's just gonna use the pure waiter shots and the value from the +1 to wound to bust through some of the more difficult things to wound. But having said that, the Spacewalk player really only has the dreadnoughts being.
the
Um,
actual point of heavy armor.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah.
However, those dreadnoughts will be very difficult to remove from table.
hmm but again, perfect profile. Only one damage. The dreadnoughts do really well
Very
against
true.
multi damage.
Yes.
But the
So
sheer
for
amount
those
of.
who don't know, the dreadnoughts get to reduce any incoming damage by one.
hmm
That makes them incredibly resilient against those D3 or 2 damage or even some of those 3 damage shots.
hmm
It just pumps it all down that bracket by one,
hmm
making those few shots that do get to sneak through someone's invuln or
hmm
armor save just that little bit less effective.
hmm but doesn't matter when you're getting shot by a big block of Terminators.
Very true.
Yeah.
Hey,
All right, we've got some nice screening happening here. We've also got the Eliminators being forward deployed there.
correct.
Very
Yes.
cool. And Incursors as well.
There's going to be quite a few units, I believe, that are
hmm
actually going to be pushed forward into the game.
Now, the cool thing to see is how long can the Space Wolf player last? The Incursors,
Yes.
they're forward deployed. They're sitting on objectives already. But can they hold out for 2 turns? They've got
That's the
they've,
magic question,
yeah,
isn't it?
they've got the classic, stratagems. They've got transhuman, but again, transhuman not very useful against bolters.
Not at all, unfortunately, no.
All right, another unit placed down here. Suppressors, very cool. Now the cool
Alrighty.
thing with suppressors is they have gotten a huge buff. They're only 100 points for 3,
Yes.
and they've gone up a shot since the last edition,
Last
I think.
edition change. Yep.
Yeah, and you don't need to kill a model to turn off Overwatch. You just gotta hit them.
That is, I think, probably one of the best changes to that profile we have seen.
Yep.
In fact, I'd say it is the best change we've
Yes,
seen to the
exactly.
profile. Some might
Because
even
it's
say,
only
hey,
been one change and it's been
exactly.
good.
It's been a phenomenal change.
Exactly.
It made them from a moderately good unit
hmm
to pretty much an auto include on those style of lists that actually utilize charging
hmm
and counter charging really well.
hmm
I'm very interested to see how he gets to utilize those comboed with those Space Wolves.
hmm Now we've got the librarian Phobos librarian deployed with this with those eliminators as well in the center.
Yes, we do. Yeah,
hmm
we can see them just under the building there.
Yep. Now the position there is very important because he knows he's only got that one psyker to counter all those other psykers that the Chaos player
Correct,
has.
yes. It's placing
And
that psychic deny in the
yeah,
right spot and picking the right deny to actually
yep.
cast on, hey?
He's got the psychic hood, so he would be better at taking away some of those bonuses. But let's find out if he has taken any other
Fun little tricks. Yeah.
anti-psycho abilities.
I'd be very sad if the Sons of Rust didn't have a lot of ways to deny the anti-psycho stuff.
hmm
So let's just have a quick look, eh?
hmm Now, I have to say, while we're getting to the list, very interesting. We don't have any pure Drukhari lists on the top table.
No, we do not. Which is a very interesting change to what I was expecting out of
Yeah.
this event. I was expecting at least 3 to 4 Drukhari players
hmm
coming across any of our 9 matchups that we've been able to showcase on the streams in terms of teams.
hmm
But we've only had one, and they did not play on our stream today. That was game 2, and they were playing on table 3.
hmm Right, looks like the librarian did not take the chapter librarian thing.
Okay.
He only has the roller traits and the extra relic, so pretty cool. Still pretty good. And for those at home, he's taken Lord of Deceit. He can do the redeploy.
The
Very
redeploy if he
cool.
wants to. Yep, I think
Yeah.
that's probably, like I said earlier,
Yeah.
one of the most important things to keep in mind as
Mm.
a opponent to these Space Wolves.
hmm Now he's also got the Murderous Hurricane and Stormcaller, so it looks like a Mortal Wound output.
Machine coming out
Yeah,
here.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. All right, let's take a look at the Primus Chaplain. He has gone for Benediction of Fury, so the relic Proteus,
Yep.
and he is a Master of Sanctity, so he's casting those abilities on a 2+, and
Exactly that. Yes.
he can do two a turn.
Which is exactly what you need on a model like that, isn't it?
Yeah. So he's taking Catechism of 5 for the +1 to hit, and Canticle for Hates for the, I believe that's the charge, +2 to charge.
I believe it is too.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, that's right.
It basically means that those bikes are going to go wherever they want, whenever they want, isn't it?
Correct.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe he has a big unit of 5 or 6 of those bikes rocking the boat today.
hmm
Maybe even a larger unit.
hmm
This is really going to be quite an interesting game happening today, I think.
hmm I also want to point out he has single Cyberwolf, just one.
Single Cyberwolf.
Sometimes that's all you need.
Sometimes you have a really awkward number of points left over on your
Yeah.
list.
Hey man, 15 points.
15 points. Hey, some might
You
call
get a
it
wolf.
weird. I call it efficient.
That's right. He's also got a second eliminator squad
He
and
does.
a second suppressor squad as well.
Yeah. It's going to be very interesting to see where those Dreadnoughts go. As expected, he is saving them to be the final 3 drops of his list.
hmm
I think he just wants to see where as many of those things as possible go. So it looks like inside of that Rhino, we have a full squad of the Word Bearers.
hmm Which is the possessed.
Correct.
Yep, as expected. And for those interested, it is a Mark of Slanesh unit of possessed. All right, dreadnoughts are being placed.
Hello, hello, said the firepower. Alrighty. It looks like the Marine player is the only one with the units left to deploy.
hmm
So he's just going to be dumping down everything now.
Yeah,
And then we're going to get started with
yeah.
turn 1.
And notes the for the Chaos player, he has opted for the Deep Strike option for all the
Correct.
Terminators.
From what it looks like, it is both units of Terminators are going to be in the skies today.
Mhm. Now, what's cool to see is just like last game, the Spacewalk player has chosen that little alcove as a defensive position,
Yeah,
and basically going to chuck the rest of his army in that little corner there.
I think this is a very clever idea as a Space
hmm
Force player
Yep.
to be able to hunker down around those line of sight blocking, true
hmm
line of sight crates, and just force those angles down the corridor so the dreadnoughts can do the heavy lifting.
hmm
Pick off things that don't quite get steamrolled through on those dreadnoughts with that bolter discipline and those waves of fire.
hmm
And I think he'll be able to just crunch through that first wave and slowly start expanding his little bunker out, piece by piece by piece, if he gets to play his game. Where
hmm
those bikes go and where that Rhino goes,
hmm
and how those teleport down Terminators get deployed is going to be what really changes up and shakes the actual
Yeah.
foundation of how this game wants to be played by the Space Wolves.
Yeah, he's chosen to kind of bunker down in that corner, so he's going to be yielding a lot of objectives
Yes.
in the first couple of turns. However, because he's bunkered down, he's using those rerolls, using the buffs to get critical damage through.
Yes.
So we'll
And
have
I
to
think
see.
he's going to be using those Vanguard deploy units
Hmm.
to try and really sneak away that extra objective
Hmm.
just to get him that 10 points early if he can.
Hmm.
The question will be, as mentioned earlier, will that unit actually survive the weight of shots that will be
Hmm.
targeting it? Because I
Hmm.
promise you, if that Space War player goes first,
Hmm.
all of those shots will be hosing down them to try and push him off that objective for turn 2.
That's right.
Now, my favorite question to ask you,
Hmm.
prediction. Who is going to win?
Look, as I mentioned earlier on the chat, I'm an Imperium fanboy. I'm gonna,
My
s-
condolences.
yep, I'm gonna say Space Wolves.
Space Wolves for the win. Alrighty, that's an interesting call. Having a look of where the deployment has gone and what's happened with it so far, I
No,
think I would
we're at
say,
max. Like if we plug in, everything's gonna shut down.
I would say that
You could we could put it up on the ceiling. There's literally a power board on the ceiling that could do it. Yeah, yeah, you can do one of those, but it's the white one. You know? Okay.
do you have? Oh.
All right, we All right, we're about to do an Operation Duct Tape to the ceiling to make sure the TO has his phone for the end of the event. All right, he has tripped on the light for the sixth time. All right, we've done it. We have Operation Phone on the ceiling is complete. Now back to the game. All right, let's have a look at the mission. Priority target. There's a central objective. This is going to play really well into Oath the Moment because the
Yes.
Spaceball player still wants to take that center objective. Now, the Chaos player has put a bunch of Rubric Marines right in the center, so he's going to have to steal it off him. Is he going to go for it in the first turn, or is he going to wait a little bit longer?
I think that unit of Rubrix,
Hmm.
should it go second, is going to be in a really good spot.
Hmm.
When he gets to go first and he gets to push up again,
Hmm.
I think he's going to be in an even better spot. I
Hmm.
think that killing that Rubric unit is going to be very important early.
Hmm. I mean, they do have the firepower to do it. I
They
mean,
do definitely.
yeah,
But is it a question, do I want those Rubrics dead or do I want something bigger dead in the
hmm,
back line?
yeah,
For example, a big old unit of 8 bikes on the Chaos Marine side.
that's right.
Do I want to focus that down or do I just want to let it ride up to me?
Yeah, that's right. So the big thing is all those weapons are pretty good against bikes and good against marines in general. 2 damage wall kites, mortal wounds. Got the D3 damage, the 2 damage plasmas as well,
Yes.
and the 2 damage autocannons in the first turn. Heavy doctrine will be in effect, so you got to
And
getting
will
that
be
extra rent.
huge, I believe,
Yeah,
for
and I
him.
don't think they have access to any invulns on the chaos side. Don't
Not.
think he's taken any of those spells
I
or the chaplain abilities.
don't believe so either. No.
No.
I think he's going to be banking on the weight of power armor here to
Hmm.
make him save through these.
Hmm. All right, here we go.
Alrighty.
All right, they're doing the redeploy component of the turn. Lord of
And
the
the
Seat
priority
activating.
roll. Alrighty, the rolls were a 4 and a 1.
All right. All right. We are rolling off for the
Alrighty.
redeploy. A little bit of bungle there, but that's okay. All right, going really deep, placing that unit in the far corner there.
This will be quite an interesting game to see how it shapes out.
Hmm. All right, he's going to see where to place the suppressors
Yes.
and the incursors. All right, some contemplation here. All right, suppressors are redeploying onto the top there.
Yep.
So he's used two activations of the redeploy. He's got one remaining.
Alrighty, this Space Force player is just deciding if he wants to do that third redeploy or not. And if he does, what's he moving and where? It's going to be a very interesting decision as to which unit he decides is the one that needs that movement.
Hmm. Now, it's very interesting with suppressors. Um, didn't know they could activate with Lord of Deceit, but not a Space Wolf player myself, so not 100% sure.
Yeah, perhaps it's just anything Space Force keyworded.
That's right.
Knowing Space Marines,
Hmm.
I wouldn't be surprised if repulsors get redeploys.
Hmm.
Alrighty, and the rubrics are going to be jumping straight backwards
Hmm.
into the border of the Rhino. Does that mean they will be embarking into it at some point?
Hmm.
That is the magic question I have.
Hmm.
As I thought earlier, the rubrics are, I think, going to be used as more the backline defensive tool.
Hmm.
To me, that makes quite a lot of sense.
Yep.
And another unit is jumping forward, and it's the bikes at the moment. Alrighty, it seems that those bikes have been deployed right onto that extreme flank, so they can hopefully clear up a unit of eliminators and their friends supporting them there.
All right. Here we go. Right. Turn one going to. I think it was the Chaos player.
Yes, I believe so.
Yep. Oh no.
No, it is the Space Wolves to take the first
Hmm.
turn. We stand corrected.
Hmm. He is
Alrighty.
activating the stratagem to turn a unit into the Assault Doctrine.
For 1 CP. How good is that?
It is excellent.
Yes. Alrighty, we're just having a quick double check on one of the rules. We just don't want to present the wrong information here on the stream. It is about whether or not those suppressors can actually get that pre-game movement off or not. As soon as that gets resolved, we'll get back to you guys. Alrighty, regardless of how that plays out though, it's going to be a very interesting turn one for how this Marine player wants to actually move these wolves into the positions they need to, and how they actually get the line of fire into those Chaos Warriors in the right positions to get that effective turn 1 damage down. It would seem that the Chaos player as well has hidden behind that building. So I believe the rules has been confirmed that those suppressors cannot actually do that pre-game movement. It was just a mistake.
Hmm.
No harm, no foul. The unit
Yep.
has been moved back straight away.
Yep.
We apologise for the delay there. We apologise for the confusion.
Hmm.
But all seems to be back on track and on the up and up.
Yep. So, look, the redeploy wasn't going to change too much because it looked like the suppressors were going to move anyway,
Correct.
which again, they can still do and get that line of fire. But yeah, we did have a rules clarification there. Lord of Deceit does not work on suppressors,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
But imagine if it did.
Hey man, they're still excellent units.
Just wait for the next codex. They'll get Phobos armor
Yeah,
for them,
one day.
surely. Alrighty, so as we continue back into the SLR movement for the Space Wolves player, looks like his primary focus is around how to deal with the bikes
Hmm.
and the, I believe it's cultists at the top there,
Hmm.
that he has to actually clear off that objective point. What he's going to do with them and how he's going to get to them with the right units and still have enough toys to play with the objective point itself
Hmm.
is going to be the big question here. Can he force OBSEC off that unit, and can he survive with enough units of his own to
Hmm.
actually effectively play that game? Whilst the bulk of his firepower in those triple dreadnoughts
Hmm.
actually sits on the opposite side of the battlefield to him.
All right, we are looking at subunits moving onto the objective. Eliminators, incursors as well. I do
Yes.
believe Assault Doctrine has been turned on, and he's
For the
got
incursors, I
yeah,
believe.
and
Yes.
he's going to go into those bikes now. Are they going to Overwatch? They have the weight of shots. Those
They do.
incursors might just die on incoming.
I would expect at least 2 to 3 wounds to come in on them.
I mean, unless he's choosing not to charge them, but I would have expected him not to turn on the
I would
Assault
be
Doctrine.
very surprised if he's not charging them, even without Assault Doctrine.
That's right.
Alrighty, so as we push into the end of this term, it's going to be very interesting to see where those
Hmm.
dreadnoughts want to move, if at all, and how they're going to get those shots off. As I mentioned earlier,
Hmm.
most of that Chaos Force is deployed in a nice little channel straight behind that line of sight blocking terrain piece. He's not going to get many favorable shots, if any, into the right targets,
Hmm.
unless he gets some really solid movement out in the next little bit. Alright, we'll just have a quick measure of where those suppressors can actually move on.
All
It
right.
looks like
Ooh.
there's an advanced roll. I saw a 4 on the dice there.
Hmm.
That is going to be a nice big movement
Hmm.
from building to building, cover to cover.
Yep.
That's exactly what they need on opening movement here.
Hmm. All right, we're gonna get a bit of a shoulder shot there. All
Alrighty,
right, a
we
little bit of.
have what looks like another incursor unit on the other flank.
Hmm.
That looks like it might be moving in a moment.
It's gonna be doing some shuffling, making sure they're in range or possibly out of range.
Correct.
Hmm.
It's always that great debate, isn't it? If I step in, will my opponent be in range as well?
Yeah. Now those Oculus carbines do ignore cover.
That is very true.
Mhm.
Alrighty, it
They
seems like
also ignore negative to hit
modifiers, yeah.
modifiers. Yeah, I'm not sure if they ignore cover though. I think that's something else, or maybe they do both. Let me double check that.
Alrighty, we have Eric, the rules lawyer,
All
cracking
right.
out that Space Marine Codex one more time.
Okay.
While that happens, we're just having a quick double check when line of sight issues coming on the other side of the board there. Alright. And it's now that big question, where do those dreadnoughts need their movement to go? How are we getting to that center objective? What are we locking out of this game? How are we going to play for the hold one, hold two, hold more? Those are the questions running through this Space Marine player's head right now.
All right. So the gun itself ignores cover, but they have their little laser tag visor that actually ignores the negative hit rolls,
How
modifiers.
wonderful.
Yeah. So there you go.
A very effective unit.
Yeah.
It would
Looking.
seem, as the game continues, we're going to see more and more and more of them creeping their way into this current edition because they are just an excellent unit for their price tag at the moment,
Hmm.
especially with that Phobos armor.
All right. Measuring some movement here. The Chaos player has really used that redeploy to bait out that initial deployment, and now he's struggling to find shots.
He really is.
Hmm.
By having both of his big blocks of troops
Hmm.
stuck on the other side of really solid objective
Hmm.
pieces that are actually still line of sight blocked entirely
Hmm.
from that triple dread, it means that they might actually have been deployed wrong.
Hmm.
You could have seen those dreadnoughts go a 2-1 split, but
Hmm.
doing a 3-0 means that they're either 100 or zeroing that
Hmm.
damage output. And
Now,
right now, it looks like it's going to be close to that zero.
now I have to say I wasn't aware that Chaos had access to a redeploy, but that's really cool. That's a
It
really cool
is,
move,
yes.
and I don't think the Spaceball player actually saw that coming.
No.
Mm.
It was a roll off to see which redeploy happened first,
Yeah,
and it was quite unfortunate that Spaceman had that redeploy hit him first.
yeah.
I think if the Spaceman player had the luxury of being
Hmm.
able to redeploy after
Hmm.
the Chaos Marine player was able to do so, I
Hmm.
think you could have seen a very different change in how this opening board would have looked.
Yeah. Looks like that single Cyberwolf is tagging that center objective for the Oath moment, so that's pretty cool.
Correct.
Yeah.
A very clever way to do it, I think.
Speaking of Oath moment, let's have a look at what the other conditions are
Yeah.
to trigger it.
Because, correct me if I'm wrong, but there was quite a few ways to get your Earth moment actually
Yep.
working.
So you got to stay in the center. I think you can't fall back out of combat. And there is one more. I think it's destroy unit.
Alrighty, just flicking through the book now. We'll be with you in just a moment here. Alrighty, so the Marines have started their shooting phase. We have all the units in that top corner objective. So on screen current, that is the right side objective being contested right now with a bunch of shots from Incursors coming in right now.
All right, you score one for killing a character, vehicle, or monster. You score 1 as long as no units have fallen back, and you score 2 by having a unit in the battlefield, in the center, within 6 inches of the center of the battlefield.
Which
And
is going to be truly fantastic
mhm.
on a board that has an objective in the center.
Yep.
I think it's one that you're going to see quite commonly with
Mm.
many Space Marines players.
Mhm.
As long as that objective sits dead center, with
Mhm.
that incentive to actually sit and hover in that space. You get to double down on
Mhm.
the benefits of that objective play.
Yep. All right. Here comes the shots.
And it looks like the cultists are being cleared out of the center there.
Yep.
I believe it's just trying to thin down those numbers to help the OBSEC later in the game.
That's right. Because Space Wolves, if he manages to clear up the cultists, he will get obsec on that objective.
Correct.
All right. He's got the Overwatch coming in from the bikes. That is
Correct. How many
absolute.
sixes can he chase here?
That is a lot of dice, ladies and
I
gentlemen.
mean, bolters, man.
Oh,
I
here we
see a
go.
lot of double rows here. That's a lot of sixes coming through.
Hmm. Got some rerolls here coming as well. All right.
And the assault doctrine is charging. That's going to be huge for the next little bit.
Hmm.
Alrighty. They make it in no wise at all. So it's
Hmm.
both units that do get the charge there.
Hmm. All right. Shock Assault is in effect. You've got +1 attack on the Primaris bodies. Space Wolves
Correct.
do get the +1 to hit
Yes, as
as
well.
well.
Yeah. Doubling down on
So,
those lovely, lovely charge bonuses. Hey.
yeah. And these are incurses, so um, with the Assault Doctrine. So we've got Exploding Sixes,
Correct?
+1 to hit,
Yep.
-2 with the paired combat blades, and I think he has gone for the +1 wound stratagem as well.
Yes, I believe so as
Yeah.
well. So he is hoping to absolutely nuke this squad right now.
Hmm.
Right here. Get rid of that mobility. Get rid of that punch.
Hmm. All right, 10 saves -2. That could be 5 bikes down the drain.
Correct.
Alrighty.
Alrighty. It
All
looks
right.
like there were,
That's a significant amount of bikes.
yeah, 3
Uh,
bikes by my count have just
mhm.
dropped. 3 bikes out the side there.
Yeah.
Now, we see that one on the corner there. It will be able to pile itself back into coherency. It
Hmm.
does look a bit strange right now,
Hmm.
but that is okay the way he has done that move.
Yeah.
Additionally, we do have another unit that would be able to strike. I
Hmm.
believe he's gone for the interrupt, so we're going
Hmm.
to see how that shapes out first.
Yep. The scary thing is, Hateful Assault works when you are charged as well.
That is very true.
Yeah.
So both units are rocking a lot of dice right now.
Hmm.
But I don't believe they've gone for that +1 to wound strat. No,
Hmm.
they have not. There were threes that got picked up.
Hmm. I mean, as long as he clears a couple of curses, he's still in the lead. Oh, that's a really good save.
That is a very good save. Just
Oh.
one wound and another model drops.
Hmm.
That's phenomenal on the saves there.
Hmm.
That's definitely more than you expect off save rolls.
Hmm.
What is that? 3 5s and a 4. That's just rude. Alrighty, I believe this is eliminated dice rocking the boat now.
Hmm. So no special attacks here. He still gets the explodes,
True.
and still gets the -1. All right, bike takes a
Alrighty,
wound.
another drops. Oh no, just a single wound down. That was my fault there. A lovely opening combat. And the obsec means that he does actually hold the objective still.
Yep,
That is a truly momentous move right
yep.
there.
The big thing is when he deployed the Cultist on it, he didn't have enough on
Correct.
the objective there.
Yeah. Has
So
forced him off it very early. It is turn 1. There's plenty of time to swing that back full circle. But it is a big swing right now. And the
mhm,
Dreadnought's movement is still there. They
Mhm.
can come into that channel,
Mhm.
open up that 2-1 split like I was talking about earlier,
Mhm.
get those solid fire angles in, and get that damage output in right now. But for now, what we're going to see is a very slow and interesting turn on how this Chaos player
Mhm.
wants to open up the expansion here. Alrighty, it looks like there was another Cultist fled
Mhm.
due to a failed morale check though.
Yep. All right.
Alrighty, the Chaos player is just taking a moment to compose himself, have a think about what he needs to do, and then we'll be jumping into how exactly he wants to re-engage this game. He took a bit of a hit. He lost 3 bikes, took an extra wound on another, and he lost about half of his cultists. By no means is he out of this game,
Mhm.
but boy oh boy does he need to start thinking about how he wants to reverse that flank.
Mhm. I mean, he's got the key models there. He's got the bikers. He's got the cultists there. I reckon he would be able to grind through those incurses, but it is a risk. He may need to reinforce it.
Exactly that. And it's still that big question, where are the Terminators going to drop as well?
Mhm.
Does he need to drop on that side to double down that flank? Or
Mhm.
does he have the luxury of going wide with them on the other side? Can he
Yeah.
go the top left, for example,
Mhm.
on current screen? Can he go down into the bottom somewhere? Perhaps in between those two bottom row objectives?
Mhm.
There's so many questions about where and when he wants to drop those Terminators, whether it's top of two,
Mhm.
sorry, bottom of two or bottom of three.
That's right. And with that amount of terminators, there's some.
16 Terminator bodies. That is
Yeah.
a lot of punch to contend with,
Yeah.
isn't it? Now, it looks like they're possessed, sprinting their way up the board,
Mhm.
causing a nice, big, juicy unit,
Mhm.
ready to be shot at and pulled apart by a million different bolter shots.
Mhm.
Especially as we come into turn 2, it's going to be really interesting to see how and why those shot decorations are going to be going where they are. Are
Mhm.
they going to be chasing down possessed? Are they going to be trying to shoot off things on the back row? Is it going to be that big Thousand Suns Blade block that's over behind the Rhino?
Mhm.
What is going to be their target? That is
Mhm.
the question.
Now he's moved a single model onto that objective. Let's see what else he moves onto that objective. I'm not sure if that bit of objective actually clips through that crate.
It does not, from what it looks like,
All right.
no. It
Okay.
is caught exclusively on that open third, which
Mhm.
means that if that bottom right gets cleared out by the Spaceballs player,
Mhm.
there will be a horrific amount of potential for
Mhm.
them to claim that objective and push up the board, claiming that true cover.
Mhm.
And again, as mentioned earlier, that dead center dreadnought,
Mhm.
that has a perfect fire arc into anything it wants over on that side. Unless those possessed can get a nice charge, close that gap, and then
Mhm.
get in a good consolidation through. But I don't think that's going to be happening this turn.
Yeah. All right. Looks like he's disembarking as
He
well.
is definitely on the disembark there. That looks like it is the unit of. What is it coming out of that transport?
I think it's just.
Just Marines from the looks of it.
Yeah. Let's get a check on that one.
It could well be some noise marines. It's just hard to tell from this angle currently. Alrighty, with a really strong push coming out and the Rhino hiding down in that terrain feature as well, it looks like the Chaos player is not happy to sit idly by. He
Yep.
says, let's make the play happen and let's make it happen now.
Oh, okay. So those guys in the Rhino were actually some Noise Marines.
Yeah,
Yeah.
awesome.
It's 10 Noise Marines, 2 Blastmasters in there, rest are Sonics. So probably going to be pumping out some shots there. Depends what target they're shooting though. Just eyeballing it, doesn't look like there's much. He can maybe pump that Blastmaster into the Redemptor.
That is very true. Yes,
Yep.
that could be some very key early chip damage on that dreadnought.
Yep.
For really powerful, as we mentioned in the last game and game before,
Mhm.
turn 2 and turn 3. That is the turns where the magic happens.
Mhm.
If you remember back one game ago, that was the game where we saw the Eldari list go from a 3-point start
Mhm.
to then winning the game because he maxed out those primaries from
Mhm.
turn 3 onwards and
Yeah.
just forced that lead all the way through that
Yep.
game. Sometimes a good, healthy setup in turn 1
Mhm.
where you have low impact, low scoring, low anything in the game causes that really, really strong, powerful late game
Mhm.
that just holds rock solid. Even in armies against like Death Guard and that.
Mhm.
Death Guard is meant to be the powerhouse of late game, but they
Mhm.
got deconstructed by an effective setup and
Mhm.
really clutch movement with that fade and fire.
That's right. All right. So he is pushing forward. It looks like they're going for the warp time. No,
Yeah.
no, not warp time. No, they are warp timing. Here we go.
So for those who don't know what warp time is, it is a psychic ability which lets the unit designated move again.
Right, he's
What that
flooding that
means
center board.
is that middle board is going to be completely flooded. That dreadnought is actually in danger now. It went from being in a really powerful spot to being completely tied up in combat, and the other dreadnoughts won't be able to render their firepower into assistance until that dreadnought can get out again.
However, it is a dreadnought. It's going to punch those possessed pretty well.
This is true.
Yeah,
Dreadnoughts have been known to hit things from time to time.
yeah, very hard even.
Exactly that.
Yeah,
Yes. Some might even say scarier than a fire warrior in combat.
that's right. But it is a tanky unit in the middle there with the possess. You'll note that he's actually used some plague marine conversions as well, looking really nice.
Yes, very clever conversion to give some really good variety to those models.
Hmm. It is a very tanky unit, being a demonic.
It is extremely tanky,
Hmm.
yes. And the way that it can force its saves around and force that unit, that dreadnought unit, to just take an absolute beating means that that dreadnought actually is in danger of dying this turn. If those saves don't go the dreadnought's way,
Hmm.
if those possessed do get their hits off, it is going to be absolutely terrifying, especially knowing that there is a +1 to wound that can tap that unit anytime that he wants.
All right, he's contemplating a deny here.
He
Oh,
is. He's rolled it, and he's rolled a 2 and a 1.
not quite enough.
That is nowhere near the result needed there.
Hmm.
Alrighty, it looks like we have a big teleport coming up from those rubrics. That big 14-man squad just gets to teleport that 9 inches
Hmm.
away and hose down this side objective. I think some incursors are about to just disappear.
Ooh, this is very tricky. Very tricky indeed.
And like we said earlier, the
Hmm.
All is Dust rule, as well as some really, really, really powerful bolter discipline rules, means that these guys actually are very hard to remove unless you have multi-damage weapons.
Yep. And those suppressors are the perfect unit to shoot them down, but they're about to get hosed.
Exactly that, isn't it?
And I do think they're within rapid fire range.
They've deployed 9 out, so they'll definitely be in that rapid fire
Hmm.
window. That is going to be exactly a metric ass ton of dice going this guy's way.
Yeah, with a big amount of rend or AP,
Exactly that.
sorry.
AP2, I believe it'll
Yep.
be, on all these shots.
Mhm.
At, as well, that +1 to wound
Mhm.
threshold, because Veterans of the Long War can be used in multiple phases.
Mhm.
It means he doesn't have to save it for the combat phase. He can use on that unit now, and he
Mhm.
can pump those possessed up to take down
Mhm.
Dreadnought later on in the very next phase.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, you can definitely use the veterans, but no double shoot on this one.
No double shoot,
Mhm.
unfortunately.
Yeah.
They do not have the right keyword. They're a Zinch unit. They
Yep.
require the Slanesh unit
That's
to
right.
use, I believe it's called Endless Cacophony,
Yep.
which is a 1-point stratagem to shoot again. Oh, I've just been retconned. It is a 2-point stratagem.
Yeah, I do believe it's 2 points.
Alright.
Because
Let's call it 12. Let's
yeah,
call it
look,
even.
shoot twice for 1 point is insane.
But
I'm just
why
gonna
not?
use that. Look,
They're
I'm just
one
gonna.
wound. It's fine. Alrighty, so we have a couple of cheeky measurements, just seeing what is and isn't in that rapid fire window. They
Oh,
are going to be pumping the suppressors at the moment.
Here they come. He's going to do some quick math hammer,
Yep,
seeing if he wants to redistribute his shots.
correct.
Well, the aspiring sorcerer is going to smite from the unit.
That is definitely going to cast. So
Whoa.
it's an 11 total.
All right, so he
Alrighty.
casts.
Oh, flat 3. That's aggressive.
Yep.
Or perhaps even suppressive.
Suppresses, getting
Yep.
suppressed.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's called a highbrow humor.
Yep.
You're welcome.
You can
Yep.
have that one for free.
Yep. My production man, Mr. Scott, just giving me a dirty look right now, but that's a-okay. He has assured me that dwarves are the powerhouse of 40k. Squats reign supreme.
All right. So if you guys didn't catch it earlier, the sorcerer actually rolled above a 10. So he goes through a super snipe. However, because it is just a unit of rubric marines, they use a baby version. So it goes from 1 mortal wound to D3 instead of D3 to D6. But it's
Exactly
still
that.
enough.
He rolled the 3 on the dice. That was the flat 3 mortal wounds hitting that unit.
Mm. All right, here come. All right, he's shooting the incurses and suppressors, I believe.
I believe he's going to be splitting his shots, yes.
Oh, he's popped the smoke screen. So, for those at home, Phobos units do have the smoke screen keyword, meaning they can pop smoke while being targeted by a shooting attack, leading to a negative one to hit, which I
It is
think is
a
actually converted.
fantastic word.
Yeah.
Fantastic ability to have.
Yep.
Now, unfortunately, both of those suppressors do get pulped in the rest of those firepower coming through.
Hmm.
And we're going to have quite a few shots here hitting those, the
Incurses.
impulses, incursors, sorry.
Hmm. What? Are you attacking? Which screen do you want? No, this is fine. It was fine. It was fine. It was fine. Still suppressor shooting? Yeah. All right. Here comes the rest of the shots into the incurses.
Yeah. Alrighty.
Has been resolved. That has been resolved.
So down the other
All right,
side, it
here
looks like
comes
this.
the Blastmasters.
Yeah, exactly what you said earlier.
Yep. Blasting the Dreadnought. Here we go. I also like how he's chosen not to shoot the wolf.
Yes.
uh,
Well, I think it's going to give him a really easy charge.
yeah, and just get more space.
Exactly that.
Yeah, that's right.
You don't even have to charge the Dreadnought if you really don't want to.
No.
That's the really nice thing about it.
All right. Damage has been rolled and reduced to 1 damage on the Dreadnought. All right.
Looks like there is 7 saves being made.
Mm-hmm.
That is 8 on the Dreadnought.
Mm-hmm. More damage taken on the Dreadnought.
Yeah, I definitely stand by my statement earlier. Exposing that Dreadnought out like that, instead of doing the 2-1 split for turn
Mm-hmm.
2, I think really has shot this Space Wolves player in the foot.
Mm-hmm.
And I think coming into the end of this charge phase, if that unit possess hit that Dreadnought, it's going to disappear.
Yeah.
And that's going to be an insane amount of firepower that never gets to deliver on it.
Mm-hmm. All right, here comes the saves. All right, it looks like the Redemptor is taken down to 6 wounds.
Alrighty, it looks like the Dreadnought has 5 wounds left on him now.
Ouch. Oh, a big charge from the British
Big
Marines.
charge down here on the Thousand Suns. It was an 11 on the dice, which means even though killing off a unit,
Hmm.
he still makes that charge.
Yeah, and he's going to try and go for the chop chop into those incurses.
And get a fantastic obsec little sneaky play there.
Hmm.
I love it.
Hmm. He's got the weight of attacks. Space will still have the ability to um, swing hard, but he's got to activate. All right, couple more charges. Possessed is going to tag the wolves probably.
I definitely think so. Let's see,
There
this
we
is the
go.
big
Oops,
roll. 5 and a
6.
1. That is
Ooh, that
what
looks a
looks
bit
like
far.
just like the magic number. Ooh, the Psyker. There's a question around that.
Maybe just looking for that heroic intervention.
Ah, yes, I see. It's
Yeah,
measuring out to make sure he's not going to get intervened on.
yeah. Although Clovis Librarian, not the greatest fighter.
No, but it is extra damage that can come in, and I
Hmm.
believe he still does have a power sword.
Yeah, a force sword even.
Oh,
Sword of force.
how rude.
Yeah.
They
Not
didn't
not
even
one
buy them
damage,
dinner.
not two. D3.
Arguably worse than 2. However,
Better
it
than one.
can spike.
Yeah.
D3 will always be
Yeah.
better than 1. That
Y-
is true.
yes,
Unless it happens to be I need to do 3 wounds, because then my hopes will be high.
that's right. All right, Paul Little Wolf is about to eat a bunch of hits.
Unless the Space Wolf player places 1 CP stratagem now to turn that wolf into Ross. But I don't think he bought the right model, so he won't be able to do it.
Yeah, and I don't think he wrote that into the codex either.
Oh, yeah, you're right. That might be from last edition. My mistake. Alrighty, so it looks like he has placed those possessed to be able to tag that dreadnought
Hmm.
and get that really nice pile in across that objective play.
Hmm.
This Chaos Marines player is going for a big 4 objective turn,
Hmm.
leading him into a wonderful spot to
Hmm.
force this Space Wolves player to get the hold 1, hold 2, hold more
Hmm.
shift off
Hmm.
of the Chaos
Yeah,
Space Marines
and
objective
look,
control.
he hasn't even dropped his Terminators.
He hasn't. And that
Jeez.
I think is going to be the truly terrifying thing.
Yeah, he's got to contend with the Terminators.
If we
However, we've got the Vanguard vets.
we do have Vanguard
Vanguard
vets.
vets. Vanguard vets. I'm gonna say it 3 times, and I've said it 3 times. We've got
What was it again?
the Vanguard vets.
Vanguard veterans.
Yeah. So that's
Alrighty.
that's the ace in the hole, I think. But
It
it really
is.
depends on when he's going to commit those, because if he commits it too early, it's going to expose him to the deep striking terminators.
Very true, yes.
Right. But if he doesn't use it
Early enough.
early enough, he's going to take a lot of damage.
And I think right in this top-down view, if you look at the bottom of the map, where that little cluster of dice is just to the right of the great terrain feature, I think that is going to be where we see one of those Terminator units dropped.
Hmm.
If that hole isn't filled, it's going to be a fantastic fire arc with a wonderful 9-inch charge
Hmm.
straight onto that back corner objective for the Space Wolves.
Yep.
That is basically going to snook them out of their home objective.
Hmm.
If they drop that home objective, the game could well be over
Hmm.
that turn.
Yeah.
The big question will be, how does this Space Wolves player recover? Does he stay cool? Does he figure out his game plan? Does he go forward? Or does he panic and focus on the things that are in his face?
Hmm.
That is going to be the big question. Does he concede the ground he knows he can't win? Or does he try to push for a little bit too much of everything?
All right. Chaos player has seized good control of the game. We will see
Yes.
how he's going to capitalize in the pile-in and combat phase. And yep, here comes the
Yes.
pile-in into the Redemptor Dreadnought,
I still
avoiding.
think the dog's going to live.
Well, maybe he just chooses not to swing. He doesn't need to. He still has the objective.
That is true.
Yeah. Um, whoa, big roll on the number of attacks. That we're looking at 5 attacks on the possessed. That's a lot of attacks.
This is gonna
Again,
be big.
shout out to our buddy Paddy. Loves lots of attacks.
He does. I agree. Padwell, the man, the myth, the legend.
Mhm.
Owner of a wonderful model known as the Longest Boy.
All right, here comes the lots of dice.
Yep.
Whoop.
And this is just one Marine. Wow, insane.
My
Alrighty.
goodness.
Thankfully,
Who
there is
needs?
quite a few misses.
Yep. I mean, that's the other thing is who needs rerolls when you get a bucket of dice?
Exactly that.
Yep.
This is like a driving range. It's just a
Mm.
bucket of balls that you just get to smack people with all day, isn't it?
Yep. Here comes the second round.
Oh, here we go. That was a much better roll. Look at that.
Whoa.
2 dice taken out, and that's it. That's crazy.
All
And
right.
this is going to be the big question. Did veterans get popped?
All right. Here comes the wave of attacks.
Fantastic movement through
Mhm.
this game so far.
Yeah. Now
I
keep in.
think we get to really see what it looks like to see two very talented players
Mhm.
go toe to toe in a movement heavy way
Yep.
in a shooting dominated game. And I think that is what really makes and breaks a
Mhm.
good player to a great player to someone who deserves to be on this top table.
Now the win rolls weren't awesome because he was
They
still
were
only
not.
winning on fives. The Redemptor is still alive on one wound, so he can swing back.
That is very true. Yes.
Oh, goodbye the wolf. Un-
Alrighty,
All
that
right,
is
F's in the chat for the cyber wolf. He has gone off into
doggy
whatever.
hell
The,
called the realm of chaos.
well,
He's
okay,
become a fleshhound,
yeah,
surprisingly
a
enough.
beast of chaos, even.
Oh, a beast of that's it. This is full circle joke.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so
Here comes some resolving the couple of last bits of combat here, and the eliminator's going down. Oh, oh, there goes the final eliminator there. We did see an exploding six from Death to the False Emperor. So as I mentioned before, we do have some interesting little interactions between
the two
Space
forces
Marines,
going
yeah,
back and forth at it. Yeah,
yeah, and Chaos Space Marines. Yeah.
some cute little thematic rules that give both players a buff.
Hmm.
It's a nice way to add into a game, add a bit more character to an otherwise
Hmm.
very interesting and complicated game at times,
Hmm.
isn't it?
All right, here comes the chainswords.
Oh joy,
Ooh.
this is gonna be painful. I think
All right, here comes the explosions.
6 extra dice on exploding sixes.
All right, converts to three. That's pretty good.
Exactly that. And
Ooh, not.
that, my friend, was not the roll he needed just
Yeah,
then.
he just.
Two more models moved out of that unit.
Oof.
Alrighty, and now the T-Suns make their mark as well. It's coming on this little corner objective. They are absolutely swarming it.
Hmm.
All
Now,
is dust, they said, and so
yep,
they turn these space wolves to dust.
yep. Look, they're still swinging at their basic profile, strength four,
That's true.
two
Yes,
two attacks each. Not the best, but there are 20 of them, so that's 40 dice, man.
that is also true.
Yeah. Now the aspiring sorcerer in the squad does get his little force sword.
Also very
Yeah.
true. Yep. Little bit of cheeky extra
Hmm.
damage here and there. No one argued too much about that except the Space Wolves, hey.
Mm, that's right.
And look at this matchup. Nice and thematic. Space Wolves getting beaten up in combat by some Thousand Suns.
Yes.
That's
In fact,
everything I want to see as a Chaos fanboy.
yes. Um, one could say this is Not Prospero, but Brospero,
Prospero.
because they're bros.
Please, tell me more.
Huh? Well,
Our
no,
technician just said he's
he
ending
said
the
he
stream
didn't
on
like
that
that
note.
one. Oh, okay. I'm just gonna retreat back here and gonna eat a bit of a cherry ripe. It's all right. I heard your groans at home. All good.
Is it all good though?
No? Okay.
No, I don't think so. Alrighty, rocking in on the other side here, we have what looks like just the one model so far pulled.
Mhm. Oh, those incursors survived.
They
Very
did.
nice. That's pretty big. They still hold that objective. They do have Obsec, while the Rubric Marines do not.
Very true.
Mhm. Right, Redemptor is going to swing into. We're looking at the Redemptor. And the Field of Pains have not gone
Alrighty,
off.
the Redemptor with one wound left makes his big last stand.
Yeah. All right, 5 saves for the Rubric Marines.
Here we go. One rubric cops the dust.
Hmm. That's the thing with power armor, swinging each other. Very tanky, unless you've got high rend.
It's not quite as fragile as the Eldari we saw last game, is it?
No, not quite as action-packed, but it is still a bit of a slugfest
There
even.
was an incredible amount of movement happening this game.
Hmm.
I would argue more so.
Hmm. All right, now we're doing some scoring at the end of the battle round, and we're going to grab some of those scores while we can. Right, we're going to grab the iPad here, quickly have a look at the scores. All right, we're going to display the scores momentarily at the end of the first battle round. Here we go. It looks like engaged on all fronts. Scored by the cows. 2 points. Didn't quite get all 4 corners because
No.
he can't really dive into that back spaceful corner there. And we did have domination, that being scoring controlling the objectives and priority target as well. And we got 1 point for Earth. I do believe that's for destroying a unit.
Uh, quite
Is that correct?
possibly.
Yeah, is that correct? Oath of Moms.
The Oath of Mums. I agree.
All right, now we're going to go into Space Wolf turn 2. The obvious thing is probably going to activate the tactical doctrine here,
Quite likely so, yes.
and bring those bolters to bear. He doesn't have that many bolters, but still works.
Those
Still
he
good.
does have, this is the turn that he can turn it in.
Yeah.
I think, depending how he moves this turn and what sort of shape his army looks like, especially with a very low wound Dreadnought, he really needs to make that split happen and appropriately make that split work. Depending on how those Dreadnought's firepower arcs get to hit those units, if he can hit those Noise Marines, if he can hit those Possessed, and if he can hit those Rubrics, with the right style of firepower, he will be in a commanding position this game.
Yep. Look, he's if he decides to activate those Vanguard vets, he's probably going to clear those to death out, even possibly diving into that backline objective there with the Noise Marines. So, I mean, is this the right time to do it? Should he wait till the assault doctrine to get those exploding sixes? Let's find out.
Better question is, should he wait until Terminators drop?
That's right.
Does he need something to answer them, or does he need to make the Terminators answer him?
And I just realized I was muted that whole time. Haha.
Very good. Alrighty, so as we step into the Space Wolves next turn, it's the question again, how do I reset? How do I prepare my turn? How do I claim my objective points? The interesting thing about the way this current edition is formatted is that scoring is set up in your turn to then score the turn after, which means you actually have to be proactive in making decisions, not just reactive. Usually going second gave you the luxury of a reactive gameplay, but going second actually has quite a lot of downsides in this edition currently, which I would argue is a really interesting offset to
Hmm.
the way the game was played in previous editions.
All right. So he's rolling some advanced rolls, I believe. Oh no, he was casting his litanies.
That makes sense? Yep.
Hmm.
It's the command phase, the limit's are going down.
All right. Some nice sportsmanship here. Just checking the range and line of sight
Yep, yep, I love it. And
before he
this is the
commits.
start of that really effective split I'd want to be seeing right now.
Hmm.
Can that second dreadnought move up and support the wounded one?
Hmm.
And that'd be the perfect box style window of supporting arcing fire. They'll be able to just hose down those units in front of them. I think your statement earlier with those Vanguard bats, just ignore those noise marines and let the Vanguard bats mop them up.
Hmm.
I think if he can really focus out other units, like that T-Sun squad, like those units on the bikes on the other side as well. And if he can support that side effectively with the Dreadnought from where it is currently, he will be in an absolutely dominating position that will force the Terminator drop.
Hmm. Looks like he's falling back with his suppressors.
Yes, I think he needed to. Otherwise, he was going to cop far too much firepower,
Yep.
hitting him from the Thousand Suns in the following
Yeah.
turns, or even worse than that, getting tied up in combat with them.
Hmm. Look, I think those Incurses are all right staying in contact with the Thousand Suns. Being Primaris, they're probably going to outlast them, if not fight them
They will
tooth and
trade
nail.
evenly enough to
Yeah.
actually cause the Thousand Suns to slow long enough for
Mm.
them to not actually win that heavily on the
Yeah.
objective play.
And look, they still have the upsec. They actually control that little nice corner there where the rest of objective is actually sticking out of that building.
Exactly
So
that.
even if the Thousand Suns try to pile in, it's going to have a little bit of a trouble getting those models onto the objective.
Yes. Now, unfortunately, quite a lot of them do already have the range to actually make those strikes in combat.
Hmm.
But depending on how that pile in for the Marines actually goes,
Hmm.
we'll see quite an interesting amount of damage coming into those guys, and trading will be an interesting conversation to have when we get to it.
All
Now,
right,
it
looks
looks
like
like
the eliminators are popping out. Ooh,
oh
just
no, the
little bit of
Eliminators blew up the building.
a little
All the
bit of an
Vanguard
accident.
vets.
Little bit of an accident. It's all right. The eliminators have popped out. And let's see, he's trying to check to see what kind of characters he can possibly snipe out or just, do some damage.
Exactly that. They have multiple forms of fire, which
Yep.
is the cool thing about their profile.
Mhm.
They can choose how they want to hose down their opponents
Mhm.
and how they want to pick out those key
Yeah.
characters.
They do have a multi-shot profile as well as
Exactly
a
that.
mortal wound profile as well. Both really good here. They have moved, but they hit on twos, so um, you know, they're still hitting on
Hitting
pretty
on the.
good odds.
Yeah, exactly that. And as we said last game as well, building a castle,
Mm-hmm.
it's a great early game,
Mm-hmm.
but the longer you wait to actually grow that force out and expand what you own,
Mm-hmm.
the worse that game set's going to look for you, even if you are killing your opponent out.
All right, he's measuring to see if he can send those Vanguard vets possibly to reinforce the.
That is a 1 on the advance rolls.
Mhm. All right, here we go. Off he goes. That is just the character on with jetbike. Sorry, jump pack. Sorry.
I believe George is his name.
Oh yeah, George.
Yeah, yeah, old friend of mine.
Yeah, George of Rossborough.
Yeah, exactly. Alrighty. Now, what George is going to do is he's going to hopefully lead the way for some really, really good movement
Mhm.
on some Vanguard bats. They'll get a really solid charge,
Mhm.
and we'll have the luxury of shutting down the entirety of that corner of the board.
Yeah. And look, it's such a tight corner that if he pushes up even more, those Terminators might struggle to even fit in that little corner at the back.
That is true.
Yeah.
Now, something to consider on the other side of the coin as the Chaos player,
Mm.
he could just leave.
That's right.
Those Thousand Suns, those who survive,
Yeah.
could just leave.
That's right. He could just pull off that psychic spell and just get out of there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, I'm expecting those who do survive to try to get out of dodge
Mhm.
and lend their fire support elsewhere.
Mhm.
Now, we'll see how much the Space Wolves player actually wants to commit.
Mhm.
Oh, yes, is he doing it? If we jump down to the full top-down view quickly, I think we're going to see the... Yes, okay, the second Dreadnought has come out from around the corner. He's
Yep.
peaked, and he's offering that 2-1 angle support I wanted to see earlier.
Yep.
What that means is that there's this big L shape
Mhm.
of fire support that is going to come out where they have overlapping angles of fire through the terrain fields. What that basically means is that this Chaos Space Marine player is going to be in the deep end when taking some shots,
Mhm.
and is going to be in the deep end when trying to move off those to the middle objectives.
Now he's also moved up the Provost Librarian, putting him in range of more Psychers to hopefully exude the Psychic Hood as well as
To
the
find that one important spell, or
yeah,
sorry, one important psychic power,
yeah,
and
that's
just
right.
try to deny that out of the game.
Yeah. Now let's see what happens. Oh, he's moved up his Vanguard vets. He's going to keep another unit of Vanguard vets in the building, probably as a backup here.
Yep. Now, a really important thing he's done here
Hmm.
is, and I'll just wait for Camman to quickly jump down to the top-down view before explaining this fully. But this is a really, really common strategy we see coming out of games like Age of Sigma as well.
Hmm.
What he's basically done is, if you have a look at the top-down view, there isn't many pockets where there is a gap of more than 18 inches.
Hmm.
What that basically means is that the Terminator unit won't be able to deploy unless it finds a big enough gap for 832 mil bases to go down more than 9 away from every enemy unit.
Hmm.
That 18-inch bubble actually needs to be about 22 between each unit for those Chaos Marines to drop effectively.
Yep.
That is going to be really tricky. The only space I can see right now, potentially, is where the iPad currently is, or additionally, in that top left corner where those red dice are. Somewhere around there, or where the iPad is, would be the only optimal places I could see any Terminators dropping this turn.
Hmm.
But the problem is, if he waits another turn, he has to drop both units, and that issue could well be compounded again.
Yeah. And if he doesn't drop them in time, they will count as being slain.
Exactly that. Now, the only thing worse than them being slain,
Mm.
because you couldn't deploy them, is having to drop them in a really bad spot
Hmm.
because you have two giant units in
Yeah,
reserve, not just one.
yeah, and dropping them in a bad spot might as well be slain because they won't be able to affect the game much.
Yes, with a movement profile like a Terminator, they
Hmm.
may as well be void and obsolete,
Hmm.
especially with all the lightning claws he's bought.
Yep.
He needs to be finding ways to make them useful and powerful.
Hmm. All right, he's checking his angles of fire. All right, we've got some psychic going off. It's going to look for some mortal wounds. All right, uneventful for the psychic phase.
Unfortunately, with one Psycho,
Hmm.
psychic phases can be quite lackluster. As a Tau player, I very heavily relate to what just happened.
All right, looks like shooting so far has been a bit flat, but he is just shooting the chip damage stuff. The big guns haven't shot yet.
Exactly that. Looks like he's just trying to do some probing shots,
Hmm.
try and find where he can get those sensitive pockets, and then just hose them down with those dreadnoughts.
Alrighty, nice. All right, that's the Volkite there, doing some mortal wounds. He has popped the stratagem for Wisdom of the Ancients with reroll ones to hit and wound.
Which is going to be absolutely clutch coming
Well,
into this turn, I think.
this is the turn to do it, and it's in a perfect spot to do it as well.
Alrighty, so just seeing how that damage overflow is going to be worked out, and we'll go from there. Some quick measurements about where those noise mines are compared to the suppressors.
Yeah, he may choose to pull differently.
Yeah, exactly. Now, for those who don't know, noise mines do get to fire upon death,
Hmm.
which is a very powerful tool they have.
Yep, here we go. Here comes the returning fire.
Shooting dreadnoughts, it would seem.
Hmm. Nothing so far.
Alrighty, that looks like it is 2 wounds down on the dreadnought.
All right, interesting. Uh, it went through those inbounds because the Contemptor does have inbounds.
Yeah,
Unlucky, but that's the way of the game, way of the dice.
exactly that. And unfortunately, getting hit by the chip damage in the way that these Sonic Marines are able to slowly do
Hmm.
is exactly what Dreadnoughts hate.
Yep.
They would love to cop a las cannon once
Hmm.
and then shoot on back.
Hmm.
Righty, what I am interested to see is what that Rhino hiding under that building is going to be doing over the next turn as well. We have a Rhino sitting just near the backboard where those, what do you call it, Rubric Marines
Hmm.
and the Possessed were initially. That building there, it is the one just to the left of the top right crates, has a Rhino hiding in the bottom level of it. If it can get out and make some really interesting movements, maybe block up a unit of Vanguard Vets for a turn who can't quite kill it,
Hmm.
it's exactly what he might need to buy time for those Terminators to do that clutch damage.
Hmm. All right, so he's used the eliminated ability to. Uh, so he's taken a carbine, so he can shoot and then fall back, which is exactly what he's done to do a nice little screen in anticipation of those Terminators.
Yes, exactly that. Trying to find those shapes that force that force Terminators into those really bad pockets we mentioned earlier.
Hmm. All right, more considerations taken.
Yep, just a moment to reset themselves before they continue that shooting.
All right, suppressors are going into the Sonic Marines. Noise Marines. I call them Sonic Marines. In fact, I'm going to call them Sonic Marines from now on.
Yeah, that's
That's a
fair
cool
enough.
name.
Yeah.
Sonic Marines.
Yep. Right next to the Shadow Mines.
Sonic.
Alrighty, so it would seem that those Sonic Marines do get to shoot back very soon now as well.
Yep.
They've taken, I believe, 2 casualties off that volley.
Hmm.
We're just measuring range now quickly, and then they'll be having some dice thrown.
Ooh, that's a nice shot count for the plasma.
It was 5 on the D6.
Hmm. All hit. This is going to really take out those bikes, I reckon.
Exactly
Ooh,
that. Oh. So this
that's
is, I believe, -4 AP.
yeah, that's 4 bikes dead. Boom.
That is a unit that just
That
disappeared.
yeah, that is the power of macro plasma.
Exactly that, my friend.
Yeah.
That is why we need that 2-1 split coming
Mm-hmm.
out either quicker or waiting that one turn.
Hmm.
Because that second Dreadnought got to the same macro fire
Hmm.
into something like a different unit of even the Possessed.
Hmm.
Instead of getting charged and tied up, yes, it can hit in combat, but that macro shot and then a charge from a Dreadnought, that would be a wiped unit right then and there.
Yep. Alrighty, more Sonic Marines dying to suppressors.
Exactly what you want to see.
Right, charge phase coming up.
Just moved up to the bathroom.
Oh, here comes the shots from the Dreadnought into combat. We almost missed that. Alright, going to the charge phase here. Right, Vanguard Vets being declared into the Rubric Marines over the building. Here we go. Right, he's trying to make sure that the rerolls from the Chaplain is still within range, and he's going to string in the Vanguard Vets. Up they go. Right, sneaking through that building. All right, here comes the other character. Straight into that little slot there. All right, here comes the first round of Vanguard Vets. All right, quick rules check here to check for the explodes. All right, 3 go down. Lightning Claws doing the work. Those Rubric Marines are in a little bit of a trouble, but arguably they have done their job by pulling the Vanguard Vets apart. All right, Chris is back. Just missed a nice charge
Yep.
from the Vanguard Vets,
Vanguard
staying
veterans.
just within 6 of the chaplain to get their rerolls.
Oh, very cheeky. I
Yep,
like it.
and the character has gone in. Here's the second unit of Vanguard Vets piling in into the.
Back of the possessed, it would
Yeah,
seem. Yeah.
that's right. And in comes the librarian as well for some nice damage as well. Very good.
Yep. A nice charge over there as well. Yeah. Very well played by both sides so far.
Hmm.
Whilst it seems like the Chaos player has the map control, the
Hmm.
Space Wolves player is pushing out.
Hmm.
It's that base builder style of gameplay, isn't it? You bunker down, cop the attrition early, and then you just start pushing and pushing and pushing late game.
Yeah. Now he does have a pretty good movement with the Vanguard Vets. They're a scary combat unit, and they fly.
Exactly that.
They can get there.
Now,
All right.
correct me if I'm wrong, but they also turn off Overwatch as well.
I believe so. He has tagged a couple of units with the turn off Overwatch.
Yes. So there's lots of different ways to guaranteeing that Vanguard vet unit gets exactly what it needs to.
Yep. Here is a bunch of wounds. All right, more dice coming in. That was actually the hit roll. So it's still exploding, guys. Here we go. Lightning claws.
It seems it's going to be forced to wound, re-rolling at the moment, I believe.
Yep, that's the power of lightning claws.
There was a lot of dice here to be re-rolled. That is a very lucky thing, eh?
Hmm. Here
Looks like
comes.
just over 2/3 of the dice have just been picked up for that re-roll.
Hmm. And ooh, that looks not
Oh,
bad.
very hot roll in the second third there.
Hmm. Nice conversion there.
Yeah, very nice conversion.
Whoa, 21 saves on the possessed.
21 saves.
Jeez. Here we go.
Possessed got
Here,
this.
here
They
they
all
come.
live, not a single wound. I don't see any ones. Don't look on the screen, guys.
Right, here comes the Feel No Pains from Delightful Agonies. Yeah, that's going to be the squad, I think. Wow, that is
I believe there was
one
one
possessed
left.
left.
Yeah,
Look, he still has the Librarian to go.
that is true.
It's a multi-damage weapon.
That is
He
also true.
still has the Dreadnought to go.
But will those be in combat by the time he finishes taking them out of this fight?
Ooh, like he still has the pile-in. He's got the 3-inch.
Also true. Also
Yep.
true.
Now he's going to complete the consolidation here.
Yes. Shifting down towards that objective. Underneath the building, he has just tapped the edge of it.
Mhm. Okay, here we
Alrighty.
go. He's doing some swingbacks. All right.
Oh,
Oh,
it was a cheeky interrupt to try and drop that final wound on the Dreadnought.
oh,
That could have been huge.
and we're
Speaking of
interrupting.
huge, have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
Bada bing, bada boom, the
we are
game
at the game
center.
center in Narrellan. Another shout out there.
They are our fantastic host for today. They'll also be hosting an event in 2 weeks' time that we'll be streaming as well.
Yeah.
So, if you like this stream so far, if you like the look of this venue, check it out, check us out. We have a bunch of different ways you can find us, as well as seeing us live in 2 weeks' time.
All right. Here we go. Bunch of damage being dealt into the Rubric Marines.
Alrighty, so,
All right, here comes the
the sun. Do 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 do.
lightning claws.
Oh, that too.
Okay, we got some explodes. Not that many, but good amount. We've got the rerolls. He gives up the canonical effect.
Also true.
Yeah,
I think my rubric friends are about to disappear very quickly to some
yeah,
lightning claws.
yeah. And here comes roll. Oh, what's the win? Re-rolling. Mate,
The big re-rolling,
this
man.
is why lightning claws are really meta right now.
They are
This,
incredibly meta.
yeah.
Now, I have no clue if the Space Wolves player has thought about this yet, but right where those Rubric Marines had dropped in for their teleport is exactly where I expect one of those Chaos Terminator units to rock up.
Yeah.
Just be that second wave and just pump through them.
All right, here we go. Here comes the big save. Ooh, that's a lot of ones. Oof. Two up inbound and still failing quite a lot. That is very painful.
It is. Alrighty, the Rubric Marine is down to 4 models left in that unit.
All right, some consolidations there, really blocking off those River Marines. Now, I do think he's tri-pointed one of those River Marines, so if they have to fall back, they're going to have to take some tests with some damage.
That is very true as well. So far, this has been a very exciting game to watch on stream.
Hmm. It is very much chess-like, I would describe it.
It has been
Move for move.
systematic and decisive, would be how I describe every single moment of this game.
Hmm.
Two players who are obviously at the peak of their craft going
Hmm.
toe to toe against each other.
All right, Incursor falls down. All right, Incursors are still fresh, so they still hold that objective.
That they do, my friend.
Hmm. All right, there we go. Oh, the Dreadnought is slapping, and there we go. There goes the Possessed. So he has managed to free the Dreadnought and get rid of the Possessed.
That he has.
No, that's it. That's all the Possessed. All right, morale's been rolled, and he has lost another Rubric Marine there. All right, another Chaos Marine falls. Sonic Marine even to morale. All right, we're going to scoring now.
Lovely. We will get that scoreline to you as soon as we possibly can. But before we get that in, Eric, do you have a mid-game prediction at all?
Um, Look, I think it's going to come down to where this Chaos player is going to put those Terminators.
Yeah,
It's either going to seal the deal for either player.
it's going to seal the deal for one of those two
Yeah.
players, isn't
Will
it?
he just drop one?
I would drop one now, one later,
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. Look, it gives him the options. One block of Terminators is going to be hard to shift. He might even need to commit not one Vanguard Vet unit, but two.
Exactly
Yeah.
why I think they dropped just the one now
Mhm.
and decentralize that power structure that is going on in the middle of the board right now.
Mhm.
If he's able to do that, I
Mhm.
think the third Terminator unit that drops in turn 3 will have absolute supremacy to
Yep.
just mop up everything at once still in the
Yep.
late game.
Now note that with the clearance of the possessed, he has managed to score some big units.
That is very true, yes.
Big objective points there. All right, let's let's get a score check on that one. All right, Chaos player in the think tank. All right, rearranging some of those cultists, I think, making sure he still holds that objective there.
Yep. And again, just like every turn has started, a moment's pause,
Hmm.
reset, get your head on straight, and think about exactly what needs to move where.
All right, a couple of advance rolls here, and he's going to get out of there with the character. I believe that is a sorcerer with jump pack.
As well as
Oh,
two of
Rhino.
the
Oh,
noise marines. And our rhino friend has popped out for that
yep,
objective.
yep. So using the Rhino body, tapping that objective there, making sure that it is hard to shift.
Exactly that.
And if he needs it, he's going to have to commit the Vanguard Vest right up there.
Yes.
But again, exposing them to
Far too
Terminators.
deep into the ranks, isn't it?
Yeah. All right,
Now,
here.
importantly, the Chaos player is actually starting to run out of those units that actually hold objectives down well.
Hmm.
If those Terminators don't drop soon, and I think they might actually both have to drop this turn,
Hmm.
looking at the board now,
Yeah.
if
He's
he
going
can
to
get
lose
a nice
control of the board.
sandwich in and kill at least the wounded Dreadnought, it's going to really force some really important decisions on firepower.
Yeah. Because with OddTech, Space Wolf player still has the advantage.
Exactly that.
All right, out comes the bikes.
Righty, so this is the scores currently we're looking at here. This is,
Hey,
obviously, just at the top of the Chaos players' turn 2. So, both players in their turns have managed that 10 points on the primary, and we have Engage scored so far for the Chaos player.
yep. He's managed to get the two objectives. Can't quite
Yes.
cap it at the 15. So he's sitting on 12, while the Space Wolf player is sitting on 26.
Exactly that, yes. It is a big lead,
Hmm.
but this is still the top of a turn. There's a lot of movement left to
Yeah,
be had with that
yeah,
space, with the Chaos Space Marines.
yeah.
So the big question is what is going to happen over this turn? Are Terminators coming down now? Are they waiting? Where are they placing? And how effective will they be on that place? It looks like right now on the table there is a unit of Terminators just working out where they want to sit.
Hmm. He's in the chamber. Terminator's literally in the chamber. The teleportarium and the Terminator gun chamber. Look, I got a smile from Chris. I think that was a win.
If anything, it is at least half of a win.
Here come the Terminators.
In a very similar spot to where I thought they might drop,
Hmm.
it is going after that top objective.
Yep.
The
He's
center
still.
board is going to be contested quite heavily.
Yep.
I think we have a couple of units that could offer some really good firepower down
Hmm.
into that middle area and try to deal with one of those dreadnoughts, the wounded one, and those suppressors up the top.
Yep.
It just depends where those terminators need to
Yeah.
think they need to be and how important they're going to be on that drop down.
Yeah. Now the tricky thing is he has lost a lot more rubric Marines than expected.
That is true.
Yeah. So it's going to be tricky here. Now the other key component is how is he going to split fire? Now he does have access to Veterans of Longwall for the +1 a wound, but those are all Primaris models. Transhuman will block that, and they can only be win on a 4.
That is very true.
So he's weight of shots is still maybe still going to punch through, but um, you know,
First squad's there on the edge. Second squad's coming down
yeah.
from the left.
All right, he is about to see what's happening with that second squad.
So the big question is, I guess, now, where the allocations of shots of that first unit that dropped will be. I agree.
Hmm.
I think if I was the pilot of this, I would be shooting at the incursors
Hmm.
with the shooting to guarantee that obsec drops, and then I'd be getting that 9-inch charge guaranteed by not removing a single one of those Vanguard veterans,
Hmm.
and just hoping that my clap damage in combat with lightning claws on the other side of the fight
Hmm.
will deal with Vanguard vets as well as they dealt with us.
Yeah.
And the other Chaos Terminator unit, it looks like it's dropping down to deal with the other Vanguard veteran
Yep.
unit, which is exactly what he needs to be doing right now.
Yep.
If he can clear those Vanguard veterans, he does not have the damage to brute force his way back into the center board.
Yep.
A Terminator unit will reign supreme in the combat phase, and nothing on the Space Wolf side will be able to challenge that dominance.
He's still got that extra Vanguard veteran in the building behind there,
That
so
is true.
he still has one in the chamber, and he's kind of cleared off that center board. Chaos he's got to really choose the fight here because if he pushes forward into the center, that's essentially where the Space Wolves want to fight. But
That is very true, my
you
friend.
know, but
Yes.
but the other thing is, if he doesn't push up, he's going to take the center anyway. So it's do if you don't, damn if you don't.
Exactly, yes. I think although the Chaos Space Marine player had a very strong, decisive early game push,
Hmm.
it is starting to be reversed on him in a way that really was not needed.
Hmm. All right, looks like some positioning here.
Alrighty, so we have a single bike that's popped out from around that objective as well in the bottom right corner. And we have a whole bunch of the Chaos Cultists as well sitting on that objective
Yeah,
with a Sorcerer.
yeah.
So I think what's going to happen is there's that one little lone sad boy cursor left
Hmm.
who's about to get popped by a Sorcerer.
Yeah.
And then we're going to see some really big shift in movement
Hmm.
around the top end of that table.
Yep.
Because even though the Vanguard veterans are quick, they won't be able to get that objective.
Yep. They won't have obsec.
It is going to be a forced take on that objective at the top by the Chaos player, and that could be the reversal of
Hmm.
momentum like we saw last game
Yep.
with the Eldari.
All right, here we go. Here's the psychic. First round, first smite doesn't go off. All right, Death
Alrighty,
Hex
Death
going
Hex
on.
down, and it rolls a 5
Ooh.
total.
All
It
right.
is autocast without a deny. That was a
Yep.
1 CP strat pop
Yep.
just then.
That is the word bearer one.
It is
So
correct.
no inbounds for those Vegavets.
No, which is huge.
Yeah, but keep in mind, he still has Storm Shield, so he still gets that +1 save, so he's still a 2 up.
That is
That's
true. That is
it's
true.
still pretty damn good.
Storm shields are still kind of nice sometimes.
Yeah.
Yep. Denied on an
Whoa,
11. What was the
big,
spell? Warp time denied on 11.
huge.
That
All right,
actually makes a
move again
massive
is
difference to how that momentum would swing. Hey,
move again.
righty.
Move again has been blocked. So
Move again in a movement heavy system.
Yeah, that is pretty big.
It is absolutely massive,
Hmm.
especially knowing that these the only deny coming out of that Space Marine player this turn.
Hmm.
To know that it just got popped off at an 11, that is nice.
All right, got a super smite there.
That was
3 damage going on to the character there, or the last unit. I think that was the last thing cursor on that
correct.
object.
Yes, that was the last object in cursor on that bottom left objective when looking on the minimap.
Hmm.
I love the Dawn of War setup. Alrighty. So, it looks like a very stressful game for these two gentlemen.
Hmm.
Both players are absolutely sweating it right now. It's now the big play of where these shots get allocated, what they hose down, an absolutely critical amount of damage. Can it be born in this moment?
All right, here we go.
Terminators into Vanguard veterans.
Yep,
This is their moment.
yep. Here we go. Here comes the hose.
Alrighty, 6 saves down on the Vanguards. And it is a.
Oof. Not bad. Not a bad save roll.
Oh, it's onto the Dreadnought even. Ooh.
CP reroll.
That was the Dreadnought that just popped.
Hmm.
I apologize. I thought that was Vanguard veterans getting some shots in. But it seems those Terminators are using those Vanguard veterans as the leaping point for a really solid charge.
Yep.
It's exactly what we want to see.
All right. Eliminate out, taken out by some shooting. All right. Here comes the second round of shots from the Terminators. Now, the great thing with Terminators is they do have, well, they can basically rapid fire at max range. So combi bolters, 4 shots each. Pretty nice.
It is Turbo.
All right, here we go. It's pistols from the Rubric Marines. 1 wound.
The one big save. Righty, one wound down on an Incursor. Now the big question is, where does that second block of Terminators drop their shots?
Hmm.
Are they going for Vanguard Vats, or are they going to keep those Vanguard Veterans alive as the leap-off point of a good charge?
Hmm. All right, the biker has made the charge into the eliminators.
It has, yes, which is quite a big deal actually. Blocking up that unit for some shots and letting that biker get those first strikes could be crucial in
Hmm.
reversing some of that momentum, keeping characters alive. And look at that, a Terminator unit's just made that 9-inch charge as well. That is absolutely crucial.
Yep.
If that dice roll went anything lower than that 9 on the dot,
Hmm.
that could have reversed the entire game.
Yep. Look, they're still hitting some storm shields here.
They're hitting Storm Shields. Are Invons still off?
Inbounds are off, but they are a 2 up.
They are a 2 up, that is true.
Yeah.
But weight of dice with the classic reroll wounds
Hmm.
could be all they need here.
Yeah.
Now, the other Terminators are
Hmm.
looking straight down at some Vanguard vets
Hmm.
and are hoping to do the exact same thing on this side here. So their charge rolls in a hot old 5. But they've just used the CP to
Hmm.
make one of those dice a 6. That is a successful charge.
Nice.
All of the tools in the right places. That's what this list is. This is the Chaos Space Marine toolbox.
All right, there we go. Tap the model within engagement range. The rest of the models can go where they like up to the amount.
And a huge amount of power just slapped into combat right now. The big question will be, is there an interrupt? Is it
Hmm.
going to make a difference? And which unit gets to do it?
That's right. He's it's If he's going to swing into the incursors, he puts himself at risk of the Vanguard vets
Exactly.
fighting later on. If he swings into the Vanguard vets, the incursors still have obsec.
Yes.
So it's again big toss up.
Alrighty. The quick check on how does the dice work rule here. How many attacks do I get if I do a big heroic intervention? And it's the decision, no, I don't want to bring that character into that fight right now. Now, these guys have, from my memory, 4 dice a model. That is going to be huge as they swing into this set
Hmm.
here.
All right, here we go. Here comes the death of the false emperor.
And there are a lot of exploding hits going off right now. This is not good if you are a Spaceballs fan.
Hmm.
The Sons of Rust are in the deep end. With re-rolling wounds as well, there's going to be a stupid amount of saves that need to be thrown down.
All right, here we go.
10 so far, and that was just the first couple. This is going to be terrifying. Alrighty.
Oh, that's the unit.
Believe that could well be the unit.
All right, incursors are down.
The incursors have fully dropped, that is correct, yes. And now we get to see the rest of this Terminator block.
Hmm.
Can it pulp some of these big, old, scary Vanguard veterans?
Yep. And how many that do the Vanguard vets even take with them? Is that
That's the
stuff?
question.
Yeah.
Yeah. Will it be enough, or will it make a difference at all?
Mm.
That's the real questions here. Exploding hits is just absolutely insane for both forces on
Yeah.
this game.
Here we go.
That
Exploding
combined with
hits.
Vengeful Assault
Hmm.
just means that their damage output has gone through the roof on this charge.
Here comes the win rolls
Here
and
it
the
is, with the
rerolls.
big reroll on all these.
All right, that is a lot of saves, a lot of 4 ups.
That is. But watch this. Bada boom, bada bing. Oh, I see some nervous faces. One, two, three, four, five, I believe. One model left in the Vanguard veteran
Hmm.
unit. That is clutch. We also
That
had the
was,
building just get blown up, I believe.
yeah,
Yep.
that is brutal.
Now, for those who don't remember, we do still have some Thousand Suns stuck in this fight as well.
Hmm.
So those T-Suns could get revenge for Prospero
Yep, and could just take out that last Vanguard vet or
and just
character.
be the absolute cherry on top for a
Hmm.
fantastic turn 2.
Hmm. Right, piling in into the center there. here comes more explosions.
This could be a gigantic turn. Killing off that many Vanguard veterans is going to be absolutely game changing. Question will now be, do they have the damage output to reverse that? There are still two Dreadnoughts,
Hmm.
and there is still another unit of Vanguard veterans, but can that reverse two fully stacked Chaos Terminator units?
I mean, you've got the Dreadnoughts. The Dreadnoughts profiles are actually pretty good at hosing Terminators.
That is true. 2 damage is absolutely
Yep.
terrifying.
2 damage, mortal wounds, plasma. You've got the suppressors, also 2 damage there. Each one that sneaks through is going to do some, is a dead Terminator. So look, it's still very close, I would say, but it is a nice swing back into the Chaos player's corner, and that is the unit.
It really is.
Now he's kind of taken the center here, and it's going to be really hard to shift them. They're in the building.
Exactly that.
They're in Terminator armor, the two up. Yeah.
They are going to be impossible to shift out of there effectively.
All right, here we go. The Eliminator is still alive, but about to get hammered by a couple of Sonic Marines.
And a biker, I believe,
Yeah.
yes. Although that is a cold open on the rolls there.
Hmm.
Just one save who does nothing, unfortunately.
All right, I think that is combat for Chaos.
I believe so as well, yeah. It's now just some swingbacks from the Space Wolves player.
All right, piling back in.
So, as we come into the top of a new turn very shortly, this board is starting to look awfully empty at the moment.
Yeah.
I think
Now,
my biggest concern, if I were a Space Wolves fan,
mhm,
is exactly this question of how do I recover those far off objectives. I only have one unit of Vanguard veterans, one unit of movement. Yes, the Terminators might drop to that heavy damage we mentioned earlier,
mhm.
but I still don't have enough movement to get everyone I need.
Wow, look at that. Two Eliminators managed to punch those Sonic Marines off the objective. So look, it's two versus quite a few Terminators, but if he can flood that area or even move that OBSEC unit that he's hiding at the back corner there
Yes,
up the board, he might be able to steal it.
that is true. He has enough time to do it. It's just a question of whether he thinks that is the correct choice.
Yeah.
There's nothing left in this zone out for that deep strike,
Hmm.
so it's all about this big question of how
Yeah.
do I move into the right pockets.
We also have not yet seen the Chaplain in combat. That guy is an absolute beast.
That is true. He could single-handedly turn this game around if he
Hmm.
gets a good charge,
Yep.
followed by an even better hot roll.
Yeah.
I think Terminators on bikes, not Terminators, Chaplains on bikes have
Hmm.
been one of the units I've seen turn around games more than anything else in the Space Marine Codex.
Yes, that's right. And it's such a key model with Space Marines. It brings you a
Exactly
lot of
that.
buffs. It's fast. It's there when you need it, and in combat, it's turbo.
Something something Custodes bike captain.
Yeah. All right, off they go, and a bunch of failed morale disappearing off the board. Ruby Rings is gone,
Big
and
unfortunate. That
the
is a point that has been completely lost as well.
mhm,
That is a huge reversal in the momentum on that side.
yeah. Now I do think there is one model touching the objective in the right corner there, so it is a contested objective.
Correct. At the
Yeah.
moment, it is contested.
So look, it's still a win for the Chaos, I think. Contesting that
Going
objective.
into the Space Wolves turn is definitely a win. I
Yeah.
agree. And that character needs to pick GTFO or
Mm,
commit all the way.
yeah. All right, we're gonna get an update on scores here.
Awesome. Alrighty, as the players reset, getting ready for that third turn.
All right. We're going into Space Wolves Battle Round 3.
Battle round 3, top of the
Assault
turn.
Doctrine.
This is the
Two
big
words.
assault doctrine.
Two
And there's
words, guys.
still a unit of Vanguard veterans rocking the boat.
hmm he's got that last unit. He's got two dreadnoughts. He still has decent amount of shooting.
That is true. In that left-hand side, on top of the two crates, we
Yep.
have those suppressors. We have a dreadnought next to it. We have a wonderful-looking chaplain as
hmm
well, all ready to absolutely pulp anything and everything in front of them.
It looks like it really depends which objective he wants to clear out. Will he go for the
That is the
center
question.
or the outlying ones? Now, if he goes for the center, he will also uh, it will help score his secondary with the Oath to Moment.
Exactly
So,
that.
off the bat, you'd think that's probably the play. Possibly even pulling back the character from that far objective, um, pulling back pulling back the far objective, back from the far objective, and reinforcing that center line there, and trying to maybe clear out the Terminators. Just clarification here.
Scramblers is Stranglehold. Is Stranglehold. Yeah, it's called Stranglehold. If they change the name.
All right, just a clarification there on objective names, because in the new chapter proof they have played around with the names. All right, we've got a advanced roll being rolled there. Let's see where that back unit is going to move.
Very interesting turn that's about to start.
hmm
I'm very excited to see how this movement shapes out. I've
It's
said it a
really,
million times, I'll say it one more time.
yeah,
It's a shooting game, but movement is still king.
yeah.
The way you play around these objectives, the way you actually open up those zones of fire, get the good angles in, get the right choices made, is going to be absolutely huge.
All right. Looking at the scores here, at the top of Battle Round 3, scored 35 points for Space Wolves against Josh's Chaos, 21 points. Um, and we're probably going to see a couple more secondaries scored.
For both parties, I believe.
Yeah, that's
Now,
right.
something important to note as well, it is going to be quite important to see actually how all of the different uh, what do you call it, primaries and secondaries for the Chaos player in turn 3 actually hit this scoreboard. Because we know that the Terminator's dropped in turn 2, but that impact isn't shown on this scoreboard until turn 3.
Yeah.
So, it might look like a deficit right now, but it's going to be very interesting to see that role reversed later on.
All right. He is moving that chaplain. He's pointing it straight at those center Terminators.
I think he thinks he has more than enough firepower to deal with that top pocket,
hmm
or perhaps he just values clearing the middle board and more.
Yeah, look,
Middle board gives him access to everything.
yep,
I understand that decision entirely.
no. And if he manages to pop that Rhino, he might get more points for his Oath to Moment.
Very true.
Yeah, it's another point there. And he might score big, I think.
Score big, score more. That's
Yeah,
the aim. That's the hope.
that's right.
We'll see if he can execute coming into this turn.
All right, here comes the Vanguard Vets as well, flying right
Oh, the
across.
boys. Here they go.
Yeah, so he's going to struggle, see which way he's going to pull.
I
Oh,
think he needs to pick one and hard commit to it.
Yep.
If he picks more than one of these ones to go for, I think he will be shooting himself in the foot here.
Yep. All right. Dreadnought coming into range as well. He's going to short range pump him and get into combat, man.
Yep.
He's still high strength. Doesn't quite have the close combat prowess, but we are in the assault doctrine. Still -1. And
Very true.
suppressors flying forward and staying within the bubbles. Yep. Here we
We
go.
have this lovely Terminator
Yep. He's going to.
unit that is about to get absolutely clapped by a captain
Yep.
with lightning claws.
Yep. That's right. Okay, so he's chosen to stay on that objective with the captain.
The Phobos captain seems to be, oh, the Phobos Librarian seems to be moving in as well.
Yep.
They really want to clap this Terminator unit and destroy it in one decisive turn. This game has gone from close to an absolute nail biter.
Yeah.
Much like the previous games beforehand,
hmm
I think this game is going to come down to the absolute wire.
Yeah.
Now, the only concern these players might have is running their time limit,
hmm
but I think that the last couple of turns of this game could move relatively quickly.
All right, here we go. Here comes the psychic. Did a little bit of damage, just one mortal wound, and
Nice
here comes.
cheeky amount of damage. I
Yeah.
like it. I like it.
And now the eliminators firing off their shots. All right, Dreadnought moving up. He has decided to not commit that back obsec squad there. All right. Ooh, 2 shots. Not the best. All right. Boom.
Alrighty, so the chip damage has started officially.
hmm Here comes the stubbers. Oh, not bad. Not a bad roll for stubbers. Still blocking them. It is Terminator armor. All right, shooting from the bike.
Alrighty, just the one, and it
And that's
is
fine.
A-okay. Terminators, there may not be many of them, but boy oh boy, they're going to take a long time to shift, eh?
hmm
Now, a few people might be concerned that a
hmm
lot of firepower just moved out to deal with this one squad, but
hmm
I think that's exactly what he needs. He
All right.
needs a way to
Ooh,
guarantee this unit
this is
disappears.
tricky here. That is from the suppressors. Each failed one is a dead Terminator, but he has managed to pass everything. So Terminator's still okay. Oh no, he's lost a few. No, got excited a little bit there. One, two, three.
3 bodies
Wow,
drop. That's a
nice.
big volley.
That is the power of suppressors.
That's
Two
like
damage.
5 million points right there. It feels like it when you play Marines anyway.
All right, here we go. That's a crack grenade. No problems.
Another crack grenade out.
hmm Ooh, another Terminator. Ooh, that is a big clearance. In fact, the bike chaplain could just clear it on his own
I
at
think the
this point.
bike captain's got this now.
hmm
That chaplain is going to be absolutely devastating on this charge.
Yeah, but he is a little bit exposed right now.
Yes.
But there's not much left on the board. There is that big blob of Terminators, but if they move away from that objective, that captain's going to take it.
That
and
is
keep
very
it.
true. Yes.
Yeah. All right. Here comes
Big
the
question will
charges.
be on the other unit of Terminators.
Hmm.
Is that captain actually going to make that charge, or is it just going to sit there and try and tie him up for a turn?
Hmm. Ooh, failed charge there. Librarian going in.
Liberian charging straight into that biker.
Hmm.
Then we got some Vanguard vets making a big charge on their side. They
Oh,
make it in no wise at all.
oh, I think that's lights out for the Terminators. All right, Captain coming in hot.
So this is the Terminators up the top, copying the attacks from this character.
Yep. 3rd.
13 minus 3 saves. That
Oof.
is laughably impressive.
Oh, everyone he fails. It's a dead
Every
Terminator.
fail loses a model.
Oh, whoa.
Woo-hoo!
Oh, that was a big roll, guys.
That was a hot roll if I've ever seen it.
That is pretty devastating, guys. That single character has cleared an obscene amount of Terminators.
However, he has opened himself up for the pylon of Terminators onto the objective.
Yeah.
So this Chaos player can actually capture this objective
Hmm.
by actually getting an effective pylon here.
Hmm. All right, here we go. He's gone for the interrupt.
I think if you're running low in models like this Chaos player is, you need to go for your interrupts where you
Yep,
can, man.
that's right. Here comes the re-rolls.
4
What's?
saves coming through.
Hmm.
What does the Marine player save? One of them?
Oh.
No, 3 of them, sorry. He drops the one wounded model.
Hmm.
That's it.
All right, Vanguard Vet's going.
Alrighty.
All right, this is the craziest.
Truly is, isn't it?
Yeah, again, every fail is a dead model. All right, right, biker captain going in. Oh, biker character, sorry, not character, sergeant.
That too.
Yeah, 2 wounds.
Alrighty,
All
so
right, he's got the re-rolls.
he does.
Nice.
It looks like this game is getting dire for to be a Chaos Space Marine
All right,
fan.
Librarian has chopped his way through and gone for the consolidate. Here we,
Alrighty, that last Terminator out of that center pocket has just evaporated.
mhm.
Melted under a tide of tires,
All
I
right,
believe it
here comes the
was.
Terminators into the character.
Yeah. How hard can they hit? That's the question.
All right, Captain is still alive.
Still alive with 3 wounds taken, I believe it is. And we have a morale for a Terminator block. That is unfortunate. One
Ooh,
Terminator left.
that is contested.
That is a
Ouch.
contested objective coming into the final turn.
Whew, that
For,
was.
or what could be, sorry, the final turn for this Chaos player.
Yeah, look, it's not looking great. I have to say, Chris.
No.
No.
All my hopes and dreams just
Look,
got wiped out by one Space Wolves captain with lightning claws.
yeah, like that was
Frost
so
Fangs,
devastating. Like,
AP3, 2 damage, man. It's impressive how much damage he can do,
yeah,
especially with that exploding hits.
splitting hits. Um, Imperium sword as well with a +1 attack.
Yep. All the
Um,
right toys, hey.
and shock assault. Ouch.
Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Started with 7 dice, finished with 13 saves.
Goodness me.
insane.
Yeah. All right. He is juking around
Alrighty,
the
yeah.
objective.
Seems that the Chaos player is struggling to think of how he can recover from this position.
Hmm.
Unfortunately, I think those suppressors still being alive with the mobility that they have means that they will be able to shut out this Chaos player's chances of actually slashing back some points.
Hmm. He's just checking some range, see if he can sneak that. I think he's going to go for a teleport.
I think he is as well. Alrighty, so taking a moment here just to think.
Hmm.
The Chaos Marine player is really struggling on what his decisions actually should look like this turn.
Look, his options are limited.
He has a couple of sorcerers,
Hmm.
he has a rhino, and he
Yep.
has those chaos cultists down the bottom as well. Seems like he's putting all his eggs on the one objective,
Yep.
so he has two sorcerers down there now, and
Hmm.
those cultists.
Look, if there is a model, a unit in the game that can solve a lot of problems, it is the sorcerer. He's got lots of tricks,
That
right?
is true.
It's gonna
But
it's
does
gonna
he
co-
have the models to utilize those tricks?
exactly. So we're gonna have to see if he's gonna do the teleport. And even if he does do the teleport, Keltis man, not gonna do much to be honest.
No.
Unfortunate, but he's still in control of at least two, and
Those top profile dreadnoughts, unfortunately, just have far too much
yeah,
firepower.
he is contesting top left. He's lost the center, but he could teleport a unit across the board to try and sneak in and engage on all fronts. That may be the play. That will be guaranteeing him 3 points.
That is true. That
Yeah,
is true. Although the concern would then come into turn 4.
yeah,
How do you keep those units alive? How do you keep them safe to again till turn
yeah.
5?
Look, I'm gonna give it to the Chaos player, playing a 8th edition Codex against a Codex. Really brave, and he's done really well.
He's definitely given this Space Force player a run for his money. And credit to Jono as well. He has
Hmm.
played this army very, very, very well.
Hmm.
It's just, I think, a very optimized matchup for the Space Wolves,
Hmm.
unfortunately. There are too many tricks on the hands in the hands of those Space Wolves,
Hmm.
and unfortunately, just not enough ways to get the Thousand Suns or those Terminators to be doing nearly enough damage that they needed to be doing on the turns that they were doing it.
All right, so he's chosen to teleport the cultists onto the far side objective there.
Yep, with a cheeky little tithe of traders.
Hmm.
Seems like they're going to make the make or break 9-inch charge,
Yeah,
kill the character that just wiped a whole unit of Terminators.
yeah,
I
that's right.
believe.
Look,
For
yeah,
what is a Space Marine before the mere power of of mortals?
yes, that's right. With his little flail, little crude club, I reckon they have a chance.
Dude, he's got this.
Yeah,
This is what I call scaling.
late game scaling.
Exactly. Alrighty,
Oh,
we have a Zinchian Sorcerer making the Grand Teleport as well.
yep.
Hoping to do a cheeky little obsec down the bottom as well.
All right, so he's going to score engage on all fronts, and he's going to start try and steal that objective with the obsec with a big charge. Here we go. Oh, no, that's a psychic power, not a charge. Oh, some damage onto the back unit there with the smite. Very
See,
nice.
I would argue that was a mistake.
Mm,
That just dropped that 9-inch charge to
mm,
probably an 11-inch charge.
yeah. Look,
That's gonna hurt.
the sorcerer doesn't technically need to charge here. I mean, it's unlikely he's going to kill all of them in the combat. So
That is true.
he's
That is
just going to
true.
place himself there just to score that engage, do a little bit of chip damage. I mean, if the Terminator was also there, then maybe the charge would have been
A bit
would be
better,
the
yes.
play. Yeah,
Unfortunately, though, I think that sorcerer, if he makes that charge, is just gonna get punished by Dreadnought in the next turn.
yeah. Punish all. He might just die to four Primaris Blood Claws there.
That's also very true, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Scott. All right, we're going to get a score update very soon.
Going to the top of turn 4 currently. So there were no big charges. The
Mhm,
Tithe of Trade is triggered, and the
mhm.
Chaos Sorcerer did the teleport. It's now the question of which units turn around to deal with who.
All right.
Alrighty, our technician is having a bit of confusion of how to do the bookkeeping of 40k. Completely understandable. It has changed and gotten a little bit more confusing.
All right. Some decision making
To be had
to be had
indeed.
here.
Yes.
Space Wolf player Jono is going to close out the game. We'll try to anyway. But can he keep it together? Games are won and lost right here. He could make a bungle. Several bungles even. But,
As usual, this is the turn, or the point of the turn, where the player is taking that moment.
yep.
Reset his mind, clear his thoughts,
Mm,
redefine his plan of action.
yep.
I think the best wargamers
Mm,
are those who have an ongoing plan
mhm,
that is subject to change throughout the course of a opponent's turn. The reason I say that
mhm,
is if my plan is to capture these three objectives in this way with those units,
mhm,
I need to then say what is actually tangentially, or sorry, not tangentially, what is tangibly achievable based on how my opponent is reacting to me as well.
mhm,
And I think this Space Wolves player has done a phenomenal job every single turn of saying, I see you Chaos Space Marines,
mhm.
and I raise you Primaris. I
That's right.
think it has been an absolute stunning display of amazing player decision,
Mhm,
followed by really superb tactical decisions to
mhm.
help achieve an overall strategy here.
All right, he's moving the dreadnoughts into the firing line of that last Terminator and possibly that sorcerer
That's also
sitting
a
on the
Lord.
crate there.
Yes, exactly that. There are going to be a lot of very easy angles, I think, coming out here. We also have a chaplain who I expect we're going straight into the top of a rhino.
All right, we've got a quick score check here. 52 for Space Wolves. Jono, Josh at 37.
37 to 52. That is
Quite
still
close.
within reach
Yeah,
for
a
both
big,
players.
yeah, a 10-point swing here and there that may bring it to a tie. But
Exactly that. All we need to see out of Josh, our Chaos Space Marine player, is just a slowing down of that objective bleeding.
mhm,
If he can equalize for just one more turn,
mhm,
this game is his to tie.
yep. All right, Vanga Vet's moving up, probably going to go for the charge into the Rhino. If he does get that kill, that is more points from
That is
at the
exactly
moment.
true. Yep. You're
That,
going to see a lot of points off that secondary
yep.
if this turn stays in as decisive a position as it looks like it's going to be. We have a chaplain, though,
Yep.
who's coming straight down the line for that last Terminator left.
Yep.
And we have our captain, who claimed 7 lives of the Terminators, who looks
And
like he's going to be fishing for another kill himself. That is a horde of guardsmen that are just about to get flayed alive by some lightning claws.
yep, that's right.
Alrighty, so We have the Phobos armored uh,
Librarian.
Librarian sitting dead center again.
Mhm.
That amazing board control with that deny if needed,
Mhm.
as well as that potential for his psychic offensive tools as well.
Mhm.
There's very little I think the Chaos Marine player will be able to get off in terms of magical powers,
Yep.
or sorry, psychic powers, unless there are some very lucky rolls thrown against,
That's right.
or the utilization of that CP stratagem
Yep.
to auto cast again.
Yep. Look, I think unfortunately the autocast is no longer in the picture because the word bearer sorcerer is dead.
When you're right, you're right. He did go splat. There was a decisive amount of tide treads all over his face thanks to a chaplain.
That's right. All right. Couple of shots coming in. Terminator sorcerer taking some damage.
Yeah.
More shots coming in. This is probably going to seal the deal in my opinion, but let's find out. That's a pretty good roll.
That was an extremely good roll,
Ooh,
wasn't it?
that's pretty hot. And he fails, and he's probably dead. That's the model.
That is unfortunately the
Mhm.
sorcerer. Righty, it's now the big question. What does this rhino do?
Mhm.
Does it survive or
Well,
does it just get
it's
popped?
about to cop. It's about to cop a bunch of Volkite.
Alrighty, so
All right, not great. Here comes the charges.
there are plenty of charges to have.
Oh,
So
Vanguard
first is the
vets.
Vanguard Vets, right into that rhino at the top of the board.
Mhm.
And now we're about to see a Space Wolves character
I do.
probably eat alive some cultists.
Yeah, look, I do think this is the coup de grace here.
Yes. Although I think the Rhino is going to cop the shots first. Yes,
Mhm.
this is the Rhino being hit first.
Yep.
With a lovely angle right there down the center board. As you guys can see, the Eliminators claiming that objective. Everything is tapped up for a really good score turn
Yeah.
5 for this Space Wolves player.
And note the amount of patience to keep those eliminates there, not shooting. He could
Yes.
easily have moved them around, but exposing them all game. Yet somehow those three eliminators have survived from turn one in the thick of it,
Yes.
from being a screening unit to a combat unit, and now into
To
an
an
object.
objective capping unit.
Exactly.
And that is what exactly it takes to go from a good player to a great player. Understanding that this unit
Mhm.
is here to actually achieve this objective in the most meaningful way possible. And
All right.
sometimes what that looks like is putting a unit that shouldn't be in a fight dead center in the thick of it. Now we have our
All right. Six cultists have gone down to lightning claws. The cultists are about to swing back.
oh come on cultist. Come on.
Will he do a wound?
Oh, they made him sweat one save, and it's completely fine. That's okay, though.
Morale
It's a good thing
is
cultists never flee, right? Alrighty, they're fleeing, so two have fled. That's very upsetting.
all right. Two left. There is not much left on the board, guys.
Not much at all, unfortunately.
Mm,
Now, as you can see, the Space Marines player has actually claimed 4 of the 5 objectives
yeah.
currently.
So he's scoring maximum. He's scoring at the moment as well.
He is.
Whew, big. I mean, yeah,
That turn 2, that was the hitting point.
yeah,
That was when this game went from close to decisive.
yeah,
And that turn 2 did not get reversed enough by the Chaos Terminators.
yeah.
A
And then
very clutch turnaround for what otherwise looked to be quite a dicey game for this Chaos, for the Space Wars
yeah,
player.
that's right. You saw the power of those Terminators, but having those min squad Vanguard vets, five here, five there, he just had one more activation to kind of utilize that that ability.
Yes. It was like we said earlier, a
Yeah.
game of chess. It
Yep.
was 3-2.
Mm,
He got outmarked and he
mm,
got captured.
that's
It
right.
was systematic,
Yeah.
baited, calculated, destroyed.
Yeah. Look, and having those 3 units of Vanguard vets, it's just enough to take some damage. Um,
Alrighty.
all right, we're gonna get a
Quick
score check.
update going into the bottom of 4. We got two cultists making the maddest dash of their life, saying, "Give me some of that
Objective.
objective." Yeah, I was
That
gonna say
that's
some of
sad.
that chaplain, but yeah.
Well,
I don't know whether the revving of that motorbike is gonna be something they're happy to see or not, but that is a-okay, my friend.
yeah. All right. Couple of movements abilities here.
We got another character still in that top building
Hmm.
over the objective that is not claimed by the Space Marines at the moment. That
Yeah.
is the on screen right now, the bottom right building. Still has a character hiding on the second floor of it, but otherwise, it's him and two cultists.
Hmm.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I believe in miracles.
Can 2 cultists take on the whole world?
The answer is always.
Whew. All right. Couple of decisions. They are doing some quick math to figure out what the potential scores would be looking like in the next little bit, or in next turn in the final battle round.
Exactly that, yes. It's going to be the chat of and discussion of how this game's actually going to finish its score lines.
Hmm. Once again, thank you for joining us in the chat, especially those who have been with us from the beginning. It's been almost 10 hours of streaming, guys. Um, and again, if you like what you see, chuck us a follow, and you'll be seeing more content from us at Dice Bearers. All right, we're getting a score update here, coming
Yep.
in real hot.
So here's our score update as of bottom of 4.
Hmm.
And the score is looking like 47 to the Chaos player, with a still not terrible scoreline coming into that fourth turn.
Yeah, look, 20-point difference. It's pretty close.
It is still close.
Yep,
Unfortunately, though, I don't think that there are many points that be claimed off this fifth turn for
that's
Chaos
right.
player.
I do think in coming into Battle Round 5, that 15 primary is pretty much guaranteed for Jono there.
Yeah.
All right, we're doing some
Alrighty,
final
slight point streak.
calculations.
There was actually 4 more points than we thought
Yep.
on the Space Wolves player. Engaged on
Yeah.
all fronts was fulfilled fully.
I believe that was Oath to Moment. So he did get the center objective, never fell back, and killed the Kid Eagle.
Ah, Oath of Moments, that's what it was. Of
That's right.
course, yes.
So 4 points to the Space Marine players, taking us to 71.
71 is an audaciously strong turn, isn't it?
All right, finishing off a couple of interactions here.
Yes.
There we go. Final roll of a bunch of attacks here. The Vanguard vets have gotten into that character.
Exactly. And they are slicing and dicing their
Ooh,
way through.
that is, let's see. Look, miracles can happen.
Alright, they're rolling the dice out. I believe in this. Come on. He's going to make them all. He's got this. He's going to roll nothing but sevens on every single dice. This is going to be huge. And he's still picking dice up. This isn't good. Okay, he's picked them all up. We're good. We're good. The big roll. I can see. Oh, that's okay. Listen.
Okay. Oops. That is, that is,
As they say in the business, not the roll he needed.
oof. All right. The character is slain.
Only failed 14 was the number I heard just then. Nice and close on
Yeah.
a I believe 5 win character.
All right, that is another scoring point for the Space Wolf. He has slain a character. That's one. This actually brings us to a really interesting discussion, is that the new codexes have access to their own secondaries, like Ode to Moment, while Chaos Space Marines don't have it. All right, we've got the final scores. Hands have been shaken. I do think Space Marines, Space Wolves, have taken it, and they've taken the win. Congratulations to Jono winning that final game. Now, from memory, he did lose his first game 0 to 20, and he's managed to actually submarine 20 to 0 in the previous game, and I do think he's going to get that
Yeah.
20 to 0 here as well.
Two very decisive games, back to back.
Hmm.
Alrighty, so just a moment here. We're going to pop up the final scoreboard.
A lot of the other games in the venue are wrapping up as
Yes,
we're
it seems
approaching
most
the.
games are very close to, if not have just finished as well.
Yep. All right, final scores coming in. Both players having good chat. All right, thank you again for everyone in the chat for sticking with us. 10 hours of streaming. It's definitely the longest we've done.
It is quite a lot of streaming, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it was an absolute blast of awesome dice. See some people get absolutely head over heels in love with this game,
Yeah, and
and
look,
some
smiles all around, mate.
exactly that. Yes,
That's the key.
that's exactly what I want out of every game, isn't it?
Hmm.
A fun, happy game between both opponents.
Absolute gentlemen we've had on the stream today. All right, final number crunch is coming in. I can hear the numbers being crunched. And there you have it. Final scores 56 for Josh playing Chaos to Jono's Space Wolves 82 taking the win. All right, that's that last game here. We're just gonna switch to a general cam, have a bit of a wind down, and just discuss. Oh, we're going for the handshake.
Love
Here
it.
we go.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
final handshake of the game.
there we go. All
Smiles all
smiles.
around. Happy games. We're loving it.
All right.
Alrighty.
Now the real tricky and interesting part is this game is still part of a team championship.
That is
So
very true.
although he got the win for his team, let's see if his team actually
Got
wins
the win
the
for him.
event.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Having a bit of a look around, a look-see. All right. And the table's been packed up. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Wonderful.
um, Chris, what do you think?
Yes.
How'd you feel about the games?
I thought we had three fantastic games to watch today. We went from a very slow and methodical grind in game one to a lightning fast action pass maneuvering of game two
Hmm.
into a really tactical chess like game three.
Yeah.
So I think we covered a wide array of different tactics tactics
Hmm.
and choices that overall achieve a
Hmm.
really complex strategy between
Yeah.
all 6 players.
And we managed to see a lot of aspects to 40k here. We had what? We had Chaos being featured.
Yes, the trifecta of
We
chaos.
had some Xenos, we had Necrons, we had Eldar,
Yes,
and we have Space Marines. So there you go.
a little bit of everything, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Note the this conspicuous lack of Tau.
What
Um,
is a Tau?
yeah, what is the Tau anyway?
Yes, exactly. Not in my meta, sir. Anyway,
All right.
thank you
Well,
all very much for attending this one, and we will be posting up full results of, I think, our winners and that sort of stuff in the very near future.
yeah, right. Thank you for joining us. We're going to wrap it up now. We're going to cut to our ending screen and see you next time.
Yeah,
Thanks, everybody.
lovely. Enjoy.